You can step into my world, see the way I see it, no matter near or far. It is a sight worth seeing. Step into my world, see the way I see it. Rivah TV. Rivah TV. Good night, guys. Good evening. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. I want to just start off by telling everybody hello, good evening. Nice to see you all. Nice to see you guys all here. Make sure you guys hit that like button when you guys do come into the chat. Actually, before I get started and before I start saying what's up to everybody, I just want to say your girl is freestyling. Okay, your girl is freestyling tonight. If you guys are used to my channel, you're used to me doing my reaction videos, right? So I'm normally just very quick-witted, I really just respond based off of the conversations at hand. So tonight I decided, I'm not going to sit down and plan this out, think this through. I just know that it's Valentine's Day and there's some stuff that we need to talk about. Okay. So again, this is not anything that is super calculated. I'll probably take the callers a lot earlier in this stream, just so we can have this conversation. We don't even got to be here all night. We're just going to have this conversation, a conversation that I think is extremely necessary, especially because of all the posts that I have seen on Instagram, if you're on Twitter, if you're on TikTok, all of the Facebook, all of the posts that we see on social media, okay, because of quote unquote Valentine's Day, okay. But I do want to shout out everybody. Hello, Eugene. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. So nice to see you always. Hello, Celine. Thank you so much for joining. Happy Valentine's Day to you too as well, sis. Not my sis in the chat. Not my sis Paula in the chat. Okay, Paula the dollar. Not you in the chat. Hello, sis. Thank you so much for joining. Is this your first time joining? Let me know. So good to see you. Sunrise said hello to you too. It says insatiable is my name. 747 from Alabama checking in. Thank you so much for joining me. Hello, Kirk. Thank you so much for joining. Shout out to you again, OMG Entertainer. Thank you so much for joining tonight. Goldie always showing up. Blessings to you as well. Thank you for always saying blessings too. I notice that you say that on literally every post that I do. You say blessings. So thank you so much. Darius Jones, thank you so much for joining and thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that. Kendra, did I say that last time? Exactly. Listen, your girl just be coming off the dome with it. No, just be thinking about it. Edward, hey Edward, I'm dropping the link early tonight. Okay, I'm dropping the link early. I just have some stuff that I want to talk about, and then I'm going to go right to it. I see this. Okay, now we getting into some stuff. Rakeem Clark says a real man will celebrate his woman every day. So February 14th don't matter. I know that's right. Kashawn, hello Kashawn. So nice to see you. I'm dropping the link early. Okay, I want to let you guys know. And also, Kashawn and Edward, we're going to have to talk in the back chat. We're going to have to talk in the back chat when you guys get up here. Ray B said, happy Valentine's Day. Thank you so much. Same to you. All right, so let's talk. And MG said, what up? What's really good? What's up? What's good? Okay. So, Paula said, yes, it is. Okay, good. Girl, welcome. Welcome to the live stream. Banded, Pretty Rivah. Hey, thank you so much. Thank you for the compliment. That's so nice. Thank you. Uncle Locke. Hey, how you doing? Okay, so let me go ahead and get into it. I have to shout out everybody. I always am so grateful when you guys come and join me for my streams, because you guys can literally be doing anything else. So sit here and have these conversations with me, as well as come on, join the stream, share your perspectives. I really appreciate it and love it. And the thing is, I do my reaction videos, reacting to certain content, having certain conversations with you guys. But one thing that I really enjoy about my live streams is the time that we share with each other. The fact that we get to have open dialogue. And I'm going to mention it now, and I'm going to mention it again. I really want to have a stream where, oh, Montel, hi Montel, thank you so much. I love it when you stream. Thank you so much. I really, really want to have a stream that you guys get to choose the topic and you guys get to, just call up. We talk about whatever it is that you want to talk about and we keep it pushing. And maybe we'll take an initial caller and then you guys decide the conversation. I genuinely want to do that with you guys. I thought about doing it tonight, but because I wasn't even thinking about Valentine's Day because that's how disassociated I am with Valentine's Day. But I definitely want to do that. And let me know if you guys are open to that. I definitely want to be able to do that, especially with Edward, Kashawn, you guys obviously have the first, piece of the conversation. Whatever you guys want to talk about, we'll talk about it. Okay, so as you can see by the title, okay, what is the title? Let me look real quick because if you don't celebrate me on Valentine's Day, it's over. Okay, relationship is done. Finito. I'm packing up my stuff. I'm leaving to the left, because it is Valentine's Day and I'm seeing all these people on social media get their gifts. I'm seeing the roses on the floor. I'm seeing the trips to Dubai. I'm seeing the jewelry, I'm seeing the cards that are being bought, I'm seeing the engagements, the proposals that's going on Valentine's Day. So if you don't celebrate me on Valentine's Day, it's over. Okay. So tonight we're going to be talking about the pressures of Valentine's Day. Okay. First things first. I know I see some of y'all saying LOL. I know. First things first. Okay. Absolutely first things first. When in a relationship, it should your commitment to each other, your love to each other. Love this comment right here. Your commitment to each other, your love to each other, your feelings for each other should be shown on a daily, right? And that's just being in a regular relationship. That's being in a healthy relationship, not a toxic relationship now. That's being in a healthy relationship, okay, where everybody is a whole, two whole people that got together and decided to be with each other are in a relationship. So the first issue is that people are not celebrated regularly, or people do not feel appreciated on a regular basis, men and women both. They feel that they're just in this relationship, they're just here, the days are just passing them by. It's kind of gotten like monotonous. Like, okay, we wake up, we do this, we do that, we have to run here, we have to do this, like more about being roommates with each other. A lot of people are just living together in relationships and handling business and maybe even achieving goals, but are not in a functional relationship with each other. Okay. So then here comes this big holiday, Valentine's Day, right? Lover's Day. This is for romance. This is for romantic, romantic times. And, this is supposed to, show the world how much this man appreciates you, how much he is willing to show everybody. You know what I'm saying? And how far is he willing to go to express his love to you? Okay. So first things I want to say is, I personally, as you guys can see, I'm here with y'all. Okay. We here together. I don't I don't celebrate anything. I'm not gonna lie. I don't celebrate any holidays. Um, like this says, Valentine's Day is Prophet Day. If you look at every couple of months, there's always a holiday. You know what I'm saying? And it's always another reason to. And it's not about the money, but it's business, right? It's like business strategies. Prices go up. Like, you can't get certain things. You can only get it around certain times. It's more of just traditions over and over and over again, right? So I don't even pay any mind to literally any holiday. Literally, if you want me to tell you the truth. Like any holiday. Birthdays I celebrate, absolutely. I feel like we should definitely celebrate the day you're born, but I don't go all out or feed into the whole holiday, thing. I'm just not like that. That's just not my personality. That's not my MO. But for people who are in regular relationships, as I said, going through that day to day, monotonous kind of situation where we're together, but we don't really hang out like that. We're achieving goals. We might have business strategies or plans that we're accomplishing. We're taking care of the kids. We're, paying all the bills. We're functioning together as a couple, but we don't really get to spend any intimate time together. Valentine's Day becomes a pressure. Okay. Valentine's Day becomes a pressure for everybody involved. Okay, it becomes a very, very big pressure, because now you have on display everybody, and it's not like how it was back in the day. Like, this is social media era, right? So now if a celebrity buys, something for his girl, everyone in the whole world sees it. And we have a lot of people trying to live up to these standards of other people, of social media, of, you know, um, what everybody else is doing, the fads. Okay. So we have this regular man that's working a regular job. And I'm not saying regular to downplay it at all. I just mean, when I say regular, I'm just talking about, like, he going to work, he paying his bills, he handling his business, but he is not in the six-figure club. Okay. We have normal people who are going to work, trying to, keep make ends meet, trying to do the best that they can to provide a comfortable life, whether it's for their children, for their family, or just for each other. Okay. Trying to, elevate themselves. And they have all of this pressure from everyone else, from social media, saying you need to do this, you need to go all out, you need to be the one that's making the dinner reservations, you need to be the one that's making the plan, you need to be the one that's doing this, you need to be the one that's doing that. And this man is like, but I just got home from work, according to how our budget is set up. Like, according to how our budget is set up, we can't even afford to go and do this wine and dine thing that you want me to do. It's not a part of the budget. Like, the year just started, okay, because it's February. As we know, February 14th is Valentine's Day. The year just started. Like, we should be trying to save our money. We have plans that we're trying to make happen throughout the year. Like, your birthday might be coming up, my birthday might be coming up, we might want to take a family trip, or we might want to take a trip out the country this year. It's opening up. Like, we have other plans. But what you're trying to do now is you're trying to compare me to others. Right. Right. The way how my account is set up, I gotta checking and savings. It's gonna take a couple of days to go from my savings to my checking account. Like, you know? So it's like all of these things are happening, and it's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure on the male spouse, because as women, it's not really the women who are the ones that's going out and buying Valentine's gifts and going out and celebrating their man. Like, I think men would love that if they had a day of appreciation for them. Even when it comes to Father's Day, it's like, 5 balloons in the store, and if you don't get there early in the morning, then daddy ain't getting no gift. Like, the card section for Father's Day is like this big. So it's really about a lot of pressure on the man to overly exert himself, and sometimes he's not able to. Sometimes financially he's not able to do so. Okay, again, like I said, the year is just starting. You guys might have other plans, you might have other things to be able to do. And a lot of the, I hate to say it, but a lot of the pressure is coming from other people that you don't know. Okay, so you start seeing that maybe some celebrity, they have rose petals over the entire hotel floor. Maybe the hotel they're staying in is overlooking like a big city. They have all the balloons and the jewelry and the ice and the this and the that, and you're like, oh my gosh, I want that for me. So you're a man who's doing what's good enough for him in his budget. Okay, he's like, I'm gonna go buy you some flowers, I'm gonna go buy you some chocolate, and what I can do, maybe I can't afford for us to even really go out to dinner like that, but what I can do is I'm gonna go ahead and get you like your favorite meal, and we Netflix, chill, we hang out together, we create a vibe, and we enjoy each other's company. And then you have her over here like, that ain't good enough. You have her over here like, that ain't good enough. Okay, that's not good enough for me, because when I take a picture, it doesn't look extravagant enough for me to compare myself to my homegirls. Okay, because in these women's mind, I'll be damned if my Valentine's Day look any less than my homegirls. Okay, because I'm the one that's in a relationship, or because I've been in a relationship for a long time. All comparison, and we know that comparison is literally the thief of joy. Okay, it will take your joy. So I find it interesting, because if only people knew that more times than not, the people who are, just like this comment says, stunting for the gram, the people who are stunting for the gram, how many of you would be surprised? Maybe you men won't, but how many of you guys would be surprised to know that the woman is the one who's actually, do you know how many, let me say it this way. Do you know how many women go out, okay, make the reservations, buy the dress, box it up, okay, box it up. Yes, I did say that. Put their dress in a box, okay, and act like it's gift wrapped, buy themselves perfume, put roses on their own floor, okay, and tell their man to act like it was them doing it so that it looks extravagant. So they rank higher than their homegirl. So they look like they're the ones, oh yeah, look how much my man is putting on for me. Like, look at what he's doing for me. What's your man doing for you? When it's the woman that's planning everything. Everything. Okay, it's the woman that is like going above and beyond. And why? To impress other women, to look better in front of other women, to look good in front of other women. It's a woman doing that. So a lot of times you have women pressuring their man, okay, to do all of this stuff for Valentine's Day, to make themselves look so extravagant, to make it look like, oh, look how much my man loves me and adores me. You know, all of y'all who've been hating on us, all of y'all who've been hating on us all year, you know, you wish you had a Valentine's like this. You wish your man appreciated you like how mine appreciates me. And sis, you bought everything. But sis, you bought it. Sis, you bought it all. You bought it all. Like you're the one who decorated the house. You're the one who made the reservations. You're the one who sent yourself the flowers and said it was from your man. Can we talk about it? Like, if we're not gonna be real, if we're not gonna be authentic, we can't have this conversation. Like, I'm giving y'all the real. Okay. Oh, I can't believe that he sent me flowers at work. He didn't. Oh, I can't believe he sent me an edible arrangement. He didn't. You did. Okay. You did. Again, people in the comments like, yeah, we know they be fronting for the gram. They really do. Like, women doing this. So you have women who are comparing their man, okay, and saying, oh, well, so and so's man did this for her. How come you don't do this for me? So and so's man did that for her. How come you don't do this for me? So and so's, husband did that for her. How come you're not doing this for me? How come you're not appreciating me on Valentine's Day? You're making it seem like I don't matter to you. Do I not matter? Like, this whole argument, this whole disagreement, this whole fight over this day, not realizing that you're arguing with this man saying that he wasn't creative enough, romantic enough, he's not romancing you the proper way, only for the person that you're comparing him to, the spouse, the man that you're comparing him to, it was actually his woman that set up that whole thing. His woman. Okay, so you're comparing your man to somebody else, but it's actually his woman, your homegirl that you're competing with, or that you feel like, you should have that same exact experience. She did that. Like, she did it. Unnecessary pressure, unnecessary stress, unnecessary argument over one day. One day. And to be real, okay, let me just, since we're gonna keep it real, child. Since we're gonna keep it real, to be all the way real, y'all don't even got a good relationship to begin with. Okay, y'all be fussing and fighting all day long. Y'all been fussing and fighting since last week. Y'all been fussing and fighting since last year. Y'all couldn't get it together from Thanksgiving. It's February. From Thanksgiving, y'all was arguing. Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, y'all argue y'all don't even sleep. Y'all don't even touch each other. Okay, y'all be sleeping on other opposite ends of the bed. Y'all don't get along. And you still want this show. A lot of people are stuck in that delusional mentality. And I love having these conversations. I absolutely adore having these conversations because we talking about some stuff. Okay, we talking about the real. We telling the truth. We're not telling no lies. Okay. We have to get out of this delusional mentality and step into reality, the reality of what it really is. Some of y'all are like, oh, I can't believe, oh my gosh, I can't believe he didn't buy me this. I can't believe he didn't take me out. I can't believe he didn't do this. Y'all was fighting this morning. You know your relationship is not in a good place. You know you don't know how to talk to him. You know you have poor communication skills. You know you disrespect this man on the daily. You know you emasculate this man on the daily. You know you said that everything that he does is not good enough on the daily. Okay? On the daily, every day, all the time, you do this. So if truth be told, on this day, you should actually be catering to him. Okay? For all the hell you don't put him through the whole year. You're the one that's supposed to be catering to this man. You're the one that's supposed to be bending to this man. You're the one that's supposed to be celebrating this man for being patient with you, for being nice to you, for being kind with you. Okay, for helping molding you, for not walking away. Okay, after you done try to emasculate him, disrespect him, all the drama, the mood swings, and all of that. You should be appreciating him. But you're so caught up in social media, you're so caught up in the lifestyle, you're so caught up in the image of what it looks like to other people, that you're putting more energy, okay, into what it's supposed to look like and not what it really is. And it's the complete opposite. It should really be putting the work into what the relationship really is. Okay, we're not in a good place. I'm not going to front for the gram. I'm not gonna hop up on social media and act like, oh, look at this, like, come on, y'all. I'm chilling with y'all, so I'm being silly, but you guys, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Okay, be up on social media like, oh my gosh, love you. And then as soon as the picture's done, as soon as the video's done, as soon as you're done, doing the boomerang photo, get off me. I can't stand you. Get on my nerve. Oh my gosh, like da da da. Why you back to the disrespect? You're so worried about the image. You're so worried about the portrayal. You're so worried about what it looks like. But you're not willing to fix what it really is. You worried about a day. Girl, you need to be worried about the rest of your life. You need to be worried about the rest of your relationship. Okay? Because you all bent about a shape over this day, not knowing that this relationship is real on the rocks. Okay? When you started talking to this man, comparing him to somebody else on social media that you saw get the rose petals, get the balloons, get the flowers, get the this, get the all of that's the last straw. You don't even know you're on your way to a hot girl summer. You don't even know. You don't even know you're halfway there. Like, you don't even know you're pushing him there. You're not even aware of that. I want to shout out to the super chat from Eugene. Guys, I'm gonna read it, but I wanted to also put it on the screen. I'm trying to scroll up. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm so deep into this. Eugene said, some women like the wedding want it to be like a fairy tale and something to show off to their friends. They are entitled. They want to be the center of it all. The center of it all. Okay? Trying to be the center of it all. Trying to be the center of it all. Ambitious Hustler, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Babe, what you want for your birthday? Let me know. I got you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really, really appreciate the love and support. I really do. I'm just being real with y'all, okay? I'm just being real. I'm just giving y'all the real. The relationship be hell on wheels, okay? Relationship be hell on wheels in a handbasket. So it's on wheels and it's in a basket, and y'all just in it going down the hill, like just flying. But you want to stop, okay? You want to stop the chaos, pause the chaos because of what it looks like for social media. And since we're at it, okay, y'all be doing this for Christmas too. I mean, with the matching with the matching pajamas on Christmas. All of that. And the relationship is chaotic. Not good, like not in a good space. You spend most of your time, again, trying to compare yourself to your homegirls who you think got it together. They don't got it together. They don't got it together. I'm going to let you know the secret. They don't got it together. They do not have it together. Again, they're the ones that's planning. You know why you as a woman love that so much? You know why you as a woman are looking at that like, wow, like I wish my man did that for me. It's because a woman did it. Because only she can understand the mindset of another woman. That's why it's so appetizing to you. That's why you think it looks so good and so cool. Because a woman did that, not a man. Especially if you're in a relationship and you have a good man. When I say good man, I mean this man respects you. This man is, helping, assisting and molding you, as we know that men do. Okay, he's down for you. You can sit down and you can talk to him. You can express yourself to him. You can trust him. Okay, and I don't mean just trust him as in, you know, trust him with, you know, maybe another female. I mean more than that. I mean deeper than that. I mean trusting him as in with your life. Okay, when you lay down and sleep in the bed next to this man, you feel safe. A lot of people don't have these kind of relationships together, right? So you have the necessities that a lot of people don't have. Trust. You like this person, they like you, they're holding it down for you. They see they want your best interest, at heart. They have your best interest at heart. They are willing to assist you and mold you into being the best version of yourself. That's enough. That's more than enough. Any gift, any flowers, any balloons, any card is brata. Okay? That's extra. That's icing on the cake. But just that person, being able to share your space with that person is enough. It is enough. Oh, but Rivah, you such a pick me. You always saying this. This is our day. They need to spoil us. If you want to be actual and factual, a lot of you guys don't deserve to be spoiled. You don't even deserve it. You don't even deserve the card. Okay, when he in there writing in the card talking about I love you and da 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 da, you don't even deserve that because you're disrespectful to him all the time. Let's just keep it real. If we're not gonna keep it real, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, I'm trying to keep it 100. I'm trying to keep it a buck. If you're honest with yourself, even a little chocolate and stuff like that, you might not even deserve that. You might not deserve it. So how dare you? How dare you? Because there's some women out. Listen, I see it on my channel. I see it on some other people's channels. I see, people talking. You guys know I be doing my reaction videos, so I be seeing people talk about these things. There's women who wish they can get into the space to, get a good man, and maybe wherever they live or whatever the situation might be, they don't know where to find them. They don't know where to connect, and they're ready. Like they're like, I'm ready to be submissive. I'm ready to be on a man's page. I'm ready to get married. I'm ready to do everything. I'm ready to uplift my man. I'm ready for it. And you have it, and you compare him to somebody else, and you compare him to everybody else. Okay, you compare him to everybody else. How you comparing your man who goes to work to somebody who has millions of dollars on social media who flying their wife to Dubai? What's wrong with you? How are you guys gonna go to, guys? How you gonna go to Dubai? Y'all worried about keeping the lights on? Y'all worried about the light bill? And I'm not talking from a place of judgment. I'm talking from a place of honesty and truth. Like y'all are working on savings. Y'all are working on progression. Y'all are working on what we're gonna eat. Y'all are working on, bills. Maybe you live paycheck to paycheck. Okay, life is expensive. It's very expensive. How dare you put this pressure on this man? How dare you? When people just wish they had a man to share it with in general. In general, there's people who have had relationships and lost their partner. Okay, like their partner is not even living. Okay, their partner is not living, and they wish that they don't care about the chocolate. They don't care about the trips. They don't care about the jewelry. They don't care about the balloons. They just wish they had the time and space to share with that person. And make sure you guys do hit that like button. I want you guys to get the likes up. I can't see exactly what the likes are right now, but make sure you guys hit that like button, especially if you're enjoying the conversation. Okay, there's people who literally enjoy. They just want to. They wish they had somebody to enjoy. They wish they had that space of somebody that they can just spend time with on this day. when they think about their spouse who maybe, passed away or is sick or whatever the case is. And you have your man. And you're going to go ahead and stress him out. Does that make sense? A lot of people don't have the ability to put themselves in somebody else's shoes. If we're gonna be 100% real, a lot of people don't have the ability to put themselves in somebody else's shoes. Okay. I remember when the whole thing happened with Nipsey and Lauren, and then the same thing that happened with Kobe and I think her name is Vanessa, right? And I remember like women everywhere, right? Women everywhere were like so distraught. They felt for Lauren. They felt for please tell me her name is Vanessa. I think her name is Vanessa. Please correct me if I'm wrong. People felt for Lauren. They felt for Vanessa. I think that's her name. I really hope that's her name. I don't want to say the wrong name. Yeah, it's Vanessa. Okay. They felt for her. They were like, oh my gosh, like we feel for them. That's so sad. Like their spouse and da da da. And then for like a short period of time, you see people like, trying to get it right and trying to treat their spouse right and trying to hold it down for their spouse and trying to be, understanding and stuff like that because they couldn't imagine or fathom what those women were going through. And it was like one year after the next. And that was a short period of time. Okay. Now here we are. Time passes and they completely don't remember that. They completely don't remember that the things that you can buy are not more valuable than the people around you that you can cherish. It's not about the things. Okay, you have people who literally be ending relationships for this stuff. Like, and that's why this title is that. Like, they were oh no, if he don't go all out, y'all know I gotta do the clap. If he don't go all out for Valentine's Day, it's a wrap. If he don't go all out for Valentine's Day, it's over, and I'm dipping in, and it's done. I'm waiting until Valentine's Day because I want to see what he really gonna come with. I want to see what he really gonna do because if he don't do what I think he should do, it's done. But he's there for you, and he respects you. Again, when you go to sleep at night in that same bed with that man, you can trust that you're safe. Okay, you can trust that this person has your best interest at heart. You can trust that this person loves you, adores you. Okay, maybe he don't got it like they do, but the love that he have is real. Okay, the fact that you guys can be in the house able to do nothing and just watch TV together is a blessing in itself. Because some people don't got no house, and some people don't got no TV. Some people don't got no lights. I love this. Thank you so much, Eugene. It says there are lonely people out there today, and yet there are women who don't appreciate the blessing they have in their men. Just having the man. And again, oh my gosh, Rivah, you act like men is this. And thank you so much, Kendra. You act like men is this, and you act like it's men is. But it's true though. I'm not lying though. The fact that you are able to have that calm space again in your homes together, even if he in one room and you in the other room. The fact that you have rooms, like the fact that you have multiple rooms to be in. Some people don't have it like that. How quickly we forget that we're blessed. And then what you gonna do? Okay, what you gonna do now? Because you don't appreciate him. I'm feeling really unappreciated. Taking my love for granted, babe. I don't know if y'all know that song, right? So he feeling real unappreciated and all that kind of stuff. Like this man feel real unappreciated and all that. Next thing you know, you didn't know again. Y'all been having it rough since Thanksgiving. It's Valentine's Day. Relationship get rocky. He spent most of his time at work. The work wife come in, hey, hey honey, my work husband, I just wanted to get you a card and I just wanted to let you know how much I appreciate your company here, showing him all the facets that you don't show him at home. Okay, because he's king at work, he's king in the office. Okay, this woman is seeing him operate in his best space because he's at work. He's doing what he knows. You know, his work wife. Oh, I just got you a little something for Valentine's Day. Oh, it's nothing. It's just your favorite cologne. You know, or oh, it's nothing. It's just a gift card for your favorite restaurant so you can get something to eat. It's just something small. It's just something simple. He be over here. He be over there. He be over here. Sorry, I saw a comment. I was trying to make sure it wasn't saying nothing bad. He be over here with his work wife, and then he looking at now when he come home at you, he looking at you even more twisted. Like I don't do nothing for this woman. I just be at work, you know, giving her good conversation or whatever the case is. Sometimes we go to work together, and I come home, and you tell me everything that I'm not. Everything that I can't do, everything that I'm not good at, everything that I should be. I did this, but I should have done this better. And even though you asked me to help you with the laundry and I helped you with the laundry, you said I didn't do it well enough because I was supposed to do it like this. And you know, even if you asked me to sweep the floor and I swept the floor for you, you thought that I should have mopped too. And but over here is good. So then when he decides, okay, that he gonna go ahead and spend his time elsewhere, I can't believe he did this to me. Oh my gosh. I can't believe he would ever do this to me. I can't believe that he had the audacity to cheat on me. I can't believe he had the audacity to leave me. Where was your appreciation? Because from the looks of it, from what he heard, from what I heard, from what everybody heard, okay, was that the man you had, you ain't want him because he wasn't good enough. Well, somebody thought he was good enough. So then since he became good enough, then he you know, passed up on that and moved on. And now you're heartbroken. And now it's so amazing how this works, right? It's so amazing how this works because now when you no longer have access to this man, when you no longer have access to the relationship, all of a sudden you remember everything that he was good at. And all of a sudden you're like, I should have appreciated him more. I should have respected him. Maybe I shouldn't have talked to him like that. Like only when possibly your space is threatened. Oh, maybe I should have, or maybe I could have, or maybe. Thank you so much, Sir Hale Speaks. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining me tonight also. When your seat is taken, right? Or even sometimes it's not even that the man is fully gone. Sometimes it's just that he in the house with you and you know he talking to somebody. Or you know his energy is elsewhere. Okay? You know he spending time or somebody else has his fancy because he not paying, you know mine. Normally you yell at him, you talk to him bad, and then he be keeping up the argument with you. Now he just look and be like, all right, didn't hear nothing you said. He just way too happy coming from work. He coming home he coming in the house whistling. And just the thought that somebody could be tickling his fancy, just the thought that somebody could be fulfilling something that you're not fulfilling, make you all of a sudden want to jump into go mode to protect what's quote unquote yours. Why does it need to go so far? Why can't you just appreciate it when you have it? Edward, I'm not going to play with you. Edward said, how did he come in? I can't whistle. Fun fact, I cannot whistle. So he come in. Everybody said that whistle. I can't whistle at all. Okay. That man come in singing to a different. That man come in to a different tune. You like normally every time he come in, he does not look like that. How come he coming in so happy? What's going on? Men deserve to be appreciated. Men deserve to be appreciated, and the comparison is so rough, it's so rough. Like, and I always say this, and it's not even like right, exactly. Work wife done made child. Work wife done got to him, child. Work wife done cook. She had Valentine's gift for him. She made him. She bought him a gift card. Okay, he said he liked to read books. She bought him a gift card to Barnes and Noble. Said go read your books. I was just thinking of you. And work wife said, "What you got from me?" I mean, and his real wife said, "What about me? What you got from me? This is all about me. What you doing for me? You need to be doing this for me. You need to, because you ain't even do nothing for me. Because I don't need to celebrate you. Look at the house. The house is clean. Dinner is made. That's your gift right there. Look at me. I'm the gift, but you need to buy me a gift." Work wife said, "Oh, I just wanted to get you something because you're very special. I just made you a pie." Sad truth, but it's reality. Thank you so much, Lamar. Thank you so much. I love this comment. It says, "Men want attention and affection too, ladies." And so quickly we forget. It's so funny because when I do my reaction videos, I was thinking about it lately. I'm like, so many women like think that men don't have any emotions. Like they genuinely think that men don't have any emotions or feelings or maybe want exactly like affection, or maybe want like you to show them your appreciation. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe you flip the script and maybe you come back and you say, "Okay, babe, I have a whole spa day for you. I'm gonna massage your feet. I'm gonna run your bath. I'm gonna do all of this stuff for you because I want to show you how much I appreciate you because you do so much for me, and you always, I know that this holiday is more for me, but I want to do something for you because I love you and I respect you enough, and I esteem you enough that I want to flip the script on you." Men would love that. What do men have? What do men have? Oh, I want to read this. Thank you so much. It says, "Gotta run, but you're putting on an absolute clinic on how an unapologetically feminine woman can be sincere, direct, and unwavering on a serious matter. Opposite from the doormats that the past me's claim feminine women are." Thank you so much. Thank you so much for, and I want to elaborate this before we move forward. Um, this is so accurate, right? And I appreciate the compliment like more than anything. I really do. But also, people have this whole thing twisted. They think that if you are catering to your man, if you are spoiling your man, which I don't even think is spoiling, but if you are showing gratitude or appreciation to your man, then you're a doormat and he's over you and he's this, and it's like you have to be doing it against your will, and like who want to do that? And it's just reciprocal. It's just like, yeah, I'm gonna show you that I appreciate you. I'm not gonna have to wait until I have to maybe risk if you're, going out somewhere to be with somebody else, or I don't want to have to wait to risk until it's something that has to do with your health and we don't know what's going on, and then now I'm gonna appreciate you. I don't want to have to. No, I'm very big on being present in each moment, and constantly reminding that person how much I appreciate them, constantly reminding you I appreciate you, I thank you, and I'm like that with everyone. I'm like that with literally everybody. Like I always feel like it's extremely important to show people that you appreciate them. Say thank you, say kind things. If you think something kind about somebody, you're like, "You know what? I just want to tell you that I really feel like I'm very big on that, being vocal." And I don't care what society say. I don't care what the quote unquote sisterhood. "Oh girl, you weak," or "Oh girl, you okay." Well, I'll be that then. Okay, well then call me that then. Because at the end of the day, like I'm gonna be authentic and real and genuine because I have the capability of being so. A lot of women, they hide behind that tough exterior because it's not trendy with their homegirls. They don't want their homegirls looking at them funny when they say that they have to go home because they want to go cook for their man. They don't want their homegirls looking at them like, "Cook for him. He can't cook for himself." No, he cannot. And even if he could, I'm going to go home and do that because it makes me feel some type of way. It does something for me when I do that for him. There's no reason to put up this tough exterior. Thank you so much, Gregory Grady. We appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. There's so much of that. Like there's so much of women who are in relationships like with a man and are still trying to like, you know, they're hiding behind something, or they feel like it's a battle, or they feel like they don't want this guy to find them out or find them weak. Like You're not weak if you're telling your man that you love him. You're not weak if you're expressing yourself to your man. You're not weak if you are giving him a spa day. That's not weak. That's not weakness. Oh, I don't want to do this because I don't want him to walk all over me if I do this. Are you crazy? If you feel like you're in a space with a person that might be walking all over you, you might be in the wrong relationship. Bottom line. Being in a good relationship is freedom. It's freedom to be exactly who you are, all of who you are. Okay, respectfully though, because some of y'all be tripping. Okay, y'all be thinking all of who you are is disrespectful, and that's not what I'm talking about. Like sometimes y'all be thinking all of who you are is that bad attitude, and that's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about all the goodness that you have to offer. Like some of you guys are so scorned from past relationships that you let in. It's accountability. Sometimes you're scorned from past relationships that you entertained. That man told you he didn't want a relationship and you thought you could change his mind. And then you talk about, oh, all these men ain't nothing. All these men out here ain't this, and all these men out here ain't that. That man told you was a sneaky link. He said, do not call me after 9 a.m. because if my girl find out, it's going to be a problem. Natural and authentic femininity makes everything good. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Edward said, a man really just a big boy and a woman just a big girl. We need each other, all of each other to be all of ourselves. I love this, Edward. A flower needs the sun and the moon for healing, the sun for growth. I couldn't say that better myself, Edward. Okay, we need each other. We need each other. And we can go into that whole sun and the moon thing. Y'all know, come on. You know what? At Lapeef, they call me the earthy chick. So you know, when you say sun and moon, I'm ready for that conversation because we could really go there. Okay. Is it Conundrum 93? Thank you so much, first of all. I really wish that women would raise a standard in men as a collective. It would change the way that men carry themselves. I'm loving the show. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I mean, we have to raise the standard. Like Corey says, sometimes we just want to take off the warrior armor and take a deep breath, but we're always going to war and battle. Always going to war and battle. Okay. Your man come home. Again, your man comes home. He, like he says, he want to take off that armor. Okay. The world is tough enough. Work was hard enough. The drive home was hard enough. The traffic was hard enough. Okay. The commute, he had to try to find, I don't know where he lived. Maybe he had to try to find a parking spot. Okay, it was hard enough. And when he comes home, he just want to let the guard down and be like, hey, baby, what's good? What's going on? Like, how's everything going? And he got to start all over again with you. You sitting up at the counter like, it's Valentine's Day. I don't see no gift. And he's like, dang, it's Valentine's Day? It's Valentine's Day? Dang, it's Monday. I didn't even remember it was Valentine's Day. I know you didn't forget. Go off. I know you didn't come up in here on Valentine's Day without my gift. I know you didn't just. You better do this. You better do that. Because I done seen somebody who did stress. It's crazy. You're giving this man all of this battle. Sorry, I'm trying to get my necklace. You're giving this man all this battle, war, trauma, drama. Okay, all of this stuff for no reason at all. They said that impersonation was wow. Hey, baby. Hey, Dee Dee said, hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you. I'm glad you're loving it, girl. And I'm gonna open the line soon too for anybody who wants to come up and have a conversation. But it's so true. Like you're out here, you're giving your man a battle that he shouldn't have. Okay, and that battle goes far. Okay, you give him the battle of the comparison, which I said is, we already know comparison is the thief of joy. So you giving him the battle of other people on social media. And I done told y'all, okay, if you're just coming in, I done told y'all that sometimes you're comparing your man to somebody who's on social media, okay? Oh, well, her husband did this. Her man did this for her. Her man did that for her. Okay, it was actually the woman who did that. And she set it up, and but he was surprised too. When you saw the video and she was like, oh my gosh, he was surprised too, because that was his first time seeing it. First time seeing it. And you're surprising, you're comparing your man to that. Well, she the one that planned everything. Okay. Don't make no sense. Like, literally makes no sense. Comparing your man to that whole scenario, that whole, MO of what somebody else did, what their homegirl did. Homegirl husband, but it's really the homegirl. You argue with your man when he comes from work on a daily basis. Anyway, y'all been arguing since Thanksgiving. Since Thanksgiving, y'all had an argument. Y'all still haven't got over it, and it's February. Y'all still arguing. Okay, he was phony with you in the Christmas pictures. Okay, he had on the matching clothes, the matching Christmas clothes, and he posed up with you for Christmas. But he said Valentine's Day, this is the last straw. I'm not faking it with you. I'm not faking it with you, because you know damn well we're not seeing eye to eye. You know damn well what you said about my mama. You know what you said to me yesterday. You know how you disrespected me. And I'm not finna play this game with you. I'm not finna act like it's all this and all of that. Because he like, I can't even tap you on the shoulder at 2 a.m. Because it's a problem. I can't even ask you for little, lovey love. Because it's the issue. I love this comment. It says, Vernon Smart says, I like the vibrational frequency on this live stream. Yes. Just the fact that you can say that to me lets me know that, like, we already know, like, what energy you put out is what you attract, but like my vibe definitely attracts my tribe. So yes, definitely on a certain frequency when we're having this conversation, because it's heartfelt. It's real. Peace to the host. Peace. Hello. Anyway, this man said, I can't even tap you on the shoulder. Okay, on a regular basis. Okay, so it's always a fight. So when that guy said it's an armor, it's literally always an armor. Like the armor always on in the middle of the night, when he come home from work, before you go to work. Okay, whatever plans he got, you always want to be combative. You always got to have the last word. You always got to tell him, no, that's not how it's done. It's really done like this. No, that's not how it's done. It's really done like that. No. You have to do all of this stuff. What's up, Bobby? Thank you for joining us. Always a long, drawn-out conversation. Long, drawn-out conversation about everything. Always battling him about everything. But then you can't figure out, oh, well, I just can't figure out why on Valentine's Day, you just don't show me your appreciation. Or I don't understand why on this one day you don't, put me above everything else, because you have unresolved issues going on. Because you have unresolved problems in your relationship. Because there's a lot of things that were left unsaid. Okay? You ain't never said sorry for a lot of things that you should have. You're never accountable for your actions. You're very delusional. Okay? You move the goalposts. Every time you guys having a conversation, you have an argument, and he corrects you and says, didn't you say this? Or didn't you do this? Well, yes, I did, because, well, if you didn't do this, then I would have done this. Well, you didn't say that, but I would have. Well, if I would have never did it, well, I could never. Well, if you would have let me rest in my feminine, then I wouldn't have been able to. You're not accountable. You're disrespectful. Nasty attitude. You're miserable. Nobody don't want to be around you. You don't even got no homegirls. You don't even got no friends. Okay, because you treat them bad too. Everybody got something to say. Everybody has something to say. in every situation, you blame every single body else. But you expect this man to shower you with roses. And I think that we can all agree as a collective that, like as a collective people, we can all agree that based on the title, based on the fact that this woman is willing to not be in this relationship because if he don't do this, if he don't go all out on Valentine's Day, if he don't do all this stuff on Valentine's Day, the relationship is over. Okay? We can all agree what kind of woman this is. Can't we? We can all agree. We can all agree that this is the type of woman that can't be pleased anyway. You think that it's the man that's the problem, but it's really just you. It's really just gonna be honest. It's really just you. Because nobody can make you happy. You don't even make yourself happy. You don't even like to be alone for too long. If you're alone in the house for too long, you got to get up and go be around somebody else's company, somebody else's energy, somebody else's vibe, because you're not even happy in your own skin. And that's just being real. A lot of women that are so miserable too, like even within their relationships and can't be pleased, really need to talk to somebody for real. And that's not even that's respectfully, like really need to talk to somebody for real. Because you have a lot of unresolved things going on in your mind that can't allow you to live freely and normally and happily. You always leveling up the playing field for somebody. Like, oh, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to do this, you got to do that. He can bring water from the moon, and it's not enough for you. You're gonna say it wasn't fast enough, or I didn't tell you I wanted that much water. How come it wasn't this much water? It's always an issue. I like this comment. It says, I'm the materialistic type, but if I had a woman, I would have brought her a card, took her to dinner, and got her a Coach bag from the outfit, because it's the thought that counts, right, Rivah? It's a thought that counts, but exactly, but that's doing that on your own will. Mark, that's doing it on your own will. That's not coming home and you know what I'm saying? She has to tell you what to do and what not to do. That's a whole different story. Okay, because I bet if you came home and she told you to do all these things, you wouldn't be so keen on doing that. Hello, Kashan.
Hello.
Another Monday again. Back on Mondays. What's going on?
I'm here another day, like
Child.
everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been one to celebrate Valentine's. And say the one day I actually did celebrate, it turned out to be probably the worst day of my life. So I don't really
Really?
do I don't do a Valentine's Day like that.
I don't either. I really don't. I mean, I don't like play into any of the fads. Okay, I just don't like Christmas. I just don't, because I know what it is. Like, okay,
Right.
around this time, you start going to the grocery store, even if it's like a week before Thanksgiving. People driving all crazy, cutting people off,
Mm-hmm.
accidents. Like
Yep.
the stores ran. People just start acting crazy. I can't take it. I can't take it. Okay, I like to live my life in a very calm energy. I can't take all the excitement. So,
Hey, I
but
agree.
when it comes to a space like Valentine's Day, people just get so emotionally invested, especially the women, because again, they're homegirls, they're friends. How is it gonna look? Does this mean that he doesn't love me because he's not buying me this? And it's like, I don't got nothing to do with nothing. Some
No.
people, some people post up on the ground for Valentine's Day and they don't see the man at all after that. What's
They
up,
really
Kurt?
don't.
How
They
you
don't.
doing?
What's going on? Good night. How you doing, River? What's up, Krishan?
What's happening, brother?
Same old. I was trying to join last week, man, but I was in Arizona and my
Oh yeah,
signal
yeah.
was crazy. So sorry
Hmm.
about last week.
No, it's okay.
But I think some of these love requirement and stuff that us as men need to do is we need to start putting it on as a checklist.
Mm.
Ladies need to be like, do you do Valentine? Check. You get what I'm saying? When you
No,
get in,
true.
when you're getting married, are you gonna fulfill my Valentine? Are you gonna fulfill my Christmas? You know, like start to
Right.
do a checklist before you start to get into relationship, because it's crazy the way, oh, we as a society goes around and just do stuff. But my wife don't celebrate Valentine. She know that, Valentine for us is 24/7. It's
Mm,
never, you know what I mean. It's never on and off thing. So, I
That's how it
mean,
should be.
um, again, society have put in our mind and in the culture that always benefit the people at the top, as you know, that it's always work in their favor. So Valentine never really benefit us, the consumer, and you're
no.
going out today buying expensive gift, um, $30 up to thousands of dollars in bags and all of those stuff. But I remember way back when I was blowing cat. You guys ever like spend money and then you have this feeling the next day,
Mm-hmm.
like this guilt, like, oh
Yeah.
man, you know you
Mhm.
can't get it back.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, like this is how
Yeah.
society have leave some of us these days, where you go all up for this person, you spend a ton of money, but then when reality hit, it's like, man, did I really need to do that? So I think that we just need to just be very mindful of how you sharing your love when cash and all of that stuff is involved. I don't know.
I completely
I'm a
agree.
old school guy.
I
Um,
I agree with that though. I
yeah.
I
completely
do
agree
too.
with that. Like, you know, especially because let me read this comment and then I want to come back to that. It says Valentine's Day is a pagan holiday anyway, but that's another conversation. Correct, 100%. Feel you on that. But if you're in a relationship, you should show your love all year round. And what you said, this both of these conversations kind of tie in because what you said, Kirk, is so valid. Like so many people be like, oh, they splurge. They want to, make sure that she has the time of her life, make sure that she's feeling appreciated, and all of these things. And a lot of guys end up with the okie doke.
Hmm.
Whereas, she just staying around just to see what's going to happen on Valentine's Day so she can go ahead and indulge in all of these experiences. And then she going right back to her hot girl summer. Like premeditated. Like she already has this plan that, like, okay, I'm going to stay with him. Okay, I need him for the holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas. Need to make sure I get my gifts in. Valentine's Day, let's stick around. Maybe we're going to go to church together on Easter. Not too sure. We're going to see how it works out. But then, like, come June, it's over. It's a wrap because I need to be free. And, we're going to try to either get back with him when the next holiday come back around, or we're going to go ahead and kick it to the next school. So what you said is very valid. I think it's a very different thing. Like when people are in long relationships or married, I think that's a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? When you have kids and maybe you want to show each other your appreciation, which I still think you have your anniversary for that. But I think it's different. But people who, especially people who are dating, they definitely need to take Kirk's advice. Like, don't be going out here spending no bag, okay? And you've been with this girl for about a month. You gonna have to sit on that, sit
Right.
on that, and see what happens. Conundrum. I don't know if you can still hear me, but I think I lost you. But please come back because I definitely want to hear your thoughts on this topic. This is my girl Paula, okay, my real life friend, y'all, my bestie. She said, "Amazing topic. I'm so proud of you. Love you so much." Oh, thank you. You're my sister. Mwah. Love you. Love you. Love you. Okay, Q came back. Okay, Q, are you there?
Hey, how you guys doing?
How
Yeah, I'm
you
good.
Good
doing?
night.
How you guys doing?
Good.
Good.
So I want to piggyback off of what the young lady was talking about with Valentine's Day being a pagan holiday, which it is.
Mhm.
But what a lot of people lose sight of with Valentine's Day is that it is actually a parable to securing a marriage. If you ever
Mhm.
read Saint Valentine was, not that you believe in Christianity or anything else, but if you actually look up who he was, this was about marriage. And a lot of times, especially in relationships, no one discusses their expectations for either marriage or how far the relationship will go. And a lot of times, that's where we fall short at in our relationships. Nowadays, marriages, especially some strong relationships, are businesses. You go into a business partnership with the person who you're going to be in love with, and that is where we truly fall short. I'm gonna say this one last thing about I was the person that mentioned something about women need to raise their standards. Men, since the beginning of time, they've only wanted one thing. and that hasn't changed.
Oh, did I lose him? Okay.
You dropped
Uh,
off again.
yeah, I want to say something that he said. I want
Yeah.
to real quick. And I wish I think he had a bad signal, but I hope he'll come back because he probably had something real
Back
interesting.
again.
You cannot discuss what you don't know, and you
Yeah.
cannot relate to something that you're not trained in.
Mm.
You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Most people are coming to relationship are not, they're not taught how to be in a relationship. You get what I'm saying? So like what you're saying is that if you're not taught how to be a wife, how to be a girlfriend, like you said in several videos that you review, that you know
Mm-hmm.
your reaction video, um, if women are not being, if you don't want to be a wife in a relationship before you become a wife, then how you going to be qualified to be a wife? You get what I'm saying?
Right.
And so people are just coming out here and just running up and down in these relationships. But when you look at the flip side, they're not even being taught how to even manage a relationship, manage a boyfriend. But then they have these high expectation. You get what I'm saying? And
Right.
that, I think that is where a lot of the problems start to become. It just start to spread out. But what he's saying about the Valentine thing with love, it is true. But if we're not taught love and people are not trained how to be loving each other and be in a relationship, then we have a lot of problem. You get what I'm
Well,
saying?
I mean, well, I feel what you're saying, but you have to keep. Okay, put it like this: if you don't know how to drive a Ferrari or a standard shift or whatever, you'll be an idiot to get your ass behind a steering wheel instead of trying to learn from somebody. The problem is that we don't want to learn. We
Right.
just want to jump into things, but who do we hold responsible for that? Do we hold ourselves responsible for that, or do we hold somebody else responsible for it?
Right.
But remember, somewhere along the line, someone is gonna teach you right from wrong. You get what I'm saying?
Right,
So if
right.
you wanted to drive a stick shift and you said that and you voiced that opinion to someone, there's someone that around the line is gonna say, "I can teach you." You get what I'm
Well,
saying?
brother, I understand what you're saying, but you have to keep in mind that most grandfathers don't meet the father of their grandchild until the baby shower. I'll say it again.
Mm-hmm.
Most grandfathers
Mm-hmm.
don't meet the father of their grandchild until the baby shower. You know what that means? There was no vetting process. Nobody bought this young man to an elder. A lot of times these young ladies and even young men are jumping into a relationship without any proper counsel.
But
Right.
can we be honest too? A lot of them not even jumping into relationships at all. They just jumping in the bed, and then they get a baby, and
Right.
then they have to get into a relationship.
Right. And that's what I was saying before my phone cut out. You
Oh,
know,
okay.
men have wanted one thing since the beginning of the time, and it hasn't changed in centuries. What has changed is a woman's requirement for us to get that one thing.
Yep. Yep.
That's true.
Point blank.
And
Period.
I hate that. You know, I really hate. You know, that's the number one thing I hate
What's
when
that?
it comes to this whole. You know, when we talk about modern women and this whole dating, dating and all this. I hate it because there's so many people who I think it was a reaction video I did today, and the woman is like, she's willing to. She's not going to give her boyfriend husband privileges. She there's just certain things that she just does not do, and I'm like, but you sleeping with him though. Like, but you're giving him
Right.
access to you, like
Mm-hmm.
to yourself, to the inner parts of you.
Mm-hmm.
But where you draw the line is like, I'll be damned if I cook.
But that's
Like,
what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If they're not being taught and not being trained, then that's where all of that resistance and all that pushing back coming from, because like we have talked a lot of discussion. The mothers and these girls and these guys are not raised to be in relationship. Like you said, they're just jumping in beds. You get what I'm saying? So
mhm.
then when she get knocked up by three different dude, that's where you get that from. You get what I'm
So
saying?
so
So
so, so here's
she,
the question.
uh huh.
Here's the
Mhm.
question. How do you presume it gets resolved? How do we how do we tackle this ideology that no one is being taught.
I think it's not that people are not being taught. I think not only that people are not being taught, but I think social media have done a lot of damage to our young
Of
people
course,
and
of
what a
course.
relationship should
Yeah.
look like.
Oh,
You get what I'm saying? So even if I'm growing, if all of us here talking about this subject and all of us are right, there are gonna be people in the chat that disagree. There are people that are gonna see this live and they're gonna be totally disagree because they have looked at social media and it says the opposite. You see what I'm saying? So
mhm.
I mean, I guess we just gotta catch the ones that we can catch and keep them on the train track before it get too late. But I don't really think that there's much we can do with the TikTok and the Instagram and you
You
know what I
know,
mean.
I think it's the conversations for sure. I mean, I think we're definitely. I said it, guys. Listen, I'm very happy. I don't want to say it too loud because I don't want them to run away. But lately, I've had a lot of women in my DM. A lot of women subscribe to my channel. A lot of women who, even when I look at their social media, it made it's giving me little modern woman boss chick vibes. Okay, and they are in my DMs like, hey. So I think it's more of just expressing a different aspect of the conversation to the ones who may not have known. But I'm going to be honest, I feel like there's a lot of people who really do know. Okay, they know right from wrong, but a lot of people are just in this space of making the rules as they go, as they see fit, and changing them whenever they feel necessary as well. Okay, so they will just, it's kind of like being, I saw a comment, I think it was from Paula, about being unaccountable. I think some of them, they when they're in a corner and they have to be accountable and say, I messed up, they just say, well, oh well, I didn't have any example, nobody taught me. But in actuality, it's like, what you're supposed to be doing, you're not supposed to be doing that, that you are filtering this whole standards of what a relationship is supposed to be, and what your role is in a relationship to yourself. Like I think some of it is just giving a little bit too much credit that they don't know, because I feel like a lot of people really do know. I feel like a lot of people know right from wrong in relationships.
Well, I have set a standard, especially with the females in my family,
Mm-hmm.
that if I have not, or if any male in our family has not met or vetted the man that you're dealing with, I'm sorry, but he could be beating your ass. I won't intervene
Mm.
because, and I had a niece that got married and wanted me to give her away for her wedding. I wouldn't. Why?
Mm.
Because I have a true teaching of manhood. It is my
Right.
responsibility if I give a woman away at her wedding, I'm
Mm-hmm.
basically telling everybody that's in attendance, I have vetted this guy. I know who he is. I know he's a provider. I know he won't abuse my loved one. So
Right.
I can give her away. But
Right.
I told my niece, I can't give you away because I don't know this guy. And a lot of people
Mm.
they do not get that part of being a man.
Can I
Now,
ask you a question?
go ahead.
So how long do you think it would take you to get to know who this person is? Like, would it be like one conversation? Like, she just brings him over
Well,
to
I
dinner?
can I could vet a person and know what he's about just in one conversation.
Okay. Wow.
Just one. I've done it before.
Mm.
Um, Now look at it from this perspective. If you buy a car, if you want to
Mhm.
buy a car,
Mhm.
and you go to see a mechanic to help you in buying that car, and the mechanic tells you no, you buy it anyway, and you get up the road and you break down, that's on you. But if you buy
Right.
that car and the mechanic gives you his blessing, yes, it's a good car, then you get up and you break down again, that mechanic is gonna bust his ass to make sure that that he rights that wrong.
Right.
So I'm not coming to defend anybody
100%.
who didn't come to my counsel first. And I had to have a strong conversation with my sons and
Yeah.
to discuss it with my daughters. Hey, listen, this is the deal. If none of your sisters bring this man to you to vet him, don't defend him when he's beating your ass. There's a lot of men laying in their grave right now defending
Mhm.
a young lady dealing with a nigga who she shouldn't have been dealing with in the first place.
That's tell the
Very
truth
true.
now.
Very true.
Mhm.
Tell the truth now, because that's the truth. Okay, defending somebody that they had no. Tell the truth. That's a valid point, and I think that especially for the women that are around you, I think that says a lot, because a lot of women that's how it used to be, right? Like it used to be like the guy goes to the father, he gets the approval, he dates the wife, he marries her, and like that person, that father knows that his daughter is marrying into, you know, quote unquote good ground. Like that foundation is going to be good because he knows the family, he knows the lineage, he knows who this person is, where his people from, and all of that. And I think that we've gotten so far away from that, but that's the standard, you know, especially good men, right? And when I say
Well,
good men, I know that can kind of sound, you know, kind of off the rails. Like, what
well,
do you mean? But I just mean
well,
like men who uphold a certain standard, you know, when
yeah.
they can look and say, that's the guy. Trust me, I know that's the guy. That's
Well,
great.
Hollywood has made has kept it on the screen forever, and even to this day, you still see something where the young man is coming to meet the father, and he's outside playing with a gun. That is a vetting process.
Right,
They make a joke of it, but it's a vetting process.
right,
He's basically saying that, look, if something happens to my daughter, I'm going to use these guns on you,
right.
basically.
It's gonna be a problem. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So it's still there, it's just that nobody's taking heed to it.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. Can we be honest though? Because a lot of these modern mentalities. Okay, let's start. Let me back up a little bit. Let's start by what it stems from. It stems from the generation before
Mm-hmm.
being babies, having babies,
There you
saying,
go.
"I don't like how my mom was you know, this is the mother saying, I don't like how my mom was being a servant to my dad, and you know, I don't feel like she got anything of it, or what kind of life was that, or she should have been had a career, or she should have done this, and she looked like she was trapped." And then indoctrinating their child with that same exact mentality, that you don't really need a man, you don't this, you don't that. And then in the same aspect, these younger generations, that woman doesn't have respect for men because she doesn't even respect her own father. Teaches her daughter the same thing, who doesn't respect the people around her. So even you, as an uncle who has great insight, are looking for a space of protection, or looking from a space of, you know, I care about your best interest. I know what will work for you. They don't even listen to you.
You're right.
They don't listen because their mom. And the thing is, that bloodline from a mother is not a joke. Like, it's not a joke. Like, because when your mom tells you something, and you have such a strong bond, I mean, I always say it, that was your home for 9 months, 10 months. Okay, that was your home, so that connection is strong. And when your mom is telling you something, it almost feels like you're breaking up with your mom if you go against what she's saying. So if she's saying, don't rely on a man, you don't need a man, men ain't this, men ain't that, all they're gonna do is disappoint you, and you say, but I kind of love this man, you feel like you're betraying your mom in a sense. So it's a really sick and twisted, like, cycle, you know, that has gotten us to now. 100%.
It's really bad.
It's bad.
Which is why most nationalities do not want their blood mates to marry outside of that race, because the ideologies are different.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
You know what I'm saying? They're totally
right,
different.
right, right. They want to make sure that foundation is standard.
Right. I agree.
And
You know. So
to piggyback off what you were saying earlier, about this modern day woman cycle, because I see it as a modern day woman cycle. It's just damaging the younger generation of this don't want a man.
Hmm.
Um, like, what is the end goal? You don't want a man, so I mean, where is this train going? Um, I don't know if you guys ever see this movie. There was a movie with a train, and it keep going around, and it's like people keep dying, but the train is not. It's just not stopping, and people start to realize that they keep passing the same stop. They keep passing the same. Like, what is the end goal? You get what I'm saying? Where is this twisted mindset, as you said? This bloodline, and like, what is the end goal of all of this? And
They're gonna have to be together if they don't get it together. That's what they gonna. That's where it's going. That's where it's going.
because
They're gonna be
because
together.
because even the dogs are not gonna want to be around.
Okay, dog can't stand you. Cat
Yeah.
can't stand you. Cat tearing up your stuff when you go to work. She can't stand you. Okay, dog can't stand you.
Right.
They're gonna end up being together. And which in I definitely don't think a lot of people are opposed to that. If you look
Yeah.
at how the music videos look and all that kind of stuff, it's like very like, oh, very fluid. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's at the rate that we're going. Okay, because it went from, I'm independent, and
Mm-hmm.
I really feel some type of way about Neil with that song, but that Miss Independent, like it started all nice and cool, like yeah, I'm independent, and then here come was it Boosie?
Yeah,
INDE. Then it start getting a little bit more aggressive. Okay, start getting a little bit more aggressive. I'm independent. Yes, I'm independent. And now it's gone like to a whole different space of like I'm independent. I can do everything that a man can do. I'm independent. I don't I can do all this stuff without a man. I am independent. I don't need a man. Where
to,
where
to, to piggyback
where
to
will we go?
piggyback off what the gentleman said about what's the end goal. There is
Mm-hmm.
a post floating around on social media that says um, men don't want to be married anymore as a question. Do men want to be married anymore? And I've always responded, well, I mean, today's woman is giving a man what a man is giving the man married shit. So why would he want to be married? There's an old saying that why something about why buy milk when you can have the cow, right?
It's
But
so
but
true.
but but most of these but first of all, most of these women are not even married. They're not even preparing themselves to be married.
You can't even
So
cook. You can't even
so
cook.
right. So can't cook my jerk chicken, huh?
Right.
Can't get me my curry goat.
Can't cook.
But if a post is floating around, if man want to be married, most of these women is not even positioning themselves to be married. So, and being a wife, like we talk a lot of time,
Hmm.
some of these women want the benefit, like someone said in the comment section, they want the benefit of marriage, they want the benefit of a
You
lot
don't
of
want to work.
stuff, but don't want to work for it. I mean,
Yeah,
we never just get here. Like you have to work to get here. Even being in a YouTube channel, building up that channel to have subscribers and people coming on your live and listening to you, it's not just popped
Everything.
out yesterday and all of a sudden you show up. It's a lot of work. So they don't want to put the work in, but then if they come and start to talk to you and you're a social media star, or, what I mean, you're doing a YouTube thing, they want to piggyback off that benefit. But then when you ask them, oh, could you go get me a camera at Best Buy or grab this on the way? Well, I ain't gonna stop. Well, you get what I'm saying? And it's like,
right.
It's just like so true, Kurt.
mm-hmm,
So true. Okay. It's just like when somebody is maybe they have like a I don't know, car washing business, right? Like a car washing business, and they're saying, "Oh, hey Edward, hey Kashawn, hey, I want to give y'all my flyer, promote my business." And they're like, and then they hear a song that they like, and then they will play it and screenshot it, have it on social media all over the place to promote people that are already above them.
mm-hmm,
And then when you finally have that successful space or that successful business, then they're like, "Oh, hey, you can come wash my car?" No, like,
right,
no, I don't think I can. I don't think I'm available. And as you said, it's the same aspect. It's the same exact aspect. Like people don't want to put the work in. People don't want to start from somewhere. They don't want to have that foundation. And where does that foundation come from? It starts from, like you said, like Conundrum said, the vetting process.
mm-hmm,
You getting into something
And
you don't even know what you're getting into. You don't even know this person.
and please, ladies, stop counseling with your girlfriends
oh man,
as to whether or not you have a good man or not.
right,
You can say that again. Say it again for the people in the back.
Stop counseling with your girlfriends about whether or not you have a good man or not.
Cause she don't know. Cause she ain't never had a good man. How she gonna know?
And even if she had a good man, her path to getting to that good man may be different from anywhere else. You're gonna, you can't bring a dentist problem to a heart surgeon. Although they're both doctors, two different specialties.
Hmm. Sounds accurate to me. I
So
don't know what y'all think. Sound accurate to me.
Edward, no, he's been around a lot of those women.
Everybody you laugh. So, but it sounds real accurate to me. Okay. And I see this people. I see people say this all the time. They say, "Oh, single women keep other women single," which is very true. But also, married women keep other women single too.
Hmm.
Okay, because sometimes they want to live vicariously through their friend,
Right.
so they telling you to do the wrong
I,
things
I
as well.
I can give a young lady right now on your that's in your chat room the best
Hmm.
method of telling whether or not she has a man that's upstanding and has some kind of decency. If he lives on
Hmm.
his own, just look at his light bill from the last 2 years and see how many times he's been disconnected or how many times he's been late on his bills. That shows inconsistency, and it also shows someone who may be immature as well.
Hmm.
And
Just
that's
his
and
light
that's
bill.
an and that's another thing that I always find amazing. Oh, they're like some people will be alone and they were living alone, maintaining themselves, but then when they get with someone, all of a sudden they need that person to help them pay the bill. Like you were good
Well,
alone.
I tell you this, I was married once, and now
Uh-huh.
I'm in the best situation with a beautiful engineer right now. She just actually just came in and told me to cut the lights off. I'm sitting in my car. Um, and we had to understand that marriage was a business. We didn't understand it then until after we separated, got a divorce, and when she got remarried, I was damn near on the front pew. Now we have a very good relationship with myself and my children, but we have
Right.
a very clear understanding of what our purpose was. Far
Mm.
too often, people, I can't understand how a woman does not look toward a man for what a man is supposed to do, which is to be a provider.
Mm-hmm.
That's his first. That's his first job. Nothing else. He provides.
Hmm.
But you have so many women, especially in Louisiana. I can't speak for anywhere else. You have a better chance at finding a wife or a good girlfriend as a prisoner than you would as a recent college graduate.
Mm. Now, hold up
So
now.
so ladies in the chat, and ma'am, I don't mean to disrespect your panel.
No.
Good dick don't pay bills.
Oh no, he didn't.
Oh man. Oh man. Mm-mm-mm.
Okay.
Now, I wouldn't give a damn how long it is, how good it is, how it make
Nothing.
you feel. When the
Nothing.
lights get cut off, you cannot bring it to the light bill as a source of payment. It's not gonna happen.
Nope.
I, I gotta go.
Kirk
Oh
said, "What?
man.
I don't know what you talking about. I gotta go." But
No, but he's talking the truth though.
it's true though.
It's
Yeah,
true.
But
definitely
it's
is.
true
They're
though.
more focused on that than the actual what a man can do for
But
them.
I
That
always
is
say
so
this
true. That is that
when
is that is the truth.
it
You
is
know what I
true.
mean?
And for the younger females, that's attracted to a guy because he has gold chains, he has a lot of money in his pocket. Run that nigga credit report.
Oh,
But I want to say
Oh,
something too though. I also want to say though, okay, because I just gotta keep, River keep it real. Okay, I have to say that I do think that the emphasis will it keep the lights on? Absolutely not. But is intimacy a huge part in a relationship? It is. Is it important to know the whereabouts and what's going on? It is important. But in the context that you're talking about, when it comes to that, and he ain't got no, again, he has no money management. He don't know how to put nothing together. He, like you said, you check the last times that his lights been cut off. They cut off every single month. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to that aspect, compared to, you know, how he put it down, it's not going to equate to having a stable life or a stable
Well,
lifestyle.
look at it from this perspective.
Hmm.
Most marriages and most unions that have been together for more than 10 years, that have been involved in a business or some type of venture, will stay together longer. Look at
Yes.
politicians who get caught cheating. Look at pastors who get caught cheating. You know what the common interest is? The
Hmm.
bag.
Yep.
What's the guy Gilliam down in Florida who got caught
Hmm.
in a hotel
Oh, the
room?
guy. Yeah, I think he was a senator.
Yeah. So why would actually a former governor? Why would his
Governor.
wife stay? I mean, former mayor. Why would his wife
Oh
stay?
man,
Because there's a bag involved. You
I
know,
always say that.
if you ever look at what's the name of this show, um House of Cards.
Mm-hmm.
House of Cards gives you a complete idea of what a relationship should be about, a relationship or marriage.
Mm,
There has to be a financial goal, and there have to be some realistic goals as well. It's not just waking up every day to screw the same person.
right. No, but I always say that too. I always say that in a relationship, yes, you guys are right. He was a former mayor, correct.
Yeah.
I always say that in relationships that when you have two people who are attached to a purpose, that withstands the test of time. When it's just a
Right. There you
when
go.
it's on stuff that's fleeting, just like how you said, when it's on stuff that's fleeting, like love and this, and how he made me feel and how he made me this, and no, but when two people are attached to a purpose, a goal that's bigger than themselves, they will work them arguments out. They will learn how to get along. They will learn how to communicate with each other. They will get into alignment with each other for the bigger
Well,
purpose.
I'll tell you this. I don't think that if women got away from making their own selections in men, we
Mm-hmm.
might be able to get our way out of this shit. But the problem is, you have a lot of women that follow feministic ideologies,
Yep.
and they don't want, they feel as though they can make their decision in men better than a man can. And that, if that's the way they want to see it, look at it, and hey, go ahead and marry your Charles Manson. I'm good with it. But at some point, some have to give. You have women who feels that the decision making, is better than that of a man. In some cases, it is. But when it comes to selecting your mate, traditionally, traditionally, it has been done by a man.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Right.
And
Absolutely.
Yeah.
and
But
and I
but
don't listen. Let me tell
Even
you
my
something.
grandparents was that. Even my grandparents.
Yeah, I think I do fairly well financially,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't give a damn how much money a man make. He can never ever outsave a woman and outcount a woman. It won't happen.
Mm.
If you
what do
take
you
it,
hold on? What do you mean by that?
if I give you $10,000 right now,
Mm-hmm.
you might go through it in 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. Give that same $10,000 to a woman with 5 kids. Not only would they all be dressed, but she'll still have some money left over for bills. I don't know how they do it, but they do it.
Got you.
I think that's relative. I think that's relative. I
So,
think that can be true, but that definitely can be false as well.
could be. But from my walks,
Mm-hmm.
I've seen some women make things happen with a little money, and I've
Mm-hmm.
seen men with a lot of money fuck it up really quick.
Right.
I'm one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Yeah.
That's very true.
So, but there was a study, because after these feminists got all in the uproar about equality and how they equal to men, there was a study called Bear Grylls. It's actually on YouTube, and
Mm-hmm.
and they took there was these feminists who said that they could build a society just as good as men. All right, so they took
Mm-hmm.
men, put them on a remote island. They took women and put them on a remote island. In 3 weeks, them women was ready to come home. They were fighting. They couldn't
Of
feed
course.
themselves. They couldn't build shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Bear Grylls, and it's actually on YouTube. Look it up. So that kind of quelled some of the arguments of some of the traditional feminists that they are equal to men.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think Bear Grylls also is some of these modern women in TikTok that think that they can keep doing the same thing, but
Mm-hmm.
Right.
in reality they're making videos saying I don't want no man, I want this, but then on the next time you see them they're crying saying that this, that, and the third, and I don't get it.
No, but women definitely like at this state right now, and I really want Edward to speak too, because Edward is so calm. He would just come on and not say anything, and then he'll be like, "Well, I just have a little piece to share." But I think that especially the space that we're in right now, when it comes to women, they just really think that they have. Okay, so you have like women just thought that they can like focus on their career and then get a man whenever they feel like it, right? And then like when they're ready, it'll be an option for them. And then you have a man like Kevin Samuels, okay, that comes on as like a hell no. Like that's not gonna work. That's not gonna happen, and puts women in check. And now you have women that are rebellious, that are taking it a step further and like, oh, but actually I can choose. And actually it's gonna be when I feel like it. And actually men don't have the ability to tell me when I can get married. I have the ability to make a man want to marry me. You know, that whole rebellious mindset. So women really think, modern women, I have to say, definitely think that they have all the time in the world. Like they can just stand around, wait, do whatever they want to, figure it out, you know. And whenever they decide that they want to take that step, that there's going to be so many people, you know, waiting around for them, that they will have, you know, they'll be able to pick, choose, and refuse at that point. And that is not true.
Well, well, those women who say that I don't want a man, I'm good with this. You ever been in one of those situations where somebody really wanted something? You say, "Well, look, I had this for you," and they'll say, "Well, I ain't really want it anyway," but they actually did.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just a defense mechanism.
It
So
is.
that's women who are saying that, well, I don't really want a man, I'm fine by myself, I don't want marriage, and that's just their defense mechanism, in my opinion.
Of course it is. Yeah, because I mean that's the space that they're in based off of choices, not necessarily because they want to be in that space. But then there's other people who are getting influenced by that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, misery loves company.
Misery loves company, and it's not a nice thing. It's not a
No,
nice thing. So,
and there are some, uh, um, as a married man, I should not be hanging out with a bunch of men who's not married. As a married woman, she should not be hanging out with a bunch of women who's not married, because their responsibilities are totally different.
hmm
And either one or two things is going to happen. Either the single woman is going to convince the married woman to do single shit, or vice versa. And
but I
more than
think,
likely, huh?
but I think that I think that for a married woman, for sure, like you are the company that you keep. Because I always say this, that um women are the absorbers, right? We literally absorb everything. We absorb a lot of energy, and literally intimately, like we are the absorbers. Like that's just what we are. A woman is a sponge. You can see a woman listening to a love song and she'll just come over and be like, oh my god, baby, I love you so much, you know. Or she listening to some kind of twerk song, you know, she's gonna be all hyper. Whereas men, I feel like, are kind of like stable within their mindset. Stuff doesn't really affect them as much. I'm not saying it doesn't affect them at all, but it doesn't affect them as much as like a woman is genuinely and naturally affected. And so I think that as a woman, when it comes to your homegirls, I genuinely think that, like, yeah, like you need to have level headed women around you. If you're a married woman, a lot of single women just can't relate. Okay, they just can't. Like, they don't understand when you say you got to go home and cook. Like, they don't get it. They don't understand when you say like, oh, it's Saturday, girl. You know what that means? I gotta clean. They're like, no, we're going to brunch. What are you talking about? Like, they just generally don't get it. But I think for a man, it's a little different. I don't know.
Nah, because I witnessed a lot of married men being drugged into strip clubs with their single friend.
Well, why can't he go?
Uh, but what I'm saying is their responsibilities are different. I'm not saying
hmm
he can't. I'm not saying he can't go. You know what I'm
hmm
saying? But the responsibilities are different. You know, that's just the way I see it.
I think that after a while, I wouldn't totally say that you can't have single friends and hang out with single friends because of getting bad influence. I just think it boils down to you as a person and what you willing to put up with. Um, so hanging out with certain people, if you're strong minded about your relationship and what you want and with your wife, and you know what I mean, I don't think, because I have friends that we hang out, but they can't. You get what I'm saying?
Chalk
Then
Keys
they,
out. I'm
yeah,
saying he can't go.
Yeah, I guess this is a woman. I'm saying he can't go. My bad, girl. Okay, I was just
Your chat
asking.
room, your
I
chat room
was
is hilarious.
just asking.
right.
I was just trying to see what happened.
but
I was just saying.
it's just all depends. I think it all depends.
I think it depends too, but I don't know. I just don't look at. I mean, and of course, the statement that I'm making is a broad statement, and of course, all women are not the same, all men are not the same. You know, you have men that are influenced, and you have women who are not influenced. You know, but I'm just saying, for me, I just feel like with the man and the woman, it's just so different. You know, because that a man who's on his, you know, on his p's, on his q's, it doesn't matter who he's around. He's gonna do what he got to do. Like I don't feel like men are that kind of like as like follow fashion as like women would be, in my opinion.
Now,
We're not.
now,
We're not.
some of you gentlemen may disagree with this, but I believe in keeping I believe in keeping an open book with my woman. All right,
Yes.
Mhm.
she knows where I am at all times. When I say at all times, all times. In other words, I allow her to track my phone. Okay, because
Track
I
your
need
phone?
her to know where I am. Part, yeah, she tracks my phone,
Okay.
and I need her to know where I am. And it's to a point where I mean, you know, she's confident that I'm not out here fucking off. Excuse my language, but
Mhm.
it I we're secure, and she's been tracking my phone. I'm good with that. I don't have a problem with it.
Mhm.
Most men will.
Yeah, most men would.
Mhm.
Most men would be like, why?
That's true.
Most men like, what you want to know where I'm?
Well, I mean, my thing is I travel a lot. I'll probably fly maybe 2 or 3 times a month.
Mhm.
All right, and I want people to know where I am. Somebody has to know where my black ass is.
But yeah, absolutely.
I think it's okay. I think we should say that for a different conversation because this is gonna go down a whole rabbit hole of an entire different conversation just based off of like how my mentality is.
Uh-huh.
But like I like for me, like, are you tracking her phone?
No, I don't. You know what? We have this Life 360 thing. I think I can see where she is, but I don't pay attention. I don't.
You don't pay attention. So she don't pay attention for you to yours then.
But she
Because women are
does.
nosy. Okay, we be knowing.
She
Because
does.
once you give her that tracker, she like, hold up. Because he said he was going to the store. And it has been 25 minutes, and that store is
Well,
5 minutes away.
I'll tell you this: the most annoying part about her tracking me is that she know when I'm near either a Target or Walmart. I gotta stop and get shit.
Fair. That's fair.
That's
I
not
don't know.
fair.
For me, I
That's not
think that
fair.
like I don't think that ownership when it comes to a woman and a man is necessary in a relationship. And that just seems like ownership to me. You know, like I feel like it's
A little
different. I feel
bit.
like with the man, it's like he's the protector. He's the one that needs to make sure you good. He needs to know where you at. Like you are the person that he is covering and making sure that everything is all right. Like he needs to know where you at. But I feel like as a woman, like not that you don't need to know, especially when it comes to like just safety or whatever. Not saying that you don't need to know, but at the same time, like I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that mystique with the man is very important.
Well,
Like,
I mean,
is she at the
I'll
store
put it like this:
or not?
I I know her movements. All
Uh
right,
huh.
I know her movements. She doesn't move as much as I do, and I can pretty much tell you where she'll be in the course of a week. But
Mhm.
she can't say the same for me.
Mm. I understand what you're saying. So,
Yeah.
this comment says, was whose idea was it to track you, yours or hers?
Actually, it was mine.
Okay.
It was mine. It was mine. And
You sure? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
what you said?
I was just playing. I said, you sure? I'm
Yeah,
just playing.
it was mine. And I went to St. Croix and got completely
Oh,
fucking
they
lost.
already in
Excuse
this
my
shit.
language.
Okay.
Oh wow,
What
lost.
you said?
You got lost.
Yeah, I lost. I got lost on St. Croix is not really a big island, but
Mm.
I really got lost. Had no GPS, and it was a shit show. So ever since then, I just had to track my phone.
Mhm. Okay. Well, I mean, but it's your. I mean, it's your choice. You know, everybody's
Yeah.
relationship is different. Whoever it's not like you're out here like I don't know why she tracking my phone, and you don't like that. Like you're cool with it. Like you guys have that kind of relationship. I think that's good. But I think that like most times it creates and breeds like a toxic relationship.
Nah. Well,
with the other
I
people too. Like with
I'm
people who.
solid in what I have, man. And I can't think of that I've ever been in a better situation. I'm the kind of person that can watch somebody flirt with my woman from across the room, and I'm literally betting with myself how long it'll be before she shuts him down. And I'm
Mm,
good with that. That's how solid I am with my
mhm.
woman.
You're content.
Mhm.
Very.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
Well,
I mean, I
well,
think that's good. I think that's healthy.
well, that's
It's healthy when you are content and you don't have any issue.
right.
She have your phone, she can track it, she can this. And I think that says I think that says a lot about the type of woman that she is as well.
Mhm.
Exactly.
That you're free, because maybe if she was so naggy, you'd be the complete opposite.
You're right.
Right.
Trust me, I've had the naggies.
Right.
Y'all
Right.
I've,
at one point.
Yeah,
Well,
because like
that's
these modern women come off the bat like, let me see your phone. Like
right. Well,
uh-uh.
that's what
now,
he was saying. That
now,
is.
Rev, that's another conversation that we need to have
We do.
about
We
Mhm.
do.
about about what's kept inside the phone.
Oh.
I don't want to.
Ooh.
I don't want to see your phone. Like, okay, we're gonna revisit this next Monday. We have to put this in part of the conversation. But like, I don't want to see your phone. I don't care what's in the phone. I'm not gonna lie. That might sound crazy. You might be
Mhm.
like, Ripper, you don't care what's in the phone. I don't care what's in the phone. I don't want to see what's in the phone. And guess what? I'm not going to the phone. I'm not going to the phone. I'm not picking up the phone. If your phone is ringing, you can go get your own phone. I don't need to go to the phone, because women are very creative in our mindsets and have the ability that even if it's nothing, make it look like it might be something,
Mhm.
just to satisfy that need of going through the phone. And now you have a problem for no reason. I'm not going through the phone. I'm not going through the phone. I'm not going through the phone. I don't want to see the phone. I'm not going through your Instagram DM. I don't care who you're talking to. I don't care who you're texting, because I understand the nature of a man. Okay. I know that a man can like a million pictures on Instagram. Maybe somebody in his DM, maybe he flirting. I don't know what the case is. Sometimes men do that just to see if they got it. Okay. If you're not stressing me out, and me and you are good and we are content, I don't want to know what's in the phone. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I think
Okay.
that's unnecessary stress. If you have to wonder what's in the
Yeah.
phone, or if you have to go in the phone, that make no sense to me.
I think you're the only woman I've ever heard say that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a
Oh yeah.
difference though.
Look,
Why River
this is my
says that.
friend. She said, my friend said, yeah, because yeah, like what's the what's the point?
I
Why?
had
You
I
got
had
good
old
people
dating
around
apps
you.
that
That's
I had to
why I
delete
think.
just
See what I'm
because
saying?
she's
That don't make
soft.
no sense. That don't make no sense. I'm sorry. That don't make no sense. Okay, resident. Well, Edward.
Hmm.
Edward wanted to say something, resident, and then hello, John. Thank you so much for joining. Okay, so Edward,
Thank
what
you for
happened?
having me.
What
Yes,
happened,
yes,
Edward?
y'all. What's up? What's up? Oh man. Um, I think that well, peace to everybody in the house who's watching. Thank you, Riva, for this wonderful platform here on Valentine's Day. I want to say to all the baby mamas, keep your head up. All the baby daddies, keep your head
Way
up,
too
keep your
much.
head out. So let's go ahead and so
You way
I
too
wanted
much.
to talk about a few things, but the thing I wanted to that I think we're kind of downplaying a little bit are the friends, because Riva, it's easy for you to do that when you don't have a friend in your ear. Like, you didn't check his phone, I have to check my man's phone
Mhm.
because last time I didn't check it, this and that. I've had you every like ever since this stream started, you reminded me of a particular situation. I'm not going to share it now, but
Cause
maybe
you
if
be
we have
sharing. Cause you be
time.
sharing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm saving it. I'm gonna
Okay.
let everybody else talk before I share it. But
Okay.
about how someone's quote unquote friend. You know that they have this saying that men are friends for like different reasons, and sometimes our sisters are friends. And they kind of have different intentions. You
Mhm.
know, Chris Rock has a joke. If a man sees a good woman, like say Kashawn has a girlfriend or a wife, a man will say, like me, will say, I want a girl like that. And
Mhm.
in Chris Rock's joke, a woman would say, I want him. I don't want someone like him. I want him. So sometimes it's a little bit of a competition. So
Mm-hmm.
what I wanted to say is I think we also kind of downplay the role that friends, quote unquote friends, can play on Valentine's Day. And, you know, right, your friend doesn't hold you down like, yeah, doesn't hold you down like your man does. And again, man, you keep making me think of this one particular story with this young lady. And
Mm-hmm.
it's just amazing how, again, as, you know, I want to say I hate to do it, but I don't hate to do it. As Mr. Samuel says, you know, sometimes women keep women single. So
That's
I've
a fact.
seen it. I know it. So that's it. And the thing that I wanted to mention like an hour ago is it's a little hard when you hear the song. You go to Lady Saw. I got your man, and you can't do anything about it.
About it.
And then you have to the left, to the left. I can find another you in a minute. Matter of fact, he'll be here in a minute. Ain't no guy songs really like that.
Nope.
Where
But ain't it sad? Isn't it sad that you could find another him in a minute, but then you can't? But that was like the best. But he was the only one that treated you like that. He was the only person that you could trust like that. He was the only person you could talk to like that. And you spent all these years trying to replace this person. Ain't it
That's
sad?
because they
yeah,
don't go out and look for it. They wait for it.
Yeah, because God's supposed to send it to
with no
them.
work in,
They pray. They
and
pray.
that
He's supposed to come knock on
they
the door
touch the
because they don't go
mansion.
anywhere to meet a man. So they just pray. And so I guess it's supposed to be the mailman or the Amazon.
You manifest.
He's
The
supposed to knock on
Amazon
the door and
Prime.
say,
The delivery.
he's supposed to knock on the door and say,
Oh,
"It's me."
it's
It's
me,
me.
man.
That's the
Yeah.
truth. That's the truth. Resident, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Can you hear me, guys? Well.
We can hear
Yeah, we
you.
can.
Okay. Just to say, like, what he was going off on what he was saying earlier, like, when he was saying, like, at least you don't have nobody in your ear. You've mentioned in your videos before that you usually shut that down, so I already know.
Yeah.
How my thing is this, like, and I think I've been on your show before with the other girl and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, okay, again, I'm probably in the minority. Well, I might be in the majority because there's like a whole 80% of men out there that are really kind of invisible at this point. So,
Okay.
my thing is this, like, most of the women that are out here, they're always looking for like the top 10% guys.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So there's still like a whole 90% of guys that are out there. There are average guys, everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now these guys are regular guys. Some of them may be, more confident. Some may not be, or whatever. They're all looking for, just someone that they can work with. And these two are guys that are willing to work with the modern woman, so to speak. Okay? Me, I'm not going to say like I'm some alpha guy. I'm not going to say that I am, a high earner. I have a good job, okay? Uh and I'm comfortable with where I am at the moment. I could do better. Um but my thing is this. I don't want to keep on like continuing this cycle of like where in order for me to get the chicks that I want, like I would have to be the top percent guy. We all can't do that. It's impossible. You
Mm-hmm.
have to have stages, and we all have to have a certain place in life.
Right.
So everybody has a purpose. Okay, the
Yeah.
guys that are on the low or whatever, and the guys that are so called like betas and stuff like that, they have their purpose. Okay, specifically, an alpha can't exist without a beta. Okay, so without at least several betas. Anyway, so
Mm-hmm.
it's as an average guy, like I'm trying to look for a woman to say, okay, fine, you know what? Yeah, you know what? You can have things your way at certain times. I can have my way at certain times. It can be equal. I understand how that sounds. However, you're going to have to respect me. Okay? Like, you're not going to look at me because I may either, make less than you. I may not have the ambition that you want. You
Mm-hmm.
still have to give me some sort of respect. I still have a purpose. I'm not, just because the grass is greener on the other side that you seem that you can probably get. It's not, like, you shouldn't have to always want that. Like, I have my purpose. And I feel like uh guys like Kevin Samuels, even though he lost it and everything like that, um like, I feel like his content is strengthening the top percent of guys, and it's constantly giving more fuel to the women that are trying to go for those guys. If you're trying to build the Black community, you have to start out from the bottom, the foundation, the everyday person. You have to get women to understand that it's okay. You're not settling for, oh my God, I couldn't reach the top, so now I have to settle for a beta. No, you're settling for a man that's willing to work for you, with you, okay, willing to build with you, okay, and willing to, build generational future for the next kids. We have to be able to work with what we have, you know, because that's what we have. If we constantly keep on looking to the top, then we're always going to wonder for that and never focus on what we already have. So where can we go from there? You don't strengthen the foundation from starting at the top. You have to start from the bottom. And
Well, for
that's what
me,
I'm saying.
mm-hmm.
So I feel like there's like this dysfunctional cycle that keeps on, like, going around and around and around, where it's like you have men that, like, young men who were ignored or whatever, blah 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 blah, the friend zone guys that makes a set, like, build themselves up, become successful, and then they get to turn around and shit on the women that treated them certain type of way or whatever. And then those women keep on looking at those top percent guys that have built themselves up to up here, telling that, oh, men ain't shit, because now all the whole 80 percent of guys that are behind are like, they're just invisible. You keep on rotating with the same top standard,
Can I
and
be
you're
honest with
missing everybody else in between. you know
you?
Bless you.
Sorry. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Let me be honest with you.
Hmm.
I value. Okay, first of all, we can't come from the Godfather kid now. We can't come from my
No, I'm
Godfather
not coming from.
kid.
No, I'm not saying
Okay,
that he's wrong.
because
I'm not saying that
he
he's
does
wrong, and I'm
talk a
not
lot
saying that what
about.
he's saying is not
He actually tells a
right.
lot of women that call on that they need to work with somebody who's around their area. They need to work with
Hmm.
somebody that they can get on their page. Okay,
Hmm.
they need to not go for this guy because this guy that I feel like he's actually saying the opposite. I feel like he's
Yeah,
saying a
well,
lot of you guys,
No, no.
this
I
guy
like there's
who's
there's
in.
there's if this one thing. If you look at it this way, you have Kevin Samuels, and then you look at, like, other platforms like We Need to Talk. Okay, have you ever anybody seen those guys?
I think I've
Okay,
seen them. I can't
all right.
remember.
You've shown a couple of videos on your program
Okay, so then
before
I
of
know
them.
them. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, where you see an invisible guy and you just see a girl in chair, and
Oh
you're
yes,
just
yeah,
looking
yeah.
at her. Okay, and
Mhm.
you see how she reacts to what he's saying.
Mhm.
Okay, this is a guy who's giving her examples. He's not saying, like, okay, all right, let's attack by um going by everything that you value so much. Like Kevin Samuels, he'll go by what a lot of women value, which is their image, their uh their status that they've made for themselves, their education, all that other stuff, and say, you know what, it really doesn't mean anything to guys, and it truly it doesn't. Okay, because that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for somebody that's going to be a good addition to us, that's going to be peaceful when we get home. Okay, and you know allow us to build our legacy. Okay, simple. But again, it's with Kevin Samuels because of the way he speaks, and it's actually needed because a lot of women are very emotional, and the only way you can actually get through to them is to actually attack that emotion. Okay, he's attacking it from one side. Okay.
Women are coming on, okay, and they're saying what they deserve, and he's saying,
Mm-hmm.
what makes you be able to deserve this?
Yeah.
And they don't have anything to back up why they think that they deserve this
Of
high
course
earning
not.
man. So then
Because
he
you know
turns
what they
them right
have?
back around. Hold on one second. He spins that
Mm-hmm.
chair right back around, and he says, you need to go get with somebody who fits this criteria. You need to go get with a man that has a job, that live in your area. You don't got to make six figures. The two of you together might be able to make six figures, and you need to go ahead and make that work. So I think it's actually the opposite. But also, a high value man is not just about wealth. Okay,
It's not.
there's a lot
It's
of
not.
men out here. You know, some people call it BDE. Okay, the chat can go ahead and express
Yeah,
what
we get it.
BDE
We
is.
get it.
And it's an aura. It's an energy that you have. There's a man that he don't have to have a dollar. Every female's gonna want him because of his self-respect. And I say this all the time. When a man has a whole bunch of self-respect, you can't get past him. Okay, there's something attractive about it that
Mm-hmm.
a woman just has to kind of like go with it, even if she wants to go against the grain. It's just like, but I really want to, go off, but I just feel like I can't. Like it's just certain. It's the dominance that's there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hey guys, I'm gonna jump off the panel. I'm kind of getting into
Thank
some
you so much.
Valentine's trouble, but
Oh,
I'm gonna keep
I'm
listening.
sorry. Okay, go celebrate. Thank you so
I'll,
much for joining. Thank you.
Have a good night.
I'll be listening. Peace.
Okay, thank you. And I saw there was somebody else who was in the stream, and I think he came off. I would love for him to come back because I've never seen him on here before, and I always want to see somebody new on here expressing themselves. But it's just a certain thing that they have, this, and again, I have to say self-respect because that's the ultimate. Like when a man respects himself, it makes that woman really respect him because he's like, I'm not taking nothing from you. I don't care what you have to say. I don't care this. I don't care who it is. Nobody's going to disrespect me. And so what's interesting is that high value man financially does not
Mm-hmm.
mean that that man is operating as a quote unquote alpha male. Does not mean
No.
that. He has
Nope.
finances, he has wealth, he can attract and be in a relationship with whoever he wants to, but it doesn't mean that he knows his way around women.
Mm-hmm.
Those are two very different things, because you can have a man who never touched that amount of money that this guy touched,
Mm-hmm.
but he knows his way around women and can just attract a woman, get a woman in his mind, in a true alpha male's mind, a high value man. When I talk about like who he is, he don't have to. He can make any woman into his wife. Okay, she got to be real off the rails for him not to be able to mold her and fix her and blend him to be somebody that's real out there. But to a female, you have men saying like, "Oh, I can't find a good woman," and this man is like, "Oh, really? Because I have like a couple options." Like, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not because of finances. It's not because of wealth. It's not because he's driving a certain car. It's energy.
Exactly. Energy does matter.
Can I tell you? Can I tell you how?
Mm.
So this is how you can do that for my young brothers who are thinking, I want to be that guy. Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Again,
Okay, good, good, good. All right. So for my young brothers, this is how you can become that guy if you're not that guy. And what up, Wes, on the side? Like I treat it like a job. So I remember working. I'm gonna tell it through a story. I remember working at a job, the Home Depot. I was working as
Oh
a
God,
cashier.
don't get me started.
Yeah, yeah. So I, you know about it.
Okay, yeah.
I was having the worst time there. I was thinking about all the things that I wasn't getting. I was thinking about how the pay was crappy, the managers were treating me like crap. I
mm-hmm.
actually was called the N word there. I had braids at the time, so tying my shoes, and my manager just puts their hand all in my new fresh braids. This older European lady of European descent. and it was horrible. Actually, a lot of other things happened, but then something happened to me one day. I started to focus on what I can do and what I could do. And I knew that it was a temporary situation. And I started giving and and eventually I moved on from that job through my effort, through focusing on the things that I could do, who I am, and using the little things to propel me forward.
Right.
So stop focusing for all my brothers, my young brothers who want to get the girl, want to get focus on not what you can get from her. Oh, I'm gonna get some. I'm gonna get some attention. I'm gonna get focus on giving, not
Mm-hmm.
just what you can get from somebody, but what you can give. The reason why Pookie and Ray Ray can get her, because they're not thinking when they come up to her, oh, what can I get? I'm nervous. I need to get this reaction from her. I need to get this. They're thinking about what can I give? Okay, what does she like? What would she like me to say? How would she like me to come at her?
Yep.
I'm gonna give her what, oh, she likes compliments. I'm gonna give her oh, she wants a man to walk like this, talk like this, act like this. It's not about being fake. It's not about being fake. It's
About
about
being in
adjusting.
tune, in tune,
It's a
in tune.
mhm,
Mm-hmm.
in tune,
There
knowing
is.
what they want. Again, body. I could come on here. I could just as easily, you know, wear whoop de doo, to come on the stream. But I respect y'all. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. So I put a little bit more effort into it because I'm not thinking about what I can get. I'm thinking about what I can give.
Yeah.
Again, we
Mm-hmm.
talked about law of attraction. I'm gonna end it like this. A lot of us brothers are just as bad as the women who think about manifesting because we think about manifesting women and beautiful women without trying to give anything within the process. You have to give them what they want, not what you want to give them. So
We're gonna come
that's the
back to
way
that,
that you
Edward.
can do it.
We're gonna
Hmm.
come back to that. We're gonna come back right to that. Okay. About you have that written down?
Yeah, I'm.
Okay, we're
Yeah,
gonna come back to that. Okay, we're gonna
I
come back
think
to
you
that.
should get
Okay,
to
I,
John
I
though.
want I want John to be able to talk because I know that we lost him one time. And so I always like when a new person comes on that we allow them to speak. So hello, John. How are you? Welcome.
Okay, how y'all doing? But I actually wanted to, you feel me, kind of catch up on some of the things that y'all was talking about because Edward's
Okay.
kind of, you feel me, going to a deep topic. I kind of like where he was going with that.
Yeah, me
Kind of
too.
want him to elaborate on that. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, Edward was spitting. Okay, because
Right. I'm gonna
Edward
kind of,
said,
I did, I chime in a little after that.
okay, sounds great. Okay, Edward said,
All right.
Edward
What I
said
said,
he
Thank you.
that
I ain't said
a lot of
nothing.
men come in, step in, okay, and they are somewhat not willing to put no work in. That's
Mm-hmm.
what I heard him say. That's what I heard.
That's
And
You
basically
know
what.
why? Uh, I'm sorry. Let me be quiet.
no,
Well,
go ahead.
let me say this quickly. Because we're resentful. We're resentful because we tried with that other girl. Like Kashawn talked about Valentine's Day, one of the worst day of his life. I've been there. I'm sure a lot of us have been there, where you know you give, and then he's not feeling it, or whatever, whatever, or homeboy gave her nothing, or maybe she gave her what she wanted instead of what you wanted to give her.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another thing. I think a lot of it's resentment. We feel like we're owed it because we did put the work in. We do got the money now. We do got this what you wanted, right? But maybe that's not everything that you wanted. Again, you got to put it. River, you told me something that I wrote down before. You talked about the BDE. Like you got to. People feel like they shouldn't have to work. It's like I got you this car, I got you this house, I got you this. I'm the man now. What the problem is? You the problem, sir. Your heart. You're disingenuous now. You became her.
Mm,
So you became the user.
Mm-hmm.
And just because you're using her for, you're using her for your ego. You're using her for your ego now. She used to use you for her ego. Now you're using her for your ego. So yeah, I got her. I finally got her. Yeah, but you're not doing anything to keep her, and you really don't have her. So
Yeah.
next time, my young brothers, when you walk up to a sister, um, think about, how can I make her? And you have to be genuine,
Mm-hmm.
because women deal with dudes, hundreds and hundreds of dudes every day, all day. So they're gonna know. So sometimes it's not that they're using you; it's that you try to manipulate her, and she already knows what's up. So you move the chess piece this way, she already boom, 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 finished. So making you think that you're doing something. So I don't know how we got on this topic, but well, since I got y'all, let me go ahead and tell this story that I had, and
Mm-hmm.
then
Let me say something really quick, and then I want to hear the
yes,
story. So,
yes,
what I thought you were saying was, which, hey, okay, when a man talks to men, I don't say nothing. I'm not gonna lie, I don't say nothing because I'm a woman. I can tell you guys my experience of a man, but I can't tell you certain things, okay? And I don't. So I just let you speak. One thing that I do want to say is I thought you were gonna go from a different aspect when it comes to not putting the work in, and you're coming from putting the work in as in like being in tune with your counterpart, knowing that woman, knowing who she really is. And real I feel like alpha men do that. I feel like they don't have that issue. They don't have a problem connecting. Like they listen. They're listening to you. They hear what you're saying. They know what you're thinking before it comes out of your mouth. They already know because they know the nature of a woman because they've dealt with so many women. Like when a man deals with a lot of women, he knows. Okay, he's very well aware. He knows what you're about to come with. He knows what you might be ready about to say because he did this. You might say this because he knows kind of like the reaction that normally happens maybe around a certain woman. The
Mm-hmm.
issue that I find some aspect is that some people, some men, okay, I'm treading lightly, guys. Okay, don't be mad
you
at
don't
River.
gotta tread
For real.
lightly. You can give it to her.
Some men don't. Some men just want the finished product. They just want her to be perfect right off the bat. No
Yeah.
customization. I don't need to tell her to do this. I don't need to influence her and let her know what I need from her to get on my page. I don't need to mold her to the woman that I want her to be or the woman that I envision myself growing with. You know, some in that aspect when it comes to the working, that's an issue. And people say that's not true. It's the woman that's not coachable, and that is also very true. I don't have no problem saying that as well. But a lot of things don't come ready made. A
Nope.
lot of it is a lot of it is the product of that woman being able to be coached, okay, molded, change her ways, growth, and all that from the man that is teaching and leading her. A lot of men just see a woman and they'll be like, "Oh wow, she look like she just got it all together," and you don't know who put the work in for you to see that product that you see right there. So in that aspect, I think that some people want that ready-made, perfect, like, especially when we have these conversations. A lot of the men are like, oh, "Okay, well, if she don't do this, and I'm out." If well, the first time she disrespect me, I'm an alpha. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, one thing she says, and it's like, no, no, no. She was a good woman. She just didn't grow up and see anything. Maybe she just needed you to work for her a little bit. I can understand if she's giving you pushback. Nobody wants no stress and no drama in their life. I can understand if she's fighting with you every step of the way. Nobody don't want no drama. You know what I'm saying? But she's working with you. Okay, she's really giving you some space right there. Like that could have been the one. That could have been the one that you're molding, and you're still kind of looking elsewhere when that woman was perfectly moldable for you. She just wasn't 100% ready yet. And that's still okay. That's still okay. I just wanted to say that. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
Can I say something?
Sure.
All
Mhm.
right. All right. Off of what Edward was saying, where he was talking about, like, you gotta give. You know, I've done that. Okay. I come from, you know, like being raised without a dad, being raised by multiple women. There's a lot of strong women in my family, so I understand what it's like to work with a woman and how to survive on that level. Again, that puts me on that feminine space, which is not really that great. I so um I can see where women are coming from that angle. Okay, and it has put me down to where I kept on giving and giving and giving and giving without really expecting anything back. If anything came back to me, it was a bonus. Okay, we can't keep giving. Okay, like I now know we can't keep giving so much, because after a while, then it's just like, oh, that's expected. That that's you should be just doing that by default, without wanting anything. Because a lot of women, they believe that love is unconditional, you know, and to me, there's no such thing as unconditional love. The only time you have unconditional love is between a mother and a child. That's it. And it's not even the
Not a
reverse back,
father
the
and a
child to the
child.
mother. Okay? That's the only type of unconditional love that exists. Okay? Other than that, like, you really can't just it can't be one-sided. Everybody has to be giving 100%. A relationship, even when people are like, oh, you're like, a relationship should be 50-50. No, it should be 100-100. Okay,
Mhm.
you're giving your 100, she's giving her 100. If she's showing effort, then that shows. Okay, you have to go by the reaction, like the actual action, not just words. Okay, I'll even tell you, like, I had my ex-wife situation. I was doing a lot. I made trying to put in a lot of effort. I married a single mother, and I try to do whatever I could to fit in that situation, but I had a lot of things against me. Okay. So the only thing I could do is push myself down. I couldn't step up and, whatever, because of the situation I put myself in. But because of that, I was able to get walked all over. Okay. And I understand that I really have no one to blame about that but myself. Okay. Because I should have checked her, but I didn't. Um, Again,
Women need to be checked. Women need
Yeah.
somebody to go sit your
they
ass
do to a certain extent.
down somewhere. That's what women need, and they crave it too.
Yeah,
They might tell you that
but
they don't, but they really do.
there's
Because that
there's a
man,
certain line.
talks to her like that is
There's a
gonna
certain line
give
where I
her
feel like it
and
becomes
use it.
dysfunctional. Okay, I really think, like, there's a certain line where it becomes dysfunctional, where it's like, okay, fine, you check her, you make sure that you get your point across where you're not being disrespected. But then yet, I don't need to, like, I feel like when you have to put on this facade, like, okay, fine, you know what, I live my life in abundance.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
I think we lost you, resident. We lost you.
You are constantly feeling like, listen, you guys, okay, no, all right. Are you? Can you hear me now?
It's
Hello?
glitching. Okay, yeah, I think we can hear you.
Yeah, it is. Okay. So, like, my thing is this: I don't want to basically have to make my woman feel insecure, so that she is like, okay, now she has to work, to keep me. You
What do you
know,
mean by
like,
insecure?
okay, like how a lot of these, like, red pill dating, whatever, all these other people that are telling you you have to be a guy that has to earn more, live like you live your life in abundance. You have to make sure that it's she loves you more than you love her. All these different, like,
Yes. Make sure
emotional,
she
like,
loves you more than you love her.
yeah.
Yes.
So,
Mhm.
like, there's a lot of things where it's like, okay, fine, I get what you're going by, but, like, I feel like I don't want to get to the point where I am, like, living with an enemy. Like, I have to treat it as such. Like, she can turn on me at any point,
What do
where I
you?
have to
Why are
live,
you saying that? Wait.
because, like, you feel
Wait.
like after a while you feel like
Why
you
are you
live
saying
like,
turn on you at any point?
because that's what a lot of these things, they treat it as such. Like, it's like you got to make sure you keep her in check. You got to keep her in this emotional, like, cycle of, like, oh, so the relationship doesn't feel boring to her, to the point where she feels like, okay, everything is predictable. I can count on this guy, and now I can relax, and now I don't have to worry about showing him that I care, or doing all this stuff like that. Like the relationship starts to get stagnant, and then she starts to feel like she can just now step out, because, oh well, I already know he's never going to go anywhere.
Resident.
Yeah.
But let me tell you. Okay,
Mhm.
firstly, you can run your relationship as a man however you see fit. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
you don't gotta follow what Kevin say. You don't gotta follow what Edward say, what Wes say, what John say, what Kashawn say, what River say. You don't gotta follow what none of us say. You run your relationship how you see fit.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, okay, and as a woman, I think that some of these things you're getting a little bit twisted. I think
Okay, explain.
okay, I'm glad you asked me to. I think that when you're speaking in the aspect of like, oh, she might cheat, like an alpha man don't care about that. If you think you're gonna find somebody out there, you better go out there, and you're not coming back over here because I'm gonna go ahead and go be with somebody else. Like, because they know the value that they bring to a woman's life. So they're not ever thinking of how something might or might not, affect the relationship or make her feel. No, I have so much self-respect for myself. This is what he's saying. I have so much self-respect for myself that if you disrespect me, then this is not going to work. So that's what, take that as you may. That's talking to him crazy. That's going out, talking to somebody else. That's whatever it is. Okay. You want to take that risk. That's up to you. Okay. Because he knows what he brings. He knows that he is a valuable person. It's not that woman is the ultimate and, oh my gosh, what am I going to do if this woman leaves? No, because he has self-respect as well. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one aspect. Another aspect is that yes, being with a woman who loves you more is very good for a man. Yes. It breeds a different type of loyalty. Okay? There's some things that you don't have to even converse about with your chick. Like there's some things that
Mm-hmm.
you don't have to talk about with your chick because you know that this man is her priority. Like
Mm-hmm.
above all. Because she's always showed you and displayed, this is how I feel, this is how I care. When you and her are at odds, when you and her maybe having an argument, whatever the case is, she's still gonna come over there. And is your head bald?
Yeah.
Okay, she's gonna come over there and kiss your bald head and say, Reginald, I just love you, baby. Okay. And you can't stand her at the moment. Maybe you guys are at odds, you're not getting along or whatever the case is. And she's still gonna do that because she's not trying to be a reflection of you. She is giving you what makes her happy, which is love to you because she loves you so much.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're in a space, so that's why I said I think that you kind of misunderstand some of the things. Like it's not like, oh, you need to make sure that a woman loves you more because she's beneath you and she's a doormat and she's they're beneath us and we don't need them. No, it's because of there's just a certain feeling that's going to come with that. There's a certain respect and esteem that's going to come with that. A woman who is
Mm-hmm.
all invested and all in, and it doesn't mean that you don't love her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it doesn't even mean that you also don't love her equally. Okay, you might love her equally, but she might display it more so it looks like she loves you more, and that's
Mm-hmm.
okay. But there's just a certain vibe that comes with that when a woman is just all about her man.
Could I just
You don't got to worry about it when she go hang out with her homegirls because she coming right back because she want to know
mm-hmm.
what's going on with her man. Okay, he needs to eat. Okay, I have to go because yeah, hanging out with y'all was fine, but I need to go with my man. Like when a woman looks at you as a back burner, that's not a good sign. When a woman thinks that she has you in the palm of her hand, that whole situation is real twisted. That's when you get the disrespect. And you
Mm-hmm.
can't tell me this. And you can't tell me that. And I wear the pants. And I'm the prize. And I'm the this. And I'm the that. So it's a very, very different, very different
Balance.
I
But
think that's
could I
like to find
oh,
find a happy medium. Like I think you're both kind of saying the same thing but differently. Like you can love her you can love her 100 and she love you 100, but as a heterosexual relationship, I can speak on that. The love is going to be different. The way that you display it as a man is going to be different than the way a woman would display it. So a man might display it more through action, and a woman might display it more through her feelings. And
mm-hmm.
she's going to filter it through her feelings first. Where as a man, he might filter it through his actions. That's why, you know, you have the stereotype of, we'll talk about, particularly in certain cultures, they'll say, I put a roof over your head, I put clothes. That's the way that he uh, talks about love or talks about how he displays love. People display love in different ways. And you know, we're wondering, resident, did your wife cheat? Did she step on you? I hope not.
No, honestly, she just gave up.
Okay, she
Like
just gave up.
again,
Mm-mm-mm.
How did she
my
give
thing
up?
is, huh? Well,
How
all
did
right.
she give up?
My thing is,
Like,
I
how did you
was
know
going
when it
through.
was over? Like,
All right. Well, my thing is this. I don't like. I'm a person that wants somebody to like, if they're gonna be in a relationship and contribute to the relationship, I want them to actually just want to do that. I don't want you to feel like you're doing this because you owe me back or whatever. I did all this stuff for you, now you owe me back and you have to do it. It's not like that. I'm not trying to put that type of pressure on you or whatever. That's fine. Um, she was very materialistic, and she really, um, we just had very different views on what a marriage should be. Okay, and I feel like she was just like, I was turning 35. She was in her like early 30s. And I think she was just, feeling the time clock. So more than likely that's just what happened. I was, in love mode, and we went through with it. And me at the time, I'm the type of person that's like, if I'm going to get into something, I'm going to give it my all and I'm going to make it work. So I already knew off the bat, like, this was not like my absolute perfect choice, but it felt like, because she was somebody that I knew and I felt like she was a friend, an old friend, I thought there's something that could work with this. Um, and in the beginning, she did make me feel like, I was useful, like I had a purpose, I had some meaning to help out and, build a family with her. Um, it didn't really fall out. It didn't come out that way. After a while, like, it started, she was a very uh, social person, like on Facebook and things like that. Like, she was, she felt like she wanted the Facebook, like what the Facebook marriage life was. And I'm not that type of person. I'm not trying to, show people, like other people, that we're happy. If we're not happy, we have problems, we should work out with them, even if it's fucking, taking some time to, every so often grab a bottle of wine and play some fucking like Uno or dominoes or something like that and just hash it out. She wasn't willing to do that. I was also going through my own issues with like personal issues and stuff like that from my childhood, and I was going to counseling for that on my own. So it got a little too much for her because it felt like she wasn't able to be um, like vulnerable because I was already in a vulnerable space, stuff like that. And me, I kept on thinking, okay, you know what? You marry somebody for better or for worse, right? So I'm thinking I'm going to have somebody have my back. That wasn't the case. So she got tired of it. Um, she felt like I pressured her a lot, which maybe I did. Um, she had
how did you
kids.
pressure her? By what you said or
There was a couple of things.
arguments?
There were a
He
couple of
said,
things.
"Well, where's
I
dinner?"
ended up going because she had two children, like with someone else beforehand.
Okay.
And no, I already know. Yes, because you're
Where
like,
was the
oh,
man? Where was the other guy? What was
he
he
was
doing
he was
when you were?
he was in he was in the children's life. Okay, but they, you know, from me listening to her, he was not really, the best guy, and I fed into that, trying to make
How
sure
old are
But
that
she
you?
still wanted
How
him,
old are
though,
uh,
you?
right?
this was like this was 2018, so I was 34 going on 35. Okay.
Uh,
So this happened, this pretty very recently, so I've been going through a lot of, you know self growth, just to make sure that shit like this doesn't happen again. um but yeah, like, it got to the
mm,
point where I really started doubt myself because I was in a very vulnerable spot because of the things that I was dealing with. And she made it seem like, oh yeah, like I was the issue, I was a narcissist, all sorts of different things, because it felt like it is what it is.
It sounds like
I'm
she
not
was a
gonna
manipulator. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like she was
exactly.
really good at
Yeah,
But
manipulating.
she
again,
took your flaws,
I'm
she
not trying
found
to
out your
like
weak points, and then
exactly. But
you
that's what I'm
know,
saying. I'm not trying to sit there and be like, you know what, let me just attack her and stuff like that. Because you know what, I'm done with that. I'm past it. It's all about like just trying to make sure that I learned from that mistake and move forward. But I'm trying to move forward in a correct way. I'm not trying to just go out and be like, okay, fine, I'm gonna live the single life, go out there, bag some, chicks or whatever, and then just see where it goes from there. Like I'm the type of person that like I understand the woman's time clock, okay, and I'm not trying to,
I think
put
that's the
myself.
problem. I'm sorry. I
Yes,
think that's the problem.
hmm
I think you
I'm too
understand the woman.
considerate.
Yes.
You're too willing to
that's one of
you
Yeah,
know
them.
Yes.
men are
yeah,
desperate to be men are always wanting. Men don't want games. A lot of
mhm.
men, they want to have that family life, the white picket fence. They want to move forward in life. The problem is, like the girl you found, she just didn't want to be the last girl at the party, and she
Bingo.
just needed you to be a provider, while the real man she wanted was off being a douchebag. Um,
Right.
Could be, yeah.
and that was her issue.
Hmm.
She just she just latched on to you like a freaking leech. And I know that you wanted to be a good representation to those children, but there's nothing you could do. Uh, and now moving forward, how you respect yourself is when you realize that constantly trying to pursue a woman that ain't worth it. You need to just acknowledge, well, she's not worth it. Why should I keep paying for her dinners? If you meet a girl for the
Hmm.
first time and you're like, oh, Jess, that's you. Yeah, you look nothing like your pictures, and you just walk the fuck off. Just walk off. Just
That's
don't
it.
even toy with that shit. She's already lying. She's already expecting you to like her for something that she's not, and she's gonna blame you for not liking her, even though she's fucking retarded.
Mm-mm.
Right.
Okay.
And if
Yeah.
you want to check her, there's a respectful way to check her too. So for all
Mhm.
my nice dudes out there, you ain't gotta kick and scream. You can say, "Yo, this is it. This is what I won't do. This is what I will do. You do this, you out. You can go. No problem."
Mhm.
But you got to stick to that.
Yeah.
So
You can
Mhm.
start
I
off
had a
as a
few
nice
other
guy.
few
Go
other
ahead.
things though.
Hmm.
Cause Sean looked like he wanted to say something.
Oh, I did wanted to say something because I'm listening to this, and I've been in that situation before. She saw you. She saw where you were offering, but she also saw where you were,
He
and
saw a
she used it to
lollipop.
her
No
advantage
disrespect.
until she didn't need it anymore. And now you're stuck in this place like, what did I do wrong, and how did that? No, you missed the signs. She told you the very first time you met her. She told you exactly who she was, but you were focused on her looks.
Hmm.
You were focused on what she was presenting to you, not paying attention to her mechanics, not paying attention to certain keywords she was throwing out there. You were so focused on what she was putting in front of you.
To
Yes,
be honest,
everything that
to
was
be
already
honest, I
there.
wasn't focused on her looks. I was not. Because she was a
See
lot
that you are
heavier when
willing
I
to
met her.
overlook that too.
But hold up now. You know your sister. Come on.
No,
You know,
okay.
Riv gonna keep it 100. Riv gonna tell the truth.
Yeah,
You
but
over here talking about, well, I wasn't focused on her looks because she was a little heavier, but she was dogging you in her heavier state. So we
No, no,
can't
no.
act like.
She started losing weight. She's like, okay, she caught me in the right moment for her. Okay, I
Mhm.
already
Mhm.
made sense of it. I already went down through the whole thing and made sense in my head about everything that happened. I know a lot of it is to blame on my part because I allowed a lot of shit to fly. Okay, um,
hmm
it's basically like I found her like it was like right
how did
after
y'all
it was actually
reunite?
right after Valentine's Day. Okay, I got in
What
touch with her.
happened? How did y'all meet? Right after
Yeah,
Valentine's.
Circle.
right after
Tell me some
Valentine's
circle.
Day on Facebook, we reconnected. Okay, she kind of like I'm like very into like uh costume design and stuff like that. I was doing like a lot of film production stuff. So I actually saw that she did certain things. I was like, you know what? Like I need to see if I can get like some makeup tutorials from her. Okay. Other than that, like she was like, oh, are you asking me now? I was like, oh, yeah, sure, I guess, whatever, like, whatever. And she kind of like suckered me into a date. All right. Um, After that, like it kind of like just went fast from there. She love bombed me.
One
She
thing
did a
led
lot of
to
things that,
another.
yeah, she did a lot of things that like I wasn't looking for. You know, like how a lot of people tell you, oh, you when you're not looking for something, then stuff happens. So I took it
Mm-hmm.
at that. All right. Again, I'm raised by women, had more of a,
Oh.
female mindset. That's why I followed that logic versus my own, my core
Mm-hmm.
logic.
Mm-hmm.
So, after all that happened, things went very fast. She kept on doing like a lot of subliminal, messaging stuff or whatever, just to kind of like steer me towards like marriage and stuff like that. And
Such
I
as
fell for it. I went into it and I was like, you know what? Yeah, like whatever. Um, and after a
But like,
while,
yeah, whatever. But
not
like, yeah, whatever to like a commitment
not
of like marriage. Like, yeah, whatever. Like, yeah, whatever.
do you
again, I
still
say that
talk to
now.
her?
I say that now because like that's just how I say it now. Like
Okay.
literally, I went into very, very deep. Like okay, what am I gonna do? I was trying to plan out for like like everything.
Mm-hmm.
Again, she wanted the lifestyle of like how marriage is supposed to look like on Facebook, how
Mm-hmm.
it's
She really just liked image on
like
Facebook and Instagram, not the actual practice of
exactly, like
marriage.
she's the type of person that watched like Housewives of like Orange County and all that type of shit. Like
Oh,
I
okay.
get okay,
Red flag
so
after
yeah,
red flag after red flag.
Okay.
exactly. That's again, and these are things that I question her about because I was like, you know what, I'm gonna watch some of the things that you watch just so I can get a sense of where your head is at. And I was doing that while we were engaged, and then we started, getting to the point where we got married and everything like that. And I thought,
And
okay,
mom
fine,
never warned you? Your
huh?
mom
My
never
mom?
was like, yeah, yeah. Was she ever like, I don't know about this girl that you trying to
No,
marry?
actually, she warned me about a one way, way back, but it wasn't. This one wasn't like that. She hid a lot of things until after the ring. Okay. A lot of the things that I felt like I messed up on because I was trying to make sure that I um secured my place where I was going to be a father figure for the children, but not replace the dad. Okay. So I wanted to contact the father, okay, and make sure that we had, things, locked. So I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm not stepping on your feet. You don't step on mine because I don't want them to
How
the
was that
kids to come into my
conversation?
shit and think they're gonna ride over on me because they're just listening to you. And a lot of times she didn't want me to do that for whatever reason. So there were things where I went behind her back to actually go and try to like, you know, really talk to this guy because
Why
she
behind her
tried
back
to
though?
huh?
Why behind her back though?
Because she didn't want to allow it. She was just like, "Oh, I think you should wait
That's a red
until
flag.
What do
he
you think
wants
about it
to,
when you actually talk to
talk
him?
to you." So those were her excuses. And
She
I
That's a
probably
red
still
flag.
again
smashing
try
you.
to be respectful. I tried to go by
She
that.
was worried about him warning you.
Exactly.
I know. I know. I
Right.
know these things now. Again, there's a lot of things I learned,
Right.
okay, that I can say right now. Yes, there's a lot. I fucked up a lot. Okay,
Mm.
so again, my thing right now is to make sure that from this day forward, I don't do anything to mess up.
Mhm.
I just don't want to get to the point where I feel like have to. I don't want to go into anything being bitter.
Mhm.
I don't think I'm at that point. Because I am pretty, open. I'm pretty forgiving and stuff like that. Um, so I don't think that that's something that I would have to worry about
Mm-hmm.
going forward. Um, I just I just want to make sure that I have the right balance that speaks to who I am. Like I'm not trying
Mhm.
to go into another relationship trying to be all alpha and shit like that, and I'm not trying to go in there being freaking weak simp. Like I want to make sure that you know the next person that comes along or that I'm able to find is going to understand that, okay, fine, I may not be like this fucking top, you know, percent of guys, but I'm still valuable. You know, I'm still willing to work for you with you. I'm still willing to be like, okay, fine. You know what? You want to show yourself. You want to show that you can take some charge or whatever. Go ahead. Let me stand back and see what you could do. But you're not gonna sit there and you're not gonna shit on me because of it. You're not gonna sit there and make it seem like, oh well, because you're in some sort of authority now, that you're gonna, you know, shit on me because, oh well, you know, you are taking the reins. Like, I
But
don't want to do that.
that's the thing. And I want Bobby to speak too, because I know Bobby came up and I know he got something to say, but I want to say something too.
What
But
about?
the issue is that there's a fine line, especially when you don't know the nature of women. Okay, there's a fine line, because in you just saying like, okay, you know, let's see where you can go with this. You know, there's a very quick space of I'm gonna disrespect you, I'm gonna emasculate you, I'm gonna talk to you crazy. There's like a very short space that gap can happen. So the number one thing is you definitely have to be who you are. You can't try to be somebody else, because it's never going to work. You know, if you're trying to portray yourself in a certain light because you think it's going to give you better results, or if you think like, oh, if I talk to her like Kevin said, you know, then this is going to happen. But if it's not authentically like your growth, and if it's not authentically yourself, it's not going to give you the same exact results. Like, it's not going to.
That's what I'm saying. Like, myself is not, you know, always take charge. Myself is not always like maintaining frame. You know, I come from being raised by women, you know, and as much as I'm getting in touch with my masculinity now, that side of me still exists. Okay. Like, I'm just saying, like, I'm doing more things with the boys and stuff like that. I'm going around like playing airsoft and, you know, getting in the dirt and doing stuff like that. So it's like, before I wasn't really doing that. I'm actually being more selfish in a way now. Okay. And I've learned boundaries. I've done, you know, different things to make sure that I don't fall into that category again. Okay. Of being the simp, you know, the pushover, the one that's easily manipulated. Okay.
At least
it's
you're
just,
working on that.
huh?
At least you're working on that. That's a dangerous space to be in as a man, because
exactly. But again, as a man, you know, what is the one thing that we want when we're in a relationship? We want peace. Okay. I'll get to you. Just one second, Wes.
No, I'm
And,
saying goodbye because I need to
oh,
go.
you're leaving, Wes?
Right.
you're
Let me
saying bye.
speak
Oh,
on
Wes,
that.
Hi, Wes.
you didn't even get to say nothing.
I said a little, and it seemed like it made an impact.
Thank you
It did.
so much.
It did.
Thank
The
you,
woman's
Wes.
acting stupid. Just walk away, Beck. I'm done with you.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Peace out,
I
Wes.
do not like that.
Thank
Later,
you so
Wes.
much, Wes.
Thank you,
Later,
Wes.
Dick.
Wait.
Oh,
Like,
that's what I was saying. Don't put no raisins in potato salad, but never.
Bobby.
Bad joke.
but
But resident, is that the truth, resident, or is that the truth you tell yourself that you're
that
not,
is
you
the
can't
truth.
be
Like,
this, you can't be that.
no, it's not
But you
about I
can,
can't be.
uh-huh.
It's not that I
Right.
can't be. Like, it's just like I'm not the type of person that wants to, like, I don't feel like I need that. I don't need that to be
Don't need
happy for
what?
myself. Like, I don't need to be like the top percentage of guys. I don't need to feel like I have to be like, you know, puff out my chest, masculine and stuff like that. It's not like, I'm not saying
But
that
what if you
it's,
are the top
Hey,
10%
hold on.
already, but just at being
if
who
I
you
am, then
are?
cool. If I am, then cool.
John,
But I'm not
looks like he got
trying to
something
sit
to
there
say.
and be like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I am, that's cool. Like, I'm good. But like, that's what I'm not trying to like the next woman that I go up to, I don't want to feel like I have to, you know, like, oh, so, like, how can I say this? Like,
Is you willing to be
You don't got to
submissive in
put on
your
a
next
show.
relationship, resident?
not too much, not to the point where I am. I understand. I see Riva.
Not too
not
much.
trying to be, huh?
You said not too much submissive.
This is
What was the question?
Okay.
John asked
Again,
him if he is going to be submissive in his next relationship, and he said not too much.
I'm not gonna be like I was in the last one. The last one, I put myself in a situation where I really had to walk on eggshells, and it was not a good thing. There was a lot more to it that I'm not going to go and you know uh, put
Hey,
out
can I
there.
ask a
But
question?
yeah,
Oh, oh, no, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But
no, it's fine.
just real quick, just based on what I've been hearing. Obviously, I don't know you, so I'm not judging you. I'm not saying that anything I'm about to say is correct. I'm just responding to the energy, that not so much your words, but your energy. It sounds
Mhm.
like you need to do some self soul searching and find pride and self love in yourself as a
Mhm.
man, as a black man, and as a human being.
Yeah,
You need to
that's what
figure,
I've been
in my
doing.
personal opinion, you need to
Yeah,
figure that out before the money, the women, because it seems like I keep hearing a lot of the same uh uh repeated talk, and once again, in my opinion, it sounds like this is what you probably either consciously or subconsciously tell yourself in your head. Oh, I'm not gonna be this guy so I can get this woman. Oh, I can't get this woman because I don't have this amount of money, and da 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 da. Let me ask you, if you never found any of these manosphere videos, and you went through what you went through and you got out of that situation, what would have been your first how shall I say it, what would have been your review of yourself in that situation if you never found any of these manosphere videos
I'd have
and it
blamed
was just
myself.
you, nobody else's? Okay.
That's what I
So,
was doing.
but would you look at it as a money thing? Would you look at it as, oh, I was
It was an
raised around too
overall
much
thing.
feminine?
The thing is, like, okay, you got all right. When a lot of these manosphere things are right to a certain degree, okay, where they're talking about a lot of guys who are raised by like women or whatever, like they don't have a father figure in their life. It is true. Okay, you end up losing a developmental side of yourself. Okay, that allows people to just like walk all over you. You don't have your own boundaries. You feel like you're less than who you are and stuff like that, and that's what happened. I basically allowed her to walk all over me. Okay.
Mhm.
And I understand where I fucked up, and I, kept on putting myself down.
Mhm.
Again, at this point in my life, I'm not trying to do that now. Okay. I'm trying to make sure that I am who I am, which is I'm okay with, being a guy who earns an average wage, who is going to be able to, live comfortably for myself. And if I meet somebody or want to build up something with, we can build that together. I'm not trying to go above and beyond. I'm not trying to prove anything to nobody. I'm not trying to fucking,
I
be
have
the, I'm sorry to curse. Um,
no.
but I'm not trying to be this like Facebook vision of a life for somebody, and like I don't want
The
to.
hardest thing though with
Uh-huh.
talking to you, resident, the hardest thing with talking to you is that you're at a place of, you've been hurt. Like a lot of people who are like in the quote unquote manosphere are people
Hmm.
who they were exposed to the nature of a woman real early. Okay,
Hmm.
they built a woman up. Maybe she broke their heart or whatever the case is, and they were like, women can do that. Oh hell no. Like, I'm gonna put myself in a space so that this never happens to me again, right? And so you're kind of like in a rock and a hard place because
Hmm.
you feel a certain type of way, you experience a certain type of hurt, you don't want to go through that again, but then at the same time, you're still battling the fact that you were raised by women. You still kind of like pedestalize women. And the reason why I'm saying that is because in conversation with you, it's
Hmm.
like you know, you're being very like forthcoming, which is great. Like a lot of people don't
Hmm.
have that ability to be that honest, to be honest. Like
Mhm.
you're literally like so forthcoming and stuff like that. And then like when somebody like kind of asks you about something, then you kind of go back into the defense to kind of like protect, how a woman should be treated and this and this and that. And then you kind of go back on the offense and like, but then like with me, I'm not gonna. So it's kind of like it's like a seesaw.
Hmm.
Like, I feel like this, but then I don't want to feel like this. But then, like, I want a woman that's going to treat me like this, but then I don't also want her to walk all over me. But then, like, I kind of want her to lead, like, if she wants to, but then, like, not lead too much where she's going to disrespect me. Like, and it's kind of like that same space that a lot of women that we see are in, where they're saying they want
the chaotic mindset. Yeah.
Right, Tupac in a suit. Like, I want a thug, but like not too thug where my life is in danger, but like kind of thug, you know, like, so it's kind of
Tupac with a degree.
Yeah.
You know, and in that space, it's hard to find somebody, because how are you going to get anybody to kind of like match with you when you're not 100% solid on like what it is that your criteria is? You know, like if I asked Uncle, right? Maybe if I asked Uncle, like, what kind of woman did you want? He want to make sure she look good. He want to make sure she's respectful. He want to make sure like he will have a certain criteria. I feel like you're just kind of like, you have a criteria, and then like you're also like willing to go with the flow, which those two things are like do not align.
They don't match.
You're like, I'm going with the flow, but then at the same time, like, I'm really steadfast on, I don't want this to happen to me again. Well, for it to not happen again, you have to change the aspects of yourself that accepted that, you know, and elevate the aspects of yourself that attracted that to you as well.
Mm-hmm.
And if you watch Rivah's
It's
last
some
video,
real quick in the comment section, man. Some of y'all
one.
need to like relax just a little bit. Sorry to interrupt, but some of y'all need to relax in the comments too. Like just a little bit.
Everybody's gonna have
live
their
TV,
personally.
live TV.
It is what it is. Like,
what up, Lo?
Everyone's gonna have their opinion.
Hey, what's cracking with y'all?
Uncle
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, man. Hey, how y'all doing? It's this saying, right? It's right off the Black Panther movie, right? What is it? You're a good man with a good heart. It's hard for a good man to be king. And when you're a good man, you need loved ones. You know what I'm saying? Like this whole alpha male, beta male conversation. A lot of people when they speak about beta males, they speak about gamma males. You know what I mean? They're not talking about beta males. They're talking about gamma males. And then you the type of dude that you gonna need your alpha female that ain't gonna abuse you. And that's what it is. And you're not meeting a lot. Your experience, that wasn't no alpha female. Because the alpha female, she's like the alpha male. She's about reality and what the fuck's going on. She ain't about no fake show. She about putting that work in. And she's gonna protect you, and she ain't gonna abuse you. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is. Like you don't have to, like you don't have to be outside yourself. You know what I'm saying? In order to get what you want. There are females. Not every I put females in 7 categories. I don't think every female is a woman. I don't think every female is a goddess. I don't think every female is a queen. I damn sure don't think every female is a lady.
There you go.
So but like I say, you just gotta find what's for you. You like I said, nice guys need to be with nice guys. Gentlemen need to be with ladies. You know what I'm saying? Kings need to be with queens. And bitches need to be with bitch ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? just like hoes need to be with hoe ass niggas. So it's just like prime example with the whole I'm a real nigga or I'm a real bitch. You know what I'm saying? Being a real nigga, only the real in it offsets the nigga part. You dig what I'm saying? Being a real nigga is like realizing the circumstance that you in and dealing with it. Like being a real bitch is realizing the circumstance you did. You know you a king, or you know you somebody who's powerful, but you stuck in a rut. So until you can rise above your circumstances, you dealing with the situation. All being real is being genuine. That's all it really means. You know, it's a word that we use in place of saying you genuine. That's all being real really is. Being real don't mean that you have to act outside of yourself. Like street dudes respect, even though we might clown because we black, we all about the dozens. Street niggas respect school motherfuckers going to school. Street niggas respect people playing sports and doing something other with their life. And the reason why is because a lot of us didn't have that support to do what you're doing.
Right.
You dig what I'm saying? We didn't have the home. We didn't have the home support. We didn't have the loving mother that will push us to go to school or to feed us. So we had to get out there and get it.
Okay.
We had to be, you know what I mean? So it's just like where, like the other day I learned about what a Pookie and Ray Ray is. I thought that I fit that criteria, but I read it.
You was getting offended. You was getting offended, right? No lie. You was getting.
Yeah, I was because listen.
He was like, "Is it
because
me?
listen,
are they talking about me though?
Yeah, real rap. Because a lot of but
I got a cousin named Pookie. That ain't me.
Nah, but that's I mean the founder of the tribe that I'm from name is Raymond Washington. You feel what I'm saying? So like, and a lot of the homies named Pookie.
Mm-hmm.
You dig what I'm saying? So, but what I'm saying to you, what I learned is, those are bitch ass niggas. Real niggas and thugs don't fuck with them type of niggas. The definition of a Pookie and Ray Ray, real niggas don't fuck with them. You know what I mean? A lot of Pookies and Ray Rays are the niggas or the dudes that we call bitch ass niggas. You know what I mean? So hello?
Yeah,
we
we
can
hear
hear
you.
you.
You're right.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm like, hey, a lot of the Pookie Rays people who gave up. Being a thug or being a thug is synonymous with being a warrior. We fight the circumstances. We deal with what we deal with. Now, I got a child, so I don't participate in criminality, but that mind state is still with me. Where I learned how to be masculine and mannish, I learned from somebody on the street.
Mm-hmm.
You dig what I'm saying? That's why I got my masculinity. When motherfuckers actually went outside. But since I wasn't the good kid, I was allowed to hang with the thugs. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But anyway, what I want to say to you is mostly like this. Find somebody that's on your temple. You dig what I'm saying? Just like we have this fixed thing. Like black people, our culture is different.
Mm-hmm.
Now, like think like Bumpy Johnson. His boss was a woman.
Yep.
You dig what I'm saying? So and to be honest with you, Bumpy Johnson was the most successful gangster, black gangster anyway, that ever existed.
That's,
so what I'm saying.
That's crazy. That's crazy you say that. That's a fact because my grandfather used to play dice in Atlantic City with Bumpy Johnson's boss with her. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that in some families you have matriarchies, in some families you have patriarchies. Even in Africa, like even the native even like people don't know Egypt or Kemet was a matriarchy. People don't know that I can't speak for all, but a lot of pre-Native American, I don't say Native American, were matriarchies where you wasn't a native unless your mother unless you married into it and then you was a native. You dig what I'm saying? So what I'm saying to you is we got the mixture of being a matriarchy flipped. You know what I'm saying? And even in matriarchies, ancient matriarchies, men were still men.
Yep.
You dig what I'm saying? So what I'm saying to you is that you might need a dominant woman. Just get one don't get a dominant woman. Not no B word. Don't get no.
Oh man,
a dominant woman that knows that place,
I think we lost him.
He'll come back. I know he will, but I think he his connection.
I definitely understand what he meant.
A dominant woman that knows their place, though, right?
I don't.
You know what I'm saying? Or just
he was Uncle was talking, not me.
Oh, okay.
No, like
okay. So what y'all think about
it? Said, don't ask me.
What he just said, though.
All right,
because I don't agree with that.
I'm just
saying that you do need to be with somebody that's nicer than you are. I do. I think that nice guys have to be with a woman that's like really nice, like like those girls who are like really nice, like they will not even hurt an ant. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Like I do agree with that, but at the same time, if you do not have the dominance as the man, it's just not.
It's not going to work at all.
Because women are just wired a certain way. If they can run over you, they will. do that.
Mm,
If they
will.
cannot,
Yeah,
they will not.
I got some for that.
I don't know. I just feel like
that.
that's a problem within like the black community because like we
It's
have a
women
certain
though.
way that,
Mhm.
huh?
It's women though. It's
It,
women.
It's all.
I mean,
Honestly,
I get what you're
I don't
saying
think it's the black.
And
It is
because
the
we
black
don't
community
give
though.
each
Zeus
other a
over here
break,
like
man.
it's
But
my
we
women
we
too.
the only people that complain about that type of stuff though.
Because we the only ones going through it like that.
No,
Yeah,
I've
No,
heard the races
necessarily
of
the
men
only
complain
ones.
about their women.
hell
Not
no.
necessarily the only ones.
Everybody is.
Our stuff is
Culture.
forefront.
We
But
make things sound so bad though. With
no, but it's
everything.
You
because
know why?
violence
You know
is
why? It's because
thoroughly
we don't
established
go to
everywhere
therapy like
else.
other people.
That's true. Very true.
You think that's what it is? The therapy?
I have
That
something to
that's
say
a part.
about
That's
that.
a
I've
part
gone
of
to
it, and
therapy, so
we will never really learn how to
I
communicate in our families.
I wouldn't disagree with that though. I wouldn't.
Yeah,
I just know that every single black
that's not
person
the
can't
only
afford
reason, but yeah.
therapy.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why. There's too many reasons why. I mean, that would be a
Yeah,
whole
we be
that would be
here.
a
I
whole
mean,
nother hour conversation as to why it's our community is a little bit different. But I mean, it's women. I did a reaction video to the. I mean,
Okay. So
white
how
girl,
about this?
blonde hair, blue eyes, having the same like, oh, if he don't do
I
this,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying? And I want to let Zeus.
Big fact.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
wanted to hear from Zeus
yeah.
okay.
because I was
yeah.
gonna ask Zeus, what is your race? Like what's your national?
I'm half Brazilian, half Mexican.
Okay, so I'm interested.
But my
to
mom is
know.
Black Brazilian, like Nigerian.
Okay, so I want to
But
know: do y'all go through the same thing that we
yeah,
go through?
I
Okay, but
actually
do
live.
you make
I
a
actually
big?
live in Hong
Does
Kong
your
right
culture?
now.
Does your culture make a big deal out of it like we do it though?
Well, we do make a big deal out of it, but Black America dictates culture.
Oh,
Black
Come on,
America
Zeus.
You know
dictates
what?
culture.
Thank you
I've
for saying
been
that.
I've
Thank you
been
for
saying
saying
that.
that.
I've been saying that
That's it.
forever.
That's
I've
the
always,
one.
yeah, I agree
That's
with
the
that.
one.
So
So,
basically,
like,
it's like when we speak, everyone listens.
so
Yes.
everything
Everyone
cool that
copy.
happens,
Mm-hmm.
everything that is popular
That's why I
comes
say
from
about
Black America.
foundation.
The backwards hair, the backwards hat,
I
the
agree with
fucking
that.
Timberlands.
Yeah.
All of it comes from Black America. If it doesn't work there, it's not going to
It's
work.
not gonna work
I
nowhere
mean,
else.
look at K-pop. It's just the Jackson 5, but with Asian kids now.
Yeah, it is.
You know what I mean? There's
Mhm.
nothing new.
Why do you
but
think Michael
Black-
Jackson changed the way he looked? Because
But
that he
Black-
started to manipulate the spot over there.
Yeah, I mean, but Black America dictates culture. But I will say that we do stress it, but we ignore the women that don't fall in line. They'll die alone.
This, you know what? That's exactly what I feel. That's what we all need to do. But the
Where
black
is my
community, that's the
follow
problem.
underneath?
And
Where's
I hear it
follow?
in your videos, you know, Ryan, when you speak, it's like, yo, we have to just ignore it. You don't want to fall in line, we're gonna ignore it. Guess what? If all men, black men, ignore it, trust me, the woman gonna come around. They're gonna be like, you know what? Damn, they're not stopping to talk to us no more. They ignoring us. Everything.
We not
Wait
gonna
a minute.
ignore it though.
It'll take a
There
while.
you go. That's what I'm saying. That's the
It'll take a
problem.
while, but
So
eventually it will. But it'll take a while because they're gonna be real stubborn.
I
Hold on, hold on
There's
one second. Hold on.
feelings
Hold on
feelings
one
over
second.
facts so much right now. Like feeling like the whole thing right now is like.
Hey, hold on, y'all.
Hold on
Huh?
1 second, resident.
Yeah.
John was saying something, and then Zeus, he initially had a point, but he was just answering questions. But he initially had a point, so I want to go to John and then Zeus, and then
okay, yeah, let's hear it.
Okay, go ahead, John. Sorry,
Let's hear it.
Who said we ain't gonna stop?
Oh, you're on mute. Oh,
we couldn't hear you.
No,
Sorry.
he has to raise his volume or something.
I think Edward. He said that. Who said that we was gonna stop? We wasn't gonna stop talking to him or chasing him. That was you, Edward.
hey, Edward.
Why you
Yeah,
say that?
and I'll wait. Why do I say that? Because it's
that's a
always a
collective.
dude. Come on
Yep.
now. It's always a dude that's gonna say, you know, she 800 pounds, but you know, I mean,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would. Yo, you know okay. And River, I don't know if maybe you do know this, maybe you don't know this. We have conversations. Well, some dudes. I don't know. Maybe I'm unique. We have conversations. Would you have sex with that girl? I don't know. Maybe we have conversations whether we would date or deal with a certain woman, and you know, even you know, you see the memes on Facebook or whatever. You have an ugly, like a zombie, a literal zombie with like a fine body, and it says, "Would you date her for?"
Yep.
So it's
So,
always a brother who will,
We'll do
and
it.
even if like
so
on the
hold on. Let me
live,
ask y'all this question. Though. Hold on. So
Mhm.
let me ask you this. Zeus said his culture don't do that. So you feel like we got less self discipline than Zeus culture as black men?
No,
Like, what is it?
because, and I want to say, what up, Zeus? Gong hey fat toy. So John ma. All
Nah,
right.
ni
So yeah, I
ni
got
kwai
I
shou
got
zhong
the
wen right?
Mandarin. I got the Cantonese too. I've lived
Oh,
there,
go
and
stick
I'll
gong
tell
na.
you, it's some ratchets there too. It's some
I
ratchets
live in
and
Hong
some
Kong
big
right now,
girls
bro.
there too.
I live in
Oh,
Hong Kong
dude,
right now.
That's
Right.
it.
It's
That's it. So I know
We
you
only
know
need the top percent
the.
airsoft is so
that
great
self
over there.
discipline for
Damn.
real. We don't really need everybody.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
it ain't
Go
just
ahead,
that.
Zeus.
I
But we don't.
I originally came on. I was listening to you guys for like an hour. I was on a run, but I was listening to you guys. Um, I have a question. Like this whole thing about a woman putting 100% and a man putting 100%. Do you really think that that actually matters, or is it a man gets what he wants and that's enough? Because for me personally, I don't really care if she puts 100% as long as I get what I need and what I want.
Mm.
I don't know if that makes sense, but
Hmm.
like if if her putting 50% of her time and energy into me and that's all I need, that's all
You
I
know,
care.
I agree with that.
That's all I care about.
I
So
agree with that.
if I'm on my purpose and I'm doing what I'm supposed to do,
Mm-hmm.
why the fuck? Excuse me. Sorry.
Okay.
Why would I? Sorry, I know we're on public right now. Why would I care, or why would I have the time or the energy to care that she is doing 100%? As long as she's doing what she needs to do.
For you.
Is that 100% of
Well,
her energy?
that makes you
No,
happy.
probably not.
I think it
Well,
boils down to loyalty and respect.
I mean, but that's a
That's really it.
baseline though. That should
Yeah.
be a given.
Yeah, so I'm saying that's like where we draw the line. It's not so much about her doing backflips and showing out, showing and proving.
Yeah,
It's just like,
exactly.
look,
Yeah, but
yeah,
well,
like
I think that's
if
valid. I mean, because I think that's you getting what's necessary. So it may be 50% of her energy, but it's 100% of what you need. So I
Bingo. There
think
you
that
go.
There
Yep.
you
like
Yep.
here in Hong Kong, I have a business, right?
yeah, that's a better way to put it.
And she works in the front because she can speak Cantonese, Mandarin, English, and Spanish, which is amazing.
Okay, Miss Trilingual. All
I
right.
mean, I can speak 8 languages myself, but not at the level that she's at.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
why, if she's doing what I need her to do, and she wants to go hang out with the girls and talk shit and blah blah blah, I don't care. I don't know if that makes sense. Like
That
a
does
lot of
make
guys
sense.
would
That
be
makes
like,
perfect
"Oh,
sense.
she's not going to go out," or "I need to check her Instagram," or this.
Well,
I
but
don't.
Zeus, but that's operating out of a place of comfortability. You
Yeah,
know, that's
exactly.
Trust.
operating out of a place of wholeness. You don't have to be all up in
Mhm.
each other's space, you know, because
Exactly.
your needs are met. You feel content. You feel good. And yes, like as a woman, you gonna get around your homegirls and you gonna be like, "Oh, girl, let me tell you this," like you know what I'm saying, stuff that your man does not want to hear. And to be honest, I think sometimes that makes a relationship a little bit better when a girl does get on the phone with her friend. Hello, Paula. Hi, see you in the chat. That you can just like talk about girly things. Your nails, whatever the case is. Not that you can't talk to your spouse about it, but he don't care. Okay. But your whole people, a lot of people have gotten so comfortable with the toxic. So they think that I have to be in front of you all day. I have to be looking right at you. I can't do this. I can't do that because you're going to think I'm cheating, or
Yep.
maybe you're going to feel
Mhm.
insecure or what. And it's not normal. Like healthy relationships are two people who are just every day choosing to be with each other. Like every day making that choice. Like I want to be with you. I want to make you happy. And like you said, Zeus, like, every day she's like, what do you need from me? You want me to do this? You want me to do that? Okay, are you good? You content? I'm gonna be back. Like,
Yep.
and then when I come back, I'm gonna ask you these same questions again and then make sure that everything is all good. You know what I'm saying? So it's wholeness. And that's one of the biggest difference with our community with other communities. It's not that they don't have the same issues, it's that a lot of people are not operating out of wholeness. That's the
Bingo.
problem.
But I
Okay.
will say that
All
like
right.
a lot of a lot of people, a lot of men my age, I'm 28, they haven't done enough in their, no offense to anyone, I'm not coming at anyone or anything. They haven't done enough to demand that presence from a woman yet. They haven't done enough. So how is a man 28 going to expect a 22-year-old to fall in line? Why?
Let me ask you a question. What's enough though? Because according to you, she could do something and give it 50%, right? And you're good with that. So when you say
exactly.
when you say most men, especially around your age, are not doing enough, how do you really figure that though? Because
how do you calculate it?
Y'all understand what I'm saying, right? Like,
yeah, I understand.
You know, like, go ahead. Like, how would you figure they're not doing enough? Because it might
staying
be
on your purpose
to her, though,
and accomplishing what you need to accomplish. That is what I mean by doing enough. I know everyone has a different timeline.
Or based on society.
No, based on you, what you.
I get what he's saying.
What you choose.
I get what Zoots is saying.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is,
I hear vibrating. Is that my?
Oh, that's somebody's phone. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you.
I
I'm
hope
just
it's
saying,
a phone.
like, everybody's enough sometimes is different.
Yeah, I know it's different, but what I'm saying is you can't expect a woman who's 22, 23 to blindly follow someone without any proof. Everyone's like, leading from expectation or trying to fill shoes that they're never going to fill. Like, we have to be realistic.
Wait. You think that a woman that's 22, 23 can't follow, like, is not going to be able to follow a man's lead?
No, I don't think so.
Basically, what he's saying
I
is,
can tell you for a fact.
Basically, what he's saying is, if you're the type of, excuse me, sir. Basically, what he's saying is, if you ain't got no fruit from your tree, you know, you can't lead. Yep. You know, that's basically what he's saying. If you act like you got,
I don't agree with that.
It's like this prime example, right? Most people who lack management skills don't know their businesses are not successful. So if you don't have the ability to follow and understand, you know, and understand the function of it, how are you going to have the ability to lead?
Exactly.
If you don't learn at the process, so that's all I'm saying. Like, so the fruit, so some people, being a leader is not built. Not everybody's built for a leader. You understand what I'm saying? Like, not everybody is built, huh?
No, absolutely. Yeah, we agree with you.
Oh, not everybody is built to be an alpha. You know what I'm saying? It's this saying, no guts, no glory. You gotta put like I said, it's a lot of when you are the man at the top, you gotta take a lot of responsibility that a lot of people who are mental midgets can't do. If you're a mental midget or you small mentally and you can't bear a certain level amount of pressure and stress, it ain't even gonna be able to do. Like the whole argument with the high value man, like what they not saying is there's different levels to being valuable as a man. The high value man, the difference between being a valuable man, and a high valuable man is that valuable man has the resources that exceeds. You think what I'm saying? He has the resources at an abundance compared to the regular valuable man. See what's happening is about the 304 culture is it's been marketed to our community since the 70s.
Yeah,
and
liberation.
We since we are civilized culture, since we are civilized people, we don't understand the concept of war and propaganda as the ones who don't really want us to self-govern. You dig what I'm saying? So the product of that, like I said, you got to understand that people don't know this. You have who down with 70s movies?
Yeah.
I watch them all.
Black 70 movies.
I can dig it.
Yeah.
What was her name?
Come on, like
Sam
black
Hurst.
exploitation
What was
movies.
her? Yeah. Miss Gordine or Miss Chlorine or whatever that. You know how hard it was difficult to get Miss Claudine.
Wow.
There you go.
That's Claudine, Jack.
Claudine.
Yeah.
Claudine.
Yeah. That's how
Claudine.
to be on welfare. That's how that's what you had to go through in that time.
Mm-hmm.
You think what I'm saying? So they programmed females who might have had men, but you know what I'm saying? It abused the man's situation. So we've been programmed to our females, our counterparts have been programmed. It's been an institutional thing like that. You know the unions, right? The unions for the jobs. The men of today need to see what worked. And the difference between men now and men back then is they had a lot more unity, so they can have a lot more power, collective power, not individual power. You know, the unions were basically a fund for the average man. For the average man who wanted the wife and kids, they had a fund that they can go to. They had a secure job that they could go to. If they get sick or get out of work, they had somebody, a union that they could go to that's going to help them support their family if shit hit the fan. So they had a backup institution if shit hit the fan, and that was their job to the union. And today we need the same thing. They got institutions, and this how I knew it was some goofy stuff, right? Now, I'm a man of the world. I ain't no man in no church or nothing like that. I was shopping for my little daughter. They selling they selling whole clothes to little children.
Yeah.
I can't stand that shit.
Yeah, they selling whole clothes, not for little children, because children can't buy that shit, but they selling it. So that's what I'm saying. They promote that. Now, I always told my daughter, I'm raising the queen. I ain't raising no hoe.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that's
some of the mothers
most,
though.
Facts.
Huh?
You see some of the mothers though.
And that's the biggest, and that's one of the biggest things, because that's one of my biggest things. I spoke to that's one of the biggest things is my daughter dress code. That's one of the most important thing. That's one of the main things that I might be the bitch ass for. You're not dressing my daughter like no hoe. And you're not putting no perm in her hair.
But that's not
those are the things that I will get violent. Yeah, I'm just saying though. What I'm saying, and like I said, I instilled that she's. Yeah, I mean, I instill the things that a man is supposed to instill on their daughter, that they beautiful, just the way they are. I like her, love her. I love your natural hair, all that shit. I do everything a father's supposed to do, where she don't need to go out, so she don't have to go out and dishonor herself just to get attention from another dude, which is kind of sad, because a lot of the type of, which is sad because the type of girl the type of female that I'm raising, she ain't gonna have no counterparts, because there's so many bitch ass niggas out here.
Oh my god!
Like,
you ain't lying.
So, if I don't do nothing about it, if I can't work with other black men to build institutions, so we can have institutions that teach our daughters to be ladylike and teach our men or males to be to be gentlemen, and teach our boys to be men, and teach our girls to be women. And if we don't do nothing about it, instead of girling about it, our future is gone.
Yes, and really quick, hold on, I want to read this comment. It says, Tiana says, the way you dress has nothing to do with how many bodies you got. It's women who wear turtlenecks and are hoes. It's women who dress sexy and are virgins, which is very true. But I think that, in this aspect, this is when you have the ability to make a choice. When you're old enough and you buy your own clothes, you've grown. Okay. Mm-hmm. But I think that he's just talking about what it signifies as like younger girls who their parents are the ones who are buying these outfits or clothes for them, you know, not them being grown,
My,
like me or you, Tiana, going to the store and we pick out what we want because we're grown and we can wear what we want to wear. It's more about the
my,
children that have clothing that just have to, their parents are buying them stuff and it's displaying like, look, she's
my,
sexy instead of look, she's cute.
Can I just say
nah,
something?
my point of the clothes argument. I think when people go to them extremes, I think it's really ridiculous. If you want to hold who you are, that's your business. But if you don't, if that, like I said, being hoes, being bitches and hoes, and being bitch ass niggas has not done our culture no good, no
At all.
At
good.
all. At
And,
all.
and- and you know how many? Listen. They give. I love my culture, but like I said, it's some fuck shit to be cracking off. But at the same, it's like, has people ever looked up the abortion thing? It's been it's been 60 million black children that died in the womb since the 1970s. All because of people being sexually irresponsible. All because
But
we
the thing
didn't
is,
have
I'm
no
not gonna lie though.
institution.
The thing is, I'm not gonna lie though. When it comes to that, I know that that is very prevalent within our community, but I also know that that's very prevalent in other communities as well. And it's by way of the mama saying, "Okay, we see how these people be living on you know, certain programs or getting assistance, you know, and we see the shame that it brings to certain families. You're too young. I'm gonna take you right down over there. I don't care how much you love this boyfriend. I don't care what you think about that. I don't care what if you think you guys are gonna be together." Other communities definitely take their daughters, okay, and have those same exact procedures done as well. If at the same rate, if not a higher rate, I'm not even gonna lie, because I feel like with our community, we see them. Like we see the single moms all the time. And a lot of times you don't walk around seeing like, you know, too many people of different races just carrying a baby on their own. I'm a single mom. You don't really see that as often. In our
It's
community, you see it more.
My
They are
black
the ones
community.
that are like,
my
All
point
right, go
is
ahead.
it's about structure. And then I'm sorry if I cut you off.
No, go
I
ahead.
apologize that I cut you off. But what I want to
Speak.
say is structure. That's all I'm saying. Structure. It used to be where, like, the girl said, "Oh, you could be in a turtleneck and in a nice dress and still be a hoe." But I understand that. But they used to hide. They used to have to be sneaky. You know, they had to fuck with the mailman on the cool. You dig what I'm saying?
So you
Like
think it needs to?
it wasn't.
You think it needs to be?
It needs to be.
You think it needs to be structured? That's what you think? Because
No.
I think the problem is that everything that is wrong with the black community, it's celebrated too much. That's the problem.
It is.
People never realize that shit. Single moms that sell it. No, but hold on. What it is too, even black boys gotta stop saying, "Oh, my mama." Even when you know your father's been in your life, it's so structured to where black boys always gotta mention their mama. Somebody tell me I'm lying.
It's true.
But
There you go. You see what I'm saying?
the thing
Your
about it,
father could be right there, and it's.
But the thing about it is,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I'm you talking. I want to hear this.
No.
Yeah, I'm learning.
I think Zeus and Resident want to say something too. We got time.
All right.
Oh yeah.
But let me say this, and I'm gonna shut on up, right? Because I'm gonna forget. Now me, I represent a minority of the culture. What I mean is, when I was a child, I'm from the projects, and during working hours, there was no cars in the projects. There was nobody home. Everybody was at work. But the cloth I cut from, we were cutting school, and we was on the block. So what has happened is that, you know, of course, hip hop represents a reality of a certain reality or element of our culture, but they blew it up to. That's why you got this narrative about, all the good men are in jail and all that whoop-de-whoop. What I want to say is that they blew an element of our culture and made it seem like that's all us. If you
Yeah.
saying, like, to be honest with you, if
That's
you're
true.
familiar with if you're familiar with if you know about thug life and what a thug is, you instinctively the word, we know the word came from, if you know anything, the word came from India. You know what I mean? It was a cult or a culture that basically worship. It was mother worship, basically. See, what a lot of thugs love their mother, because no matter what, she's the one gonna get you bail money. She the motherfucker gonna write you letters or answer your phone or send you some money. Thick or thin, your mom is there, and your mom be the first. And your mom be the first one. You could be the bully of the group or the bad guy of the group, and she be acting like, don't be hanging around that guy. He's a bad influence on you, and you be the bad influence. So, and trust me, I've been there, So what I'm saying to you is, so when a lot of these guys say "on my mama," that's a gang terminology. That means, like, prime example. Let's keep it real, right?
Mm-hmm.
As human beings, people don't want to admit it, because I know a lot of females have abused their power and that. But to a human being, a woman, not no bitch, is a god. Closest thing, a boy looks at his mother like a god. Like a god. So
sometimes that could be the problem. You don't think so?
But think about it. Think about a lot of little boys who end up dealing with white girls. They watch their mom mimic, have straight hair all the time, wigs and all that, and then she talk like white people. So they end up saying, "I want to get the real thing."
I don't know. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that.
I feel what you're saying, but what I'm saying to you is it's different elements to it. But what I'm saying to you is like, basically with this whole situation, is just like, if we want to do something different, if we want to change, because to be honest with you, I wasn't born in the 50s. I'm not a baby boomer. I'm not responsible for this fucked up reality that I live in. I'm not a baby boomer. I didn't sell or I didn't sell the resources and the wealth that the greater generation built so they could pass on. I didn't sell the family house. We didn't sound Generation X ain't do none of the damage that we gotta live in. None of it. Generation X and down didn't do none of that shit. In fact, Generation X baby boomers are still in power. They 80 and 90 years old. In power. Like I said, so what I'm right. But like I said, so what we need to do is have, if you are a regular average Joe that make a minimum, you're an average earner, you need to meet with other average earners and put a union fund together. Like, all right, we want wives, so we're going to build an institution. We're going to fund and build a charm school.
Yeah, I was just
a charm school, so we can build wives, because so we can build wives. No, because what's you gotta understand it. Being a scandalous female is popular.
Mm-hmm.
It's popular. It's popular nowadays. You know why?
Other corporations.
Yes, there's a you know why? Because they get paid to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You got females saying they independent. No, when they say they independent, I know it could be in other cultures, but it's more pronounced than ours. When they say they independent, they say they independent of black men. They're not saying because they are employed by everybody else. When they say they strong, that means they stronger than us men, black men. They're not saying they stronger than the people that employ them. Like I say, if we got to get surgical and get practical, and the same way these females can work for somebody else for 20 and 40 years, we need to hire them to be our wives.
Absolutely.
Here's the thing,
I,
though.
I think we got to get out of that.
Give
Like
them give them a salary. Give them a salary to work for 18 years, raise the kids, and then she go about her way.
Okay, hold on.
Hold on,
I want
Riva.
Zeus. I want Zeus to be able to talk because I know he was waiting for a minute.
Mhm.
So Zeus, I know you had something to say. I don't want you to forget your point.
I just think that Black culture as a whole is under. It's like in a fishbowl, basically. The
Mhm.
whole world is waiting
So
for
for what? To
any little
explode?
thing.
Anything
No,
that it
just
does.
just
Or anything, right?
just just waiting for the next step. I mean, look at popular culture right now. Everyone got lip fillers. Everyone has a BBL.
Yeah.
You know what I
Mhm.
mean? That's all off of Black women.
Mm-hmm.
They're all trying to copy the look. Let's just be honest.
I say it
Either
all the time. I say it all
Mhm.
the time that we're the blueprint, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
Those
Hell
who
yeah.
know. Those who don't know just don't know. But I think that one of the biggest things that Uncle said that, like, oh, when it comes to women, I mean, when it comes to men, most men like look at their mom, and they look at their mom as God because their father is not there. So that's the first person that you looked at. That's the first person that fed you. That's the first person that you required, that you needed them to hold you, to walk you around. Especially if it was just a single mom, like you look at that person as such an esteem.
Yeah.
That's the problem, though,
That's what I'm
because
saying.
a
It's a
lot of
problem.
these women are the ones who initially emasculated their
The
son.
men, exactly.
That's
Absolutely.
the first place that they
Absolutely.
heard that they wasn't nothing. You ain't never gonna be nothing. You
You ain't
ain't
gonna
good
be
enough.
shit. Hey, this
You
is what
ain't.
I'm saying.
They
That's
don't
the
have to say that.
problem.
They don't
Let
even
me
have to
say
say
this.
that.
Let me
They
let me
don't have to, but they
They don't have
do.
to say it like that either.
let
They
me
can
let
just
me say
coddle
They
you.
this.
don't
I
have
seen
to,
a
but they
But
do.
Coddle
guess
you.
what?
They could tell you
They're
that
celebrating
just
no
like
matter
other
what.
women, like
I seen
like
I s- I'm
hold on.
sorry.
Let me just say one thing. Like coming from, because I was in that boat. Okay, like they don't have to be like, oh well, you ain't nothing, you ain't this or whatever. They could be. It could just be the type of person that's just like, okay, I'm around heavy set women or whatever, and all of a sudden they're the same type of people that are like, oh, I'm not too big, am I? And asking their child, stuff like that, and you're like, okay, I don't want to hurt their feelings, I can't question them. You get put down in that instead of saying like, yo, you know what, you're unhealthy, or like you can get to the point where you're either coddled, or you're
That
you
little
know
boy, that
you
little
you you
boy
can no,
is
but you
her.
can also be told,
That little boy is
you
her
know what,
husband, just without the intimacy, bro.
Exactly.
no,
That little
yeah,
boy,
but
her son, is her
yeah,
husband without the
yeah,
intimacy.
in some ways too, yeah, there's a lot of people
And
that
this
can
is
get
a lot
messed
of
up
things
like
that
that,
a lot of men,
but there's
not the
also
female, because we got one female here, not her. A lot of men don't know how to admit that shit.
yeah,
Thank
That's the
you.
it's
problem.
very true. Because there are a
That's
lot of
the
times you
problem.
can still like listen to things just like you
Because
can
you
be a
say the
man, listen to Kevin
because
Samuels, and you
we always
still
say
don't
the
want to
fathers
blame
ain't
your
shit, right?
mom for how you got
So the
here.
fathers ain't
You know,
shit, right? The fathers ain't shit, so they leave the house. So now the boy is just in the house with the mother. So that boy still ends up fucked up. Stop. No, it ain't the fathers now, because he wasn't here for none of that shit.
exactly.
Why did that boy still end up how he is? Who fault is that?
Hmm.
And this is the problem. We have to let it out.
At 30
They
years,
don't
at
do it.
38 years of age, these are things that I've been figuring out.
Have you ever been married?
Huh? Yeah, I have been married. That was
Oh, that was her. You
I
were
got
married
married.
to her.
I got married in 2018. Okay.
Do you still
And
talk to
then
her
I
now?
got divorced in 2019, like halfway through it.
Damn. Okay.
Okay.
Dang.
Like, yeah,
Well, I don't blame you,
again,
bro.
I'm not gonna get into all that. I'm just saying I know where a lot of the mistakes I made and everything like that. We're just not gonna go into all that. But I can tell you that yes, there are a lot of developmental things that you end up missing. Okay, if you don't have a father figure, okay, to be like, okay, you know what? Yeah, here's the reality of the situation. No, if you have a mom, instead of her telling you, oh no, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can be like, no, you can be anything you want. Okay, you can shoot for the stars, you can do anything you want. The same mindset that they give to a lot of women, okay, that are like, okay, wait a minute, like that are not
I gotta be real.
understanding. Like,
I gotta be real. I gotta be real.
no, like,
A lot of a lot of women, modern women, Western women, they raise their daughters to be strong, independent. You don't need no man. Get it on your own. Get it how you live. You don't need nobody around you. You got this. And they raise their sons to be the complete opposite.
yeah,
They raise
based
them to
on
be
feeling, not fact.
codependent. They raise them to think that they're not good enough. They're not going to be able to function in society. They're not going to be able to hold it down. You ain't going to be nothing just like your daddy, because your daddy wasn't nothing. So how you going to be something?
There you go. This is what I'm saying.
And so the issue is that to change that moving forward, we have to get more family structures together. Okay.
Exactly.
And it's something that's a little bit harder because a lot of us have not seen it. Okay. So we're trying to get each other to get on the same page, to be cooperative, to be able to work with each other so that we can be able to build these structures so that in the future it can change, and also now it can change as well. But we're in a space that I feel like in some aspects, everybody still wants to point the blame on the man. I feel like we've done that long enough.
Yeah.
In fact, we've definitely done that long enough. And I feel like when it comes to one thing that Uncle said that I really enjoyed, he said that, they look at the woman as their God, you know what I'm saying? And talking about the matriarchy and all that kind of stuff, and how people be like, oh, my mama. Or, that's fighting words too. Like, what you said about my mama? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's always my mom's the prized possession,
Yeah.
And so that's so true and that's so valid. However, at the same token, like, when we're talking about relationships and moving forward and being able to be compatible with each other and being able to commit to each other and being able to change these situations, we need to keep examining the woman. We need to keep the focal point there. However, again, and I'm talking specifically in this aspect just off of what Resident has been saying, it takes that dominance. It takes that. There's two roles. Okay, there's a masculine role and there's a feminine role. Those roles can be broken down. Okay, it's not an exact thing, but it's a placeholder, right? Like, the masculine energy is the provider, the protector. You hear a bump in the night, he's jumping up, running. You know what I'm saying? You're like, hold on, babe. Hold on, babe. I was about to fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, immediately in protection mode. And the feminine role, where it's like, I'm gonna make sure that our home is cozy, comfy, everyone's belly is full, house smell good, you have everything that you need. When you go in the shower, there's already soap there because I'm the one that's keeping track of everything that's in the house. There's two roles that are established. Issue is these moms and these dads, we didn't see it, we don't know it, we don't know how to replicate it. Then, moving forward, we have men, and I'm just using you for an example because you're the only one that told your story about single mom and stuff like that. We have men that now are taking that trauma, because some people are red pill because of experiences they've had with women, right? That have caused them to wake up. Like I said earlier, some people are red pill, unfortunately, because the first woman to ever hurt them was their mother.
There you go.
Yeah.
So it's a space
Tell
of
people
like,
that shit.
you then get into a relationship and you end up like with you, right? She's probably treating you how your mother did, right? And then, like, because it might be a place of comfort, because it's something that like a lot of our men have grown up with, they kind of just deal with it and just kind of go with the flow, because like, whatever, that's just how women are. Like, oh, this is just how women act, this is just what women do. Like,
and it's not normal. It ain't normal.
It ain't normal at all.
Not normal. So self-respect, especially to our men, I would say is the ultimate. Like, it's the ultimate. And knowing the nature of a woman is another. Like, I know that people don't agree with this, but this is why I feel like men need to be versed when it comes to the nature of women and experiences, women, personalities, different home structures. So they can know.
Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
Let me real quick though. Let me ask, since you're the only female here, right? When you first meet a guy,
Present.
what are the first 3 questions you usually ask him when you want to get to know him? When y'all starting out, what would be like the 3? You don't have to get too much in depth, but I'm trying to go somewhere with this. based on what you just said. So like, what are like the 3 first questions you ask when y'all really like, we talking, let's see what's up?
If I were to try to get to know somebody and I wanted to know about them,
it's it's probably the regular 3 typical questions, right? You got a girl, you got a kid, you know, like stuff like that, right? What I'm trying to say is a lot of females
like the conversations that I would have, and also the conversations that I would tell the people that I know that are in the dating world is like, where are you from? Like, and when I say where are you from, I mean like, where exactly are you from? Where's your family from? Like, what are your standards? What do you believe in? What do you think about religion? Like, it's off the gate. Like, I want to know who you are. I don't want to know. I don't really want to have certain conversations and ask you like, you got any kids? Because that stuff doesn't matter. Women act like that matters. That does not matter.
Okay, that's where I'm getting at. So, what you just said, you know, what your follow-up question should be after where you're from, you know, things like that is, how was it in your household? You know, when a woman meets a man, they never ask the question, how was it like growing up in the household you grew up in? They never, I
That's
never
the
heard
first
a
thing
woman
I asked
say
me.
that. That's the first thing. Me? Yo, how was it like growing up? How was it like growing up in your household? Or your father was there?
Who raised you?
Who raised you? What was it? And once again, what's the situation with you and your moms? Because men never ask a woman, what's your situation with y'all two? Because it's always the father and the daughter, right? The mother and the son. You never hear the mother and the daughter. What's y'all relationship like?
If you smart, then you'll meet the mother. You just go straight.
No. That's true, but but I'm going off of when y'all first start talking,
when
before
you first
you even
meet.
go to that crew. You know what I'm saying?
Can
before
Zeus
you go
speak?
there. That's the question. Like, yo, what was it like? I need to know, you know what I mean? What's here? You know what I'm saying?
Hey, before Zeus chimes in, I'm about to leave, but I just want to say just one thing real quick. A lot of this, in my opinion, just kind of is based around, in my opinion, like I was saying before, about knowing yourself, having pride and self-love in yourself as a man. This is for anybody, it's for women too, but I mean most people on here are men. And something I've noticed a lot when I was in my 20s, a lot of my friends who kind of went through similar things as what Resident was talking about, is that those guys were trying to prove to these women that they're this type of man without becoming that type of man they want to be. It's like they want to prove to them and get validation to through them, instead of getting that through themselves and knowing that, okay, I am this man. Here's what I've done to become, whether that's money, mindset, whatever it is, whatever your goals is as a man. We got to understand as men, and no offense to Zeus, but black men in particular, but all races of men too, because you know a lot of Hispanic people have a lot of black genes. I'm not trying to go into black history and stuff. But anyway, we got to understand how great and how powerful we are. You know, black women have the whole black girl magic. They have all of this, you know, stuff that they talk about with themselves, and that's cool. That's whatever. But I think a lot of times as men, like what a lot of guys have been saying on this channel, is that, you know, whether it was their mothers or an ex, some woman in their life told them that they wasn't about nothing. And a lot of times we believe it, right? And then what we'll do is try to chase some other woman that we think is better and try to get validation through her instead of finding it in yourself. You really, and when I say you, and this is just to anybody listening, you have to know who you are as a man. Be real with where you're at, not beat yourself up, not to get down, but be real with where you're at. And like what Edward was saying, fix the things that are in your control instead of just saying, oh, I don't have this, I don't have that. Okay, what are the steps to getting that? And maybe you might not get all of those things. Maybe you might have to draw back, be realistic, and you got to chase that instead of chasing validation from some woman. That doesn't mean we don't love women, but there is a order and structure to everything in nature. And we got to understand how powerful we are in nature. Otherwise, these type of women, whether we get them or not, if we don't understand this, they're not going to respect us and they're not going to follow. And it's just not going to work. Regardless of what they say, you got to watch what women do, right? So you got to make sure you are the kind of man that you want to be first. And
absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Bobby. Yes, Bobby.
Yeah.
I'm about to bounce.
Thank you,
River,
Bobby.
you might need to change these Monday live streams to Monday live therapies with River or something, because this is
You
like the
know,
second
oh
or third
Bobby, I'm
time.
glad you're here. Before you go, I
Yeah,
was
maybe she
actually
start
telling
something.
everybody that what I wanted to do was it was Valentine's Day, so I this one came off the top of the dome. No, I'm just kidding. But what I wanted to do was in the future, I wanted to just have like open forums, So if anybody has like a topic they want to talk about, they want to come on, because I do
Hell yeah.
reactions. So you guys give me a topic and I respond, and then we have the
Hell
conversation.
yeah.
From that
Listen,
aspect.
I got a
So put my
topic.
Instagram. If you guys have a
Hello.
topic, we'll do it
Yeah,
like that.
manifest. Let's get etymologically on that word manifest. Create my own
Yeah,
word.
we're gonna have
Yeah,
to
But
do
I'm
what?
that.
about to bounce, but
Thank you,
peace,
Bobby.
love, and hair grease to everybody though.
Yeah,
Thank you so much
Thank you,
for
no
thank
man,
you,
it's not
Bob.
that. It's peace, balls, and hair grease, cuz.
Oh,
Oh gosh.
it
Right.
really
I
is
have
Okay,
one
Zeus.
thing to
Valentine's Day.
say.
Zeus, go
It's
ahead, Zeus.
peace, balls, and hair grease.
Peace, balls,
All
and
right.
hair grease.
Go ahead, Zeus.
I have one last thing to say.
Sure.
I've been living in Asia for the last like 6, 7 years. I lived in Tokyo, I lived in Osaka, I lived in Shanghai, and now I ended up in Hong Kong.
Wow.
Damn, I'm
So
jealous.
it took a lot of work. It took a lot of work to do. Um, the first question that women always ask me whenever I go out with East Asian women is like, "What do your parents do?"
Mm-hmm.
See?
And then
Yeah.
it's a red flag for them if their mom is a working mother.
Oh, wow. Serious?
Yeah,
Yeah, because
it's a red flag for them if their mother is a working mother, because they didn't instill that peace in you. You didn't have the time with your parents.
Okay.
Yeah, remember those
So,
women were raised traditional. The wife was
Mm-hmm.
staying home being nurturing. The father
That,
was going out working and stuff. So if
that
they
is
see that
true.
a
Yeah,
woman
you're
is
right.
working also too with a man, who's going to be home to bring peace to the house and even nurture the
I'll be
child
right back, guys.
and stuff? And we both know, and even despite most of the time when both parents is working so much, they're not really nurturing the child where it's supposed to be. That's the mother's job and stuff. And
yeah. And usually the second question is, how much money do you make? What's your education?
Oh
It's
yeah, I know
very,
that's true. They do that.
very
Yeah.
straightforward. There's no shame, nothing. They're just like, oh, you don't make enough? Too bad. They'll literally block you right there. Just go to the next one.
Yeah, because that's it. Because they know, like, oh no, and what I love about other cultures, I love culture so much. Not just one. I love all cultures, like people who are rooted in where they're from. But those girls are looking at you like, no, my dad's gonna say no. Like,
Yeah.
oh no,
Yeah.
my family's it's not gonna work with
Yep.
my family. You have here in this space where they're like, who cares what my mama think? Or who cares what my daddy think? Like, like,
Yeah.
but over in those, in those other country, in a lot of other countries, like family is the ultimate. So they're looking at you like, oh
Some
no, it's
type
not
of
gonna work.
structure, right? That's what you're saying. Like they
Yeah, they're
have.
like, oh no, it's not gonna work because my dad is not like.
Nah, you right. You right.
yeah,
No,
because
I
remember,
agree.
Right.
And then
Justin Nine
it's a
actually he commented a couple times, but he actually has a proverbs that he like has, like, and one of them is know who you are so you can be who you are. And I think that's
Mm-hmm.
one of the biggest issues that we have so much too, is that a lot of people just are kind of like, just big kids. They're older because of age, but they weren't taught the way, shown the way, haven't seen anybody replicate the way, so they really don't know who they are. So what they're trying to pretend to be adults and trying to play a role that they're not even sure of, because again, they never saw it, they don't know how to become it, and also they're not even at the mental state of maturity. It's really important to know who you are as a person before you try to bring another person into your space as a spouse. It's very
Absolutely.
important.
Very.
I think I agree with that 1,000%. Knowing yourself, most a
Yeah,
lot of
you
people
have
don't
to know
know.
who you are.
A lot of people don't know that though.
Oh, and one thing I wanted to say too, I don't know how we got lost in the sauce with this aspect, but Zeus had said that a woman who was in her early 20s is going to be harder for her to get on a man's page, and I think it depends on the man. I think it depends on the man,
Mm-hmm.
and I think it depends on the man's age as well. Because, go ahead, Zeus.
I was saying if she has the option to pick between a man who's showing promise and a man who already has it, there's no.
She's gonna go for the one that got the promise already.
I understand.
She's gonna go for the one that has it, and she's more willing to actually put in the effort.
Wait,
I'm not saying that.
Say that again?
I'm not saying it's 100%, but of course there's anecdotal whatever. But I'm saying for the most part, yeah. I didn't process my words correctly. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
River, say it again. Say it again.
Oh no, he was. So I thought he was saying that a woman who was in her early 20s wouldn't get on a man's page, like she'd be harder to mold. But he was actually saying that if a woman in her early 20s had a choice between a man who was established and a man who was still trying to figure himself out, she's gonna go with the man who's established.
Oh yeah, those are older men.
Which is usually older men.
How old are you, Riva?
Huh? 28, right?
How old are you?
Oh, her. I'm sorry. I thought you talking about Zeus.
You'd never ask me her age.
I mean,
I knew that.
I know
that.
I know,
that. You could tell she
I'm asking.
that.
The reason why I asked is because, like, because you seem like you're in your early 20s, okay? Like, so that's why I would have said, like, you would have been a good example of that. You know, another thing with Zeus, I mean, like, you're 28, so like you're still young, so you have a lot more development, to go by, because you don't reach your, full earning potential until, like 45, like, and up and a little up from there. So like, you still have time. The girl that you with now may not, be the one that you really take with you all the way up there. So that's why you say, like, whatever she can do for you right now is okay, because you're not really focused on trying to build for kids or anything like that now. That's why you don't need that 100%. You just need whatever you can get with her for now that's going to keep you sustained while you reach for your own goals.
I have to respond to that, because I don't think there is a difference between the age where you start working until the day that a man dies. He always has to be on his purpose going. I don't think there's a time where you can take a break, because your masculinity can't take a break. You have to be a man 100% of the time, every single day, from when you wake up to when you go to bed.
Absolutely.
So even if she's not the person that I'm supposed to be with, I still have to be a man regardless. I still have to do what I have to do. So even before I reach my earning potential, I still have to be who I am. I can't change that part.
But let me ask you this,
remember
though,
the man.
Let me ask you this, Zeus.
He changes every 10 years and stuff. So you gotta remember that also too. The mind frame you have now is gonna be different from the mind frame 10 years from now. You're gonna be a little bit more wiser, definitely, more in tune, to the point that, you know what, I don't even have to stress myself as much either too. You're gonna be less tolerant also too. Like, I built myself for so many years, I'm not gonna tolerate certain things. You know what I'm saying? Like 45, well established. A woman crosses the line, one red flag, she's out the door. Most of them, when we was in our early 20s, we gave too many chances and stuff like that. But now, like, men, we built. We spend most of our lifetime building so much. So as we get older and build into our full potential, we're going to be less tolerant of certain things also, too. It's going to shock a lot of females.
Absolutely.
That's true.
But listen. That's why. Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
May I intervene?
We hear. It's just good audio. That's why.
Okay.
It sounds like silence, but.
Oh yeah. What I want to say is that's the thing. See, me, I'm an alpha male, right? And I don't mind the ratchets. I don't mind the B words. I don't mind the haves. You dig what I'm saying? I don't mind the females that a lot of males might not want to deal with because they too volatile. And the reason why I don't mind that is because I know they have a shelf life, which means like they're not gonna last that long. They might make it past 30 days.
What?
So what I'm saying, which means, right, in the context of a relationship, right? I'm a person that I'm like I said, I'm alpha male, so I live off.
Have a
I
high
live by
turnover
different.
rate.
Huh? Yeah, a
Have a
lot
high
of
turnover rate.
turnover rate. Yeah, because
So if
if
you
I
know
lived
that,
in a
why you go
different,
there? Why go there if you know that?
It's fun.
why I go there
Yeah,
because I
maybe.
mean
I mean, I don't know.
because
The same
that's
reason.
the.
The same reason why
Sorry, go ahead.
why the women be with Pookie and the Ray Ray, because Pookie and Ray E they be knowing some things.
And as a
Yeah,
man, it helps you get your
nah,
experience stuff.
what?
Like if
Nah,
you're
the
playing a
reason why
video game,
because
it's your
the
experience
reason
stuff.
why the reason why I'm saying this because like I said, my life has conditioned me to be a different kind of person. If it was possible for me to be a average Joe, then I'd be that. But that ain't in the cards for me. You dig what I'm saying? Like it's not in the cards. It's not in the cards for me because they don't make the type like I like older women, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't make a female my age no more. They don't make them no more. You dig what I'm saying? They don't make they don't make Bonnie no more. They don't make Bonnie no more. They don't make Bonnie. They don't make them no more. They make scandalous females. You know what I'm saying? They don't make Bonnie no more. But what I want to say to you is that this is why this conversation and what we're going through, this is why men, average earners need to have a union so y'all can make y'all some wives. Y'all need
I'd have to agree.
But I feel like the wives are out there though.
I have to agree with what he's saying
No,
to a
they
certain
know.
extent with no, because like no, I honestly feel like charm school, like wife school should be more affordable because they do exist, but they're fucking like expensive, like so. And there's dudes that will pay for their women to go and do that.
I'm not saying that every man is capable
No, make our own.
I'm not trying to say that every man is capable of doing this on his own because every man is not. Okay.
No.
But I think it's also like men are capable of making a woman into their wife though, and teaching her a lot of different aspects of life. And like I'm a firm believer that a man can make a woman. Like, you know what I'm saying? If she's down, if she's like, when I say down, I mean if she's willing and able, if she is like
receptive
agreeable to you and like esteem, has an ultimate respect for you, like you can definitely teach her. And you know how you can teach her from your own life experiences of dealing with women. Like you can be like, no, like this is not gonna work. You know what you should do? You should do this, or you know what? It's all about being that observant person, like being an observant person in spaces. It's very important.
Also, we got to realize also too, man.
I don't know that.
White
I
school
agree with that.
Man, white school is free. It's still free out there.
I agree with that.
Oh,
1000%.
White school's still free out there. The problem is most females, they have a choice. They choose to not be wives. Despite, we wasn't exposed. They wasn't supposed to be a wife. There's too many information out there for them to learn how to be a wife. Most females are choosing not to be a wife.
Honestly, I don't think
that's the problem.
In some ways, I feel like they're choosing because to go with the majority, kind of like peer pressure, man. Like because like it's
peer
like
pressure.
Whatever's cool, man. Like it's like these are the type of women that didn't grow up to like really think for themselves and actually be adults. They were like, oh, this is popular. Let me go and do this because they just rather do that. That's why that you see these single mothers like doing twerk videos with their children in the back.
Their own fault.
Like
that's the problem. You can't not take away give them excuses like that. That's still their own fault. Like they still choose to be pressured like that to go out and still do irresponsible mess and everything. But it takes a
different mindset to do that. They have to be able to separate from the herd. They don't do that.
Let me write down this.
Let me say this.
So many good things and they keep making.
But listen though,
irresponsible ones. That's their choice.
But listen, that's the thing, right? A lot of people are sheep. That's just a reality.
Exactly.
Not everybody
are followers.
Not everybody. Like prime example, right? Gangbangers, right? Like a lot of people assume that everybody that's a member of the gang is a gangbanger, right? Say a gang might have 20 members. but it can only have two gangbangers. And a gangbanger is basically a frontline pressure, a person who's about to action. And these two people rule 20 people or rule 30 people because they are the persons who are ready to put it in line. It's a lot of followers out here. A lot of females get peer pressure. Like I've met females, there was cool people, general people. But when they get around their friends, they become B words, like they friends. So that's what I'm saying. This is the main reason why this is what not build the average man need to fund and build his own school. At this rate, black people are married only married with 26%. Prior to the 70s, it was 80. So we need to raise them numbers up. It took us 60 years to get to 20. We need to take 60 years to get back to motherfucking 80.
Yo,
and we got and listen. Let me get off of it.
You're cutting
because
up.
We need to give these females financial incentives. Hello?
Financial incentives?
Wait, no. Explain yourself with that. No, I want to hear that.
Hello?
Hold on, I want to hear that.
Nah,
I want to hear that.
We need to get
away because the government gave him financial incentives.
We need to give them. We need to get.
They get enough financial incentives. Crazy.
We need to give them. We need no. We need to give them. Let me say my stuff and then you can talk. We need to know. We need to give them. We need to give them. We need to give them. We need to listen. Listen. Let me say my part. Let me say my part, and then you can speak your piece. Let me say my part, and you can speak your piece.
All right, hold on, Mel. All right, hold on.
Let me say this.
I'm gonna let him speak, Mel, and then I'm gonna let you speak, Mel.
I want to hear this.
Yeah.
I think Zeus wants to speak after
need
that.
to get financial incentives because the average female, what's she making? What's she making? What's she making? 30, 20, 26 or is it 36?
According to her on the internet, she's making 500,000 a freaking year. According to her, if you look on Instagram and everything, they got pictures. Oh,
no, I'm talking about reality. I'm talking about reality. I'm not talking about that. Come on, cuz let's be grown men. Let's be grown men.
No, but I was trying to get somewhere with that. But go ahead.
Maybe $30,000-$40,000 a year.
37.
Maybe.
A little bit less.
Nah, she ain't making no 40. That's men. She not listen. The average female, from my understanding, she makes. I'm just saying. From my understanding, the average female makes less than the average man. So what I'm saying to you is, I'm talking about average. Like I said, there's so many females who even when they make even when they make a lot of money, they are financially irresponsible. What I'm saying to you is we need females that we need to train to be mothers. After 18-year contract, you can go about your business. But if we don't have children at an expedient rate, so we can, because we're about to be eliminated. I don't give a fuck about none of that trick and talk, all that bullshit you want to kick, none of that shit. I want to talk about, like I said, I'm a black nationalist. I'm about the survival of black people. You dig what I'm saying? I'm talking about black people. I'm talking about ADOS, FBA black people. You dig what I'm saying?
Right,
so like I'm saying,
I'm gonna let him.
All right.
Okay. Okay. Mel?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. I'm sorry.
You okay?
For the pushback. I don't think so. These females, I always tell them, choices come with trade-offs. Our black women have made choices, and the trade-offs ain't coming in their favor.
This is what I'm saying.
Right there. We keep making excuses for their choices constantly and always want to rescue them so much.
They made the choice.
I don't think so. They get enough money incentives. It's called welfare.
Yeah.
They get enough money incentives. It's called child support. They get enough money incentives. It's called alimony. for being in marriage for 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
They get enough money as it is. They juice a lot of simps out there.
Yep.
Most females got 5 option dudes to get money from like crazy. They get enough money as it is out there.
There you go.
These
Right.
females ain't trying to be wives.
Listen,
if some of these
you're
females
talking
act one
about
way
spoiled milk.
and they act like a hold it. Now let me talk. If these females act one way in front of you and they act like a bitch when she around her friends, she always been that bitch. We call them chameleons. That's a true self. You gotta accept that. That's the problem. Dudes need to find out their real value in themselves and not deal with this
Italy,
mess.
you're wrong.
That's it. I agree with that.
Sorry, Italy is
You look
wrong.
like you don't agree.
We keep
No,
letting
Italy.
that. We keep
I was
letting that
looking at the
happen. It's
comment
gonna keep
section.
happening.
Italy
Listen,
made a comment.
y'all
I was like, she's
talking
wrong.
about spoiled milk. I'm talking about the milk before it enters the atmosphere, becomes out the titty. I'm not talking about motherfuckers who already formed their mind. I'm talking about females that can be raised into women. I'm talking about teenagers being taught to be wives, 20-year-olds being taught to be wives. I'm not talking about hoes who's already established to be hoes. What is that?
But who's breaking up the family units for that to happen? Us men ain't doing that. It's them.
Okay, hold on.
Come on, man. Listen, it's like I said.
Hold on, Uncle.
You could be. You could.
Hold on, Uncle. I understand what you're saying now, because the way that you're saying it about the charm school and the this and the that, even I'm like, okay, well, I don't know.
It'll never happen.
But what you're saying in regards to like in their growing stages, like 14, 15 and stuff like that, I do think that does make sense, and I do think that is 100% right. That young women need to understand the nature of a woman, like what it is to be a woman, what it is to grow into a woman, certain aspects of femininity, right, and being in your like I do 100% agree with that. However, okay, this is a big however. My first however is they can go to the school, they can go to the charm school, they can go ahead and learn that, and when they come right back home, their mama gonna tell them that that's foolishness, that don't make no sense. Then I tell you don't need no man.
Correct.
Oh, I would never do that for a man. They're gonna make them feel bad for it. They're gonna make them feel like they're inadequate. They're gonna make them feel like they're not good enough. They're not this. They're not that. Like that's one aspect of it.
And whatever mama say is right.
Right.
No. Females being promoted to have kids and not.
And also, hold on. And also, the issue is that these young ladies, right? They still need that replication of what it is to be that way at home all the time. And I think that's a big thing that's misconstrued, is that the woman is displaying so much masculinity and so much masculine energy that this woman has no other way to go but to be a masculine female as well. When you look at other cultures, I'm just going to use this for an example. I'm going to use Mexico, for example, just for the sake of Zeus, okay? Even if a woman is a single mother, she still operates in a certain way. Even if she feels like she's independent, she don't need a man, she's still going to be in her feminine. Like, and that's just like that's just how they operate, because it's just by their nature, culturally, you know. And I can say Mexican, but I can talk about like, you know, Dominican. I can talk like in other countries, okay, or in other cultures, I should say. And I'm not just talking about Spanish speaking countries. I'm talking about a lot of different ones. Because of the way that they just naturally operate, like a feminine woman is still going to be feminine, no matter if she has a man or not, no matter if she's a single mother or not. She can still raise her daughter in the way that she should go. But the issue is that we have a lot of women who are just 100% like in their masculine energy, and you are going to be what you see majority of the time. It's going to come out. It just has to. Like what goes in is just it just has to come out. So they can go to the school as much as they want. How many kids go to school and their parents tell them you don't need school anyway?
Yeah, you watch some old time videos back when I was a kid. Those video specials how they asked the black teenagers about having kids without the father and stuff like that. Them girls
I know.
Crazy, like, I want to be a mother.
1980 something. I know.
No father in the household raising. These were teenagers. This was like videos from the 1980s and 70s. It's going on to this day. Like crazy.
But listen. You either gonna be combative about what's going on, or you gonna girl about it. I want to be combative about what's going on. Like I said, all this is promotion for self-destruction. I'm not trying to be, like I said, my ancestors didn't fight and survive what the fuck they survived for me to just let the shit, for me to know what's happening. All this destruction in our community is for motherfuckers from the baby boomer generation. Like I said, I don't want my children to pay for some shit because I didn't do nothing to make a change. Period.
Yeah, but the changes in your home. That's the thing. Like sometimes we want to change things from a broader spectrum of like, oh yeah, let's go ahead and just change the city. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes it's really just starting off of changing your home, like changing the way that your child grows up to make it different than maybe how you grew up or how other people around you grow up.
That non-village philosophy don't work.
What do you mean non-village?
What do you mean? The non-village, the philosophy where you could just keep your head down and worry about your kid. Like when he go outside or he get a certain age, he's not gonna be influenced by the other kids outside.
No, but that's not what we're saying though. That's not what I'm saying, because I mean, obviously, if I didn't think about village or community, I wouldn't even be on here having these conversations. You know, when we talk about what I'm saying is your daughter, now that you're raising your daughter, right? For example, you can teach her some things, instill certain principles within her. Okay, you change your home. It always says it. You get your household together. Okay, you change your household, which then changes maybe the block, which then changes maybe the community, which then maybe changes the city. You know what I'm saying? It literally starts from us getting together, because we're so quick. I feel like our community is so quick. Okay, and this is not just to you, Uncle. This is just in general. I feel like our community is so quick to be like, oh, we need to just hurry up and like just make this change, and then like their household be like, like they can't even get people in their household to listen to them. So how they gonna change outside?
Absolutely not. It won't work.
These are the same people that want to play activists all the time, but then they don't.
Yeah, it hasn't worked.
That's my point. That's my point. Finance. That's my point. Think about what happened. Like, why do black people live in the areas that they live in? Because they came for a fucking job. That's why. And in the 60s, in the 70s, and in the 90s, they removed most of the factory jobs from them areas. So that's what what I'm trying to convey to you is that it's a reason why. It's not just because a female said niggas ain't shit. They fired the niggas so they can look like they ain't shit. Yeah. So I'm saying that we need to have our own job institutions. We need to have our own school institutions so we can teach our own fucking children. It's like, do you know what happened to the Aborigines in Australia? No, what they used to do. Let me say this. Then I'm gonna get off. They kidnapped the original people who lived in that land, children, and they programmed them to think like they like their enemy, and then they sent them among their people. They programming our children to be like this, and it's starting.
Right, Uncle, I know what you're saying. Okay, I know what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying. I absolutely understand what you're saying. But the thing is that we worried about. Okay.
I'll go after you.
We're worried about outside, and inside is not right.
Absolutely.
We're worried about what everybody else is doing to our children, but what about what their own
what are you doing to your kids?
Thank you.
Like, what about what the children are seeing and witnessing is doing to the children, even more than anybody else? You're talking about women who are raising their own children, right? Or even for example, just if I use your analogy and I just say, okay, yeah, a woman that's homeschooling, right? I'm just going to use that for an example, just based off of what you just said. Fine. The women who are supposed to be raising the children don't want to because they're selfish. They don't want to do nothing that is going to interfere with their hot girl summer lifestyle. Okay, and we have to be real and authentic about it. They don't even want to stay home. They tell you they want to be a stay-at-home wife. Then you tell them that they can stay home and raise the kids. Well, I didn't say I want to stay home and work all day. it's still combat. It's still combat. So it's the mindset of the people that we have to change first. How do we change
But they
mindset?
also
right now.
These
She's being promoted for
I'm
love.
a,
Both
That's
let,
all
let
I
her
was trying
finish.
to say.
My
That's all I was
my
trying to
point
say.
is, like I said, it's going to take some years of a dry spell. But it's going to take. I'm gonna say it's going to take 30 years for that shit for us to turn around to where we need to
I
be.
don't think so.
But
No, it doesn't have to.
I mean, I think Uncle has
it
a
took
point
60
because
years for us to get here.
hold on,
It took
guys.
60 years.
Make a change.
I
I'm
think
changing
I think
now.
Uncle he
I'm
has
How long
he
it
has
take,
kind of a point because like if you think about it, you
if the
have
woman don't want to follow my lead, then she get left behind. As my man Charles Faulkner always says, either we lead or we leave.
That's it.
That is my
Okay.
philosophy. I learned from him.
That's
I'm
it.
not leading every female out there that don't want to be lead.
Nah.
That's the thing.
I just thought
See, that's the thing. I'm not meant the type of female you're talking about. I'm not even. They're not even my equation. I'm not talking about the ones. If you don't
Happy
want to,
Valentine's Day, y'all.
no.
Happy
If you don't want to,
Valentine's Day.
if you don't want to, if you don't.
Where is the love?
Who's he talking about though? Younger
The
woman or older
love.
woman?
Y'all don't even hear each other at this point.
Okay, guys. Okay. Uncle
Yes.
and Mel.
If you don't want to cooperate, then I'm not talking about the ones who don't want to cooperate. I don't care about the ones who don't want to cooperate. I'm talking about the ones who do want to cooperate. And like I said, I want to be combative to those who try to corrupt the young children to not cooperate. That's who I want to be. That's who my enemy. I'm for the black family. Like I said, listen. I always had a vow, right? When I was a little kid, and it's the reason why, like, I took being a father very seriously. I said I never want people to go through or experience what I experienced. Black children are the most unprotected individuals in this society, and we need. And that's just the point.
I got to debate you on that, but I'm gonna let it rock. I think Native
so that's what I'm saying. I don't give a fuck about the scallywags. I don't care about. I'm sorry. I don't care about the scallywags and I don't care about those who already going. I care about the youth. I care about the youth.
Yeah, but
this
a lot of
family reunion, y'all.
raising the youth though.
Okay, hold up. Because I have to gain control. Okay, I have to gain control.
Hold on.
Okay, Uncle and Mel. First of all, I love the dialogue. I think this is the first time that I've ever heard them have a conversation and not agree, which is very entertaining. But what I really want to do is I said this before, and I think it was before both of you guys got on. What I really want to do is I want to be able to have open forums, because what I've noticed is that I can come on here with a topic and we can be on that topic for maybe an hour and a half max. And then we always go into a whole different aspect of a completely different conversation that's kind of related, but like not related at all. So what I want to do is I want to start having conversations with you guys, open forums, right? Where you guys call, just like how I do my reaction videos, it's going to be a live stream, so Uncle, you call in and you say what you want to talk about. Mel, you call in, you say what you want to talk about. And then we have the same exact dialogue, but it's up to you guys, right? So I'm probably going to title them open forum so that you guys can have an idea like, oh, this is the call-in show that we're going to just be expressing ourselves and just having various conversations. That way I don't have to divert the conversation back to kind of like what we were talking about initially. So I'm just saying that to Uncle and Mel, and I see Hustlers up here as well, just because I don't want you guys to think that I'm not like respecting your space or respecting your thoughts or opinions or feelings or your talks, because I love when you guys come up here. I genuinely do. I love the dialogue that we have, but I'm just letting it be known that sometimes I have to cut off conversations just because like we've been here for like 4.5 hours. And I just want people to be able to make their points on the topic. But we're gonna be here on Monday, okay? We're gonna be here every single Monday at 7:00 having these conversations. And again, next Monday is gonna be the first Monday that I'm actually gonna give you guys the floor. So you guys will be having whatever conversation that you deem necessary, something that you think is important about our community, about relationships that you want us to talk about. So what I'm gonna do, I am just going to go around and I want everybody to just kind of like give me their final thoughts on whatever it is that they feel like they didn't get to say or what they want to say briefly about the topic, about the conversation, and about whatever dialogue that we had here this evening. Kashan, I just want to say shout out to you, okay? Because you have been
You're the
here
real
silently.
MVP.
You have been here silently the entire time, like silently. So, but I'm gonna start with Uncle because he was the last person that was just talking, and then I'm gonna bring it all the way back, all the way around, and of course, Kashan and Edward is gonna end with us. Okay, so let me start with Uncle. Whatever you want to say, Uncle, your final thoughts about the entire conversation, and then you have to be here on Monday. You gonna be here on Monday?
Oh yes, Miss Lady, of course.
Okay, good. Okay.
I mean, I'm a. Let's see, me like. I mean, I wouldn't say excuse my passion, but
no.
I'm a person. I speak in a matter of fact way, and I try to make sure that I get directly to the point. And I believe like the situation, I guess it spiraled out of the way because there was some misunderstanding going on. And like me be honest with you, I'm a very combative individual. So if you're trying to talk over me, I'm gonna make sure my voice, you ain't gonna get louder than me. So that's just me. I that's why I'm Uncle Loke, because I've been I earned that name by being combative. And
right.
So like if you think you're a bully, I like bullies. They the best prey. That's in my nature. So what I want to say is, so that like I'm not saying that ain't this. So I'm gonna keep it brief. Okay. I know I'm getting long winded now.
No,
but
you're not getting long winded.
All I'm gonna say is, if I disrespected your platform, I apologize for 2022. and that's basically it. And I find it strange. How the hell you can sing, but your ass can't whistle?
I cannot whistle.
Come on.
I cannot whistle. I didn't know you were here that long in this conversation, Uncle.
And listen, I can sing too, and I can whistle, but not good. Though. I ain't gonna say now. You might have a point there because I can sing. Yes, I can sing, but I can whistle a little bit now.
I can't whistle. Nothing happens.
It's an acquired skill.
Okay, Uncle. So think about whatever. Well, I think it's gonna come off easy for you. But next Monday, again, same time, 7 p.m. I want you to tell me. I want you to come up and we will just have a broad conversation where it will be about whatever it is that you want to talk about. So how I'm gonna do, I don't really know how I'm gonna orchestrate it, but I'm sure I'm really quick-witted, so I'm sure we'll figure it out. But I want it to just be where you like her resident came up and we talked about that topic, and then Uncle came up and then we ended up talking about like a different topic. I want it to kind of be like that where it's more free-flowing and it's not like somebody comes into the chat and they see a title and they're expecting us to be talking about that and we're talking about something else. You know what I'm saying? I want to be able to be natural without any confines. So it's going to be called Open Forum. So whenever you see me, if you see me doing a live stream with the title, you guys are obviously still welcome, but I'm going to be talking about a certain topic, and then we're still going to do this too. But when you see Open Forum, just know that from the beginning that I get on, I'm taking callers. I'm not even going to talk about nothing.
I listen. I think manifest is the best topic because a lot of people don't. Manifest because a lot of people don't understand what a lot of words have the word man in it, and all of them, and all them words involve being constructive. Even in the Spanish language, the name for hand is mano or something with man in it. So it's all about being a man is about being constructive. And like I say, I got my manhood. Like I say, and my point of the heat in my discussion was based upon if I would have stayed in the house, I would have been a bitch nigga. So outside influence, my neighborhood, my community had more influence on me because I went outside every damn day. Had more influence me than my house did. You dig what I'm saying? So what I'm saying too is like these children, some of these children don't even got a grandfather. So like they don't got nobody that they can go in the community and talk to. Nothing. So like I said, like I know that a lot of people don't want to reward. We thinking it's not rewarding the female, it's rewarding the child. I care about the children. That's what I care about. That. Like I said, I loosely I deal in West African spirituality. Okay. So my deity is Ogun. And Ogun is the protector of children. I guess I experienced so much as a child, and I always vowed I never want children to go through that. And I experienced or know what know what the experience, and I don't want that. We leaving these children to these destructive females, and I want to combat it. I want other men and men like who care more about the children than whatever personal or feelings that they might have, and that's what type of time I'm on, and that's all it is. Like I say, it is what it is.
Thank you so much, Uncle. We're gonna see you on Monday. Monday. Don't forget.
All right, cool. But if I'm working, I might have to go last.
Okay. As long as you're here, we don't care.
Yeah, I'm a driver. I drive. I'm a cab driver. So yeah, if I'm working, I'm gonna have to go last.
Okay. Well, we'll be here. We're gonna save a spot for you.
All right.
Thank you, Uncle. Okay, Mel.
What up?
Okay, so it's your space. So again, I want you to be here Monday too. Okay, I want you to be here. I always usually see both of you, so I want you to be here Monday too for us to have this conversation. But also your final thoughts on it, and also whatever you did not get to say, and that you want to say, and then your final thoughts about the entire conversation that we have.
I was on there for an hour, so I guess I don't know what I was talking about before that. With the Valentine's talk. So, but
no, I mean whatever in general.
Oh,
whatever piece you wanted to add that you didn't get to say, like your final thoughts about the piece of the conversation that you were a part of. Whatever you want to say.
Yeah, like what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna knock no man for want to do stuff right for kids and everything. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but here's the thing also too. I'm not gonna do it 100%, and that's the problem right there. It kind of blinds us a little bit, like you taking away you doing too much work for a woman that didn't even got respect for you like that, and she's trying to overwrite your decision. My thing is, you know what? If you got women that with kids that want men without kids to take that burden on and everything, this is why I come to a solution with that. Let that man that don't have kids find himself a wife that don't have kids, and then that single mother hangs with the marriage couple, let go of her single friends that's influencing her, so she could see how marriage is supposed to work. And then with the influence from the married couple, she could go find herself a man the way she's supposed to. And then that's how she gets herself a man. From that way, because communities are built through families. It starts off in the home. We got to clean our homes first. And that's the problem. It's too much dysfunction. Yes, it's on both sides, but it's more on the women's side than it is on the men's. I'm sorry. It is more on their part. How many times I keep saying that women recycle the same small percentage of men consistently like crazy. And the little small percentage of that are the ain't you know what I'm saying? They the low down, dirty, pump and dump dudes that just making babies and leaving them. The rest of them, they're trying to be fathers to their kids. But they use them as weapons too damn much. They know the laws on their side like crazy. They take advantage of it. My solution is to men. We have to get together and start making laws in our favor to really see results. Because we've been too lenient, too much. And that's the problem.
I agree with you. And I think that's something that next week that we should probably delve into a little deeper, because I could understand what Uncle was saying, right? Uncle was saying that, you know, his focus is the children and moving it forward so that they have a different future. But I also really understand what you're saying, you know, because based off of the state that we're in right now, whenever you you know, put on the goggles, okay, and examine everybody, it always comes back to that woman who's not willing to be as cooperative in any situation. Okay, whether it's with the kids, whether it's with the baby father, whether it's with the so I definitely think that we should dive in like way deeper into that conversation, because I mean there's so much when it comes to, you know, you said a lot about like assistance and child support, and so that's a whole broad conversation.
Yeah, they already get too much sense, because one factor is with other communities and cultures and stuff, when they see that one person that's not following the structure in their community, their culture that they're trying to run, they excommunicate them and her. You out. You want to do things your way? You're out. And that's the problem. Us, we don't do that. We constantly make excuses, showing love like too much, and they still doing the same old, same old.
I agree. I completely agree.
And that's how it affects the rest of the kids. Like I said, if you hit the recent thing what Dave Chappelle said, he didn't want certain people moving in that community he's in, or he's pulling his money out. He has a reason. He saw the detriment of that. Just like Zeus says, why those women ask certain questions and stuff, the way they did, they see how feminism is. They saw a long time ago the negative effects of that. And they don't want that in their communities. No.
I completely agree. I don't want to listen. That's why we're having these conversations, to change the mindsets of the people, like to offer a different perspective that some people don't know and they don't see anywhere else in front of them other than on a platform like YouTube. So I definitely feel you on that. I definitely hear exactly what you're saying. So Monday again, don't forget, Mel. Monday, open forum.
What time?
You come on and we talk about what you want to talk about for however long the conversation ensues, until maybe somebody else calls and we talk about what they want to talk about. That way we can give you guys a space to talk about maybe conversations that you think are not around, or not an aspect of a conversation that we've touched on that you think is necessary to move the needle forward. So again, thank you so much.
Definitely. What time you have it, like, bro?
Like 7 p.m. around 7. Okay. Thank you so much, Mel.
All right, fellas.
All right, man. You have a good night.
All right,
Take care, ladies and gentlemen.
Mel, listen. If you don't know, now you know. Okay, Mel and Uncle are two very thorough people. Okay, this is the first time I've ever seen them disagree. But when they are going to disagree, they are going to stand strong on their points. They're not going to bend. They're not going to move. And like somebody said in the comment section, they were like, it's like barbershop talk. And I really did feel like that. It really did feel like how they be in the barbershop. Hustler, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Just
I wanted to go ahead and give you your space to say your, thoughts, opinions, briefly until next week. Just
I came in kind of late actually, so I'm just tuning in, but I heard most of what y'all was talking about.
Okay.
And me personally, I don't have a problem with a woman working or establishing her career and getting herself together. But what I do have a problem with is this whole "I don't need a man" mentality, or "I'm the boss of the relationship" bullshit mentality. That's where I generally have the issue. You see, at my job a few months ago, I was chopping up with this one woman at my job a few months ago, and she was telling me how. No, listen. She was talking about how I'm the boss of the relationship. You and me, I'm gonna be in charge of the relationship. I had to let her know, sweetheart, if you want to be the boss of your relationship, you're gonna attract one of two kinds of men. The first man is the little simp, the little beta who doesn't know how to be a leader, not on his purpose, not on his grind, don't know, he has no direction in life. Think of him as Jody from Baby Boy. That kind of, Tyrese character from Baby Boy. A guy like that, for example. That's what you're going to attract. And you got to constantly lead him around, tell him what to do. because he don't know how to be a man. And the thing is, what are you so mad about? You want to be the boss of the relationship. That's what you want.
Right.
You want to be in charge of the relationship. Exactly, right. You want to be in charge of the relationship, so don't complain about this man who don't want to do his job and be a man because you said you got this. That's
conditional
that's
authority.
I got this.
Yeah, and then there's the second kind of man you're going to attract. We had this I want to be the boss mentality. You're going to get that man who's on his purpose, on his grind, got an empire, know where he going in life. But when he get up with your ass, he got to have a fucking verbal sparring session anytime a decision needs to be made. Y'all can't come to some sort of agreement on what y'all want to do and how y'all want things to go. He gonna get sick of that at some point. He's gonna get tired of having what's the old saying? It's like two chefs running the kitchen, or two captains trying to run the damn military. You can't have two leaders. You have to have one leader and one that's gonna follow. And she don't want to do that. So I have to let her know, if you attract one of those two kind of men, all I can say is good luck to you and good luck to him.
Listen,
No, ain't nothing wrong with you being independent. Ain't nothing wrong with a woman being strong. Ain't nothing wrong with we actually love strong women. It's the attitudes, the bad attitude. You can be strong and be feminine at the same time.
Exactly.
You can be a strong, tough woman and be feminine at the same time. Besides, femininity is power for the average female. Masculinity is our power as men. That's how I look at it.
Listen, and just so everybody know, I'm writing this down. Okay, I don't wrote this down because Hustler, if you make it next Monday, I'm gonna remind you of this, and we're gonna talk about this. Because
actually, I got you a reminder, but I was busy and I lost track of time. So
it's okay. It's okay. It's because a lot of these topics that I wrote down based off of the thing that Mel was talking about, based off of the thing that Uncle was talking about, and what you're talking about, are all kind of in the same aspect. So that's definitely going to be a really deep and interesting conversation that we have with the three of you guys. And you guys are all very, like, again, 10 toes down, unwavering, you know? So hearing their perspective on these things, I think it's going to be awesome. So, Hustler, thank you so much for joining. Next Monday, don't forget, okay?
I'll try not to.
Okay. All right. Hopefully I'll see you then. Thank you so much.
Will do.
Oops, sorry, my bad. Hit the button too fast. Sorry. Okay, Mr. Hellenback.
I just want to say, amazing show, by the way, everybody.
Thank you.
Everybody. I just want to say, as long as we have women that behave like that, there will always be simps around, and we're just wasting our time talking about it. You guys understand what I mean, right? By making video all over the internet, we're going to get nowhere as long as their simps are around. That's just the truth. There's no way around it. As long as there's simp, you want to know why? Because all of us can be that. All of us can be something else, right? But as long as it's those other guys, what you think those females are going to do? Oh, fuck y'all. Excuse my language. I'm going to go over there. Because I already know this simp dude, he's going to give me his money. He going to take my mouth. Whatever I do. You understand what I'm saying? So it's always going to be that. It's never going to be nothing else. We just have to figure out how to deal with it. And like what I said earlier was, we all ignore it. That's how you do it. You ignore that shit. No, I don't want to have sex with you. Nothing. If every man did that, then females will look and say, you know what? Damn, I got to get my shit together. All of them. Now, you know, I'm talking about the ones that's messed up. They will all get their shit together. We lead, they follow. But once again, when you got them simp dudes, oh, no, don't worry about what he's talking about. Oh, how much you need? I got this for you. Oh, let me take care of those kids. I don't care if the baby fathers are knocking on the door anytime. It's always going to happen. It's always going to happen. We got to ignore it. But guess what? You got a lot of dudes that are vulnerable. It's not going to happen. It's a lot of dudes that have low self-esteem. We have to talk about that. That is something that we never talk about. There's a lot of men with low self-esteem. As long as you got low self-esteem, This behavior is always gonna continue, no matter what anybody's talking about. It doesn't matter. You allow it, it's gonna keep happening. That's all I want to say.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hellenbeck. And the thing is, I agree with that, and I don't agree with that at the same time. I do agree with that when it comes to in terms of the home, but I think that a lot of those women who settle. Notice I'm using the word settle. A lot of women are settling with that man who will take her mouth and will do this and will that because she just cannot get it together.
Yeah.
Okay. But she's always going to be unsatisfied. And you know how they say like more women are the ones that are filing for divorce? She's definitely going to file for divorce. Like she's definitely going to be with him for a period of time. Get whatever she can get from the relationship, children, whatever it may be. Stay long enough maybe for some alimony if you have a little money. And she's definitely going to peace out because she's just miserable. So she's just going to be miserable.
But the problem is we got little girls that see that too and say, "Oh, that's the way to do it." And that's why I keep saying it's gonna keep happening.
Cycle.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah. And that's why I said I agree because in certain aspects, yeah. I mean, it's always going to be like that. Not everybody is going to like evolve, change, grow,
at all,
do things in a certain way. No, you're always going to have people that is going to stay over there with their mindset. So in that aspect, that is very true. That's very, very true. So, anything else you wanted to say?
Oh no, that was the main thing. I got some very interesting stuff for Monday.
Are you on Instagram?
What happened? Yeah, I just put my Instagram right back. I can message you right there, right? I'm gonna message you my Instagram.
Yeah, okay. Message me there, and also anybody who's if you have anything that you want to talk about, and you say, "Oh, Rivah, I want to talk to you about this on Monday or whatever," DM me on Instagram, or you could just meet me here too. But if you DM me on Instagram, at least I can have kind of an idea, and we can kind of see how this goes. Cause I really don't know how I'm doing this. Okay, Rivah just being the creative juices be flowing, and I just be like, okay, I'm gonna do this. So if you have any idea or if you want something to talk about, again, on the open forum, we're just going to have some conversations. I'm kind of looking forward to this.
It's going
to be really interesting. It's going to be really, really interesting. We're going to see how it goes on Monday. That's going to be the first time we're doing it. So it's going to be very, very interesting. But yes, in the private chat in the back, just drop your Instagram. And so you can tell me, because you said you have some topics. So got it. Okay, we have some topics, so we'll dialogue and try to figure out how we're gonna work this all together, or maybe if you'll come first, or we'll figure this out.
Hey, whatever y'all want.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Hellenbeck, and we will see you Monday.
No problem. All right, y'all.
Thank you.
Have a good night, brother.
All right, salute, bro.
I'm listening.
Okay. I can't believe that. First of all, that is 4 hours and 40 minutes.
Oh, I mean,
every time I literally start the stream, and every time I say, we're not going to be on here all night. We're just going to have a quick conversation. I'm going to drop the link, and then we just have
if anybody familiar with the lead attorney.
I genuinely love our ability to communicate with each other and share this space, with each other in space and time. Okay, Zeus.
All right.
You had a lot to say that you didn't get to say.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't like interrupting. Sorry. So, I would say that a lot of these things come from the lack of male role models. Basically, if there were enough men around, I don't know if you remember back in the 90s, there used to be the PAL, the police.
PAL.
Yeah, so there would be a bunch of police officers and male volunteers that would teach little boys boxing and karate and all this stuff. That would teach boys the discipline, how to wake up early in the morning, go for a run, keep your fitness in check, make sure you do things on time. All that stuff's gone. So even for the single mothers who do want to try, who's gonna take them serious? Where can their boys go? What can those boys do?
You want to know what's interesting?
Sorry. Yeah.
No, it's okay. You want to know what's interesting? is that you just said something, and I'm like, damn, because you're like, with PAL, like it would be like maybe police officers, and they're like teaching them stuff, and like like interacting with the community and teaching the young boys stuff. Right after they locked up their daddy, though.
Yeah.
We're gonna put you away, but we're gonna raise your kid.
Thank
Yeah, I see that,
The
but then
irony.
I'm thinking like their dad should have
Irony.
learned from those police officers too. Like it should be an ongoing thing.
Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't just be one generation and then we give up. It should always be there.
Police athletic. What do you mean? What one generation I'm gonna give up? What do you mean?
So like, let's say your son is 8, so that must mean that if you had a kid at 18, what, 26?
26.
Not it was around whenever we were kids, but it's gone now. So where do these kids go?
Right, to the hood, to the street.
Exactly. There's no outlet for them. So like we always talk about the single woman, the deadbeat dad, but what about the women who just got dealt a shitty hand? I know it's very few.
Mm-hmm.
And it's accountability.
Mm-hmm.
But a woman may listen to what this conversation that we had and be like, oh shit, what can I do from this point on?
Mm-hmm.
Might change. Where can she go? There's nothing for her and her children to do. What is she going to do? Teach? How can she teach a young man how to be a man?
Right, she can't.
So like this is the only thing that I kind of have against the whole, I guess, red pill problem or issue is like they kind of ostracize a single woman, but a lot of us come from single women, and it's still my mom. And as much as I want to say like, oh, she could have raised me better, that's the hand I was dealt. So what the hell is the solution at this point? We already know what the problem is. What's the solution?
Well, it's time for you to take up the torch and do it right.
We're gonna
that's
talk
what I'm
about
saying.
all this stuff that I'm seeing so far of everybody's when it comes to Uncle, when it comes to Mel, when it comes to Mr. Helen Back, a lot of this stuff is about single mothers.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of this. So I think we're gonna have to touch on this.
But I say it's
been about the single mothers.
We're gonna have to touch on this.
I don't say it's a single mother. I say it's the absent male role model. There's no one in the community taking charge anymore.
Because they can't.
I know they can't because all the shit's gone, bro.
Yeah.
This is a long conversation because there's not even one answer for that. There's not even one situation because normally you would be relying on the family around you, right? Normally you'd be relying on the people around you to assist you, like the men that raised you, if they're around, like to assist you and stuff like that. But no matter how you slice it, it's still putting women in a space for sure. Like it's definitely putting single mothers in a space for sure. You know what I'm saying? Because the highlight is on them. Like, wait, we don't have to deal with a woman that has kids? Oh, great. We won't. You know what I'm saying? And then there's going to be single mothers who are out there who are raising their children alone. But I think that the context of the single mother and why she's a single mother, I think those situations really matter.
They do.
I think those situations really make a difference. If it's like, she's a widower or like something happened, like a situation happened that was not to her, whatever, and she really was a good woman, I always feel like those women end up married.
Yeah.
Not always, but more times than not, I feel like
that's true.
A good man is gonna see like, oh no, she's a good woman, she's a good catch. Let me go ahead and swoop this up and put on my stepdaddy cape. You know what I'm saying? Because she's such a good woman. But I think that the women that have a lot of tumultuous kind of relationship with the baby daddy, okay, maybe got 2, 3, 4 baby daddies. Okay, and in those situations, they were never the problem. It was always the man, and that's a different situation.
I understand that part, but I'm also thinking about a young boy who just was dealt a bad hand. He doesn't know why his mother's acting that way. He doesn't know why his father's not around.
Absolutely.
So what outlet does he have? What does he have? He
We
doesn't
gonna
have
talk
shit.
about it. That's
No
what
one
we gonna
knows.
talk
No one
about.
cares. It's all on the mom.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're gonna have to
Which-
talk about next week.
So that's
But I think it's
that's
some.
where I come from.
But I want to say lastly though that I think that it's a mother's duty to find out that what that is for her child. I think that's a mother's duty to say, I'm gonna put you in soccer, okay? So you can be around this coach that's a man, okay, and you're gonna be running up and down sweating, or I'm gonna put you in karate, or I'm gonna put you in something that is going to cause you to be disciplined in taking the leadership or so of a man. And again, we have to be careful too, right? Setting our sons to someone to assist them in raising them or helping to raise them when you haven't vetted this person properly. You don't know you don't know who you're trusting your child with, especially your son. I mean, especially both children. Okay, especially both children. But usually with a single mom, she has a daughter, she can kind of figure that out. But with a man, you have to be very careful, like who you have to see that kind of man that is even a positive influence in your son's life and see what kind of man he is that is going to be influencing your son when you are maybe not around or whatever the case is. So I think that's we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it next week. Are you going to be here next week?
Maybe I might have to work. I should be at work, but we've just gotten to another lockdown, so I'm yeah.
Where are you?
I'm in Hong Kong.
Hong Kong.
Yeah.
What time is it?
1 p.m. the next day.
Yeah, man. Trying to get
like
shipments from over there with my stuff is a bitch.
1
p.m. One last thing. Whenever I moved to America from Brazil, whenever I was a little boy, my father was like the big machismo Mexican guy that like blah blah blah. Whenever he moved there, my dad was reduced to a day laborer. So I saw my father, the person who I look up to, as the pinnacle of like, oh, this is my superhero, to being at the fucking bottom. So I think that's something that like I'm half black. People can't tell. But like my mother's Brazilian, she's Nigerian Brazilian. And when I moved to America, I see that like minorities' fathers get fucking shoved to the bottom. And it affects us in a way that we can't really communicate unless you're been through therapy and shit like that. Seeing my dad get fucking thrown in jail for not paying some tax or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, who would have thought growing up that we would see that shit?
Right.
You know what I mean? So like, it's this shit that like, excuse my language.
It's okay.
Like, I guess hinders us from moving past onto the next step. I guess that's about it.
I feel you on that. I definitely feel you on that, because he went from being like your, God, to then it's like, oh my God, wait, is he a criminal? Like, I don't understand what's going on, and that switch that happens to so many people who immigrate to this country, right? Like so many immigrants that happens to, they could be like top of their class, like doctors, lawyers, whatever the case is, and then they come here and then you see them like at the grocery store and it's like, what? Like, so there is a big change. And also, again, what we do face within this country. You have to come back Monday. I don't care what's going on. I don't care what's going on. You have to come back, because that is a whole aspect of a conversation that we definitely have to dive into. And I saw somebody ask in the comments, like, oh, when you guys are talking about single mothers, is it only the Black women? No, we're not. Okay. No, we're not.
Nope.
Dangerous for everybody goes through that.
No. When I went to the PAL when I was young, a bunch of Mexican kids there, a bunch of white kids there, growing up in the fucking shitty part of Texas, you know what I mean?
Right.
There's kids everywhere.
And this comment says, your father's employment status shouldn't determine your level of respect for him. His character should, which is very true, but to a child is confusing. To a child, it's very, very confusing. Like, to a child, it's a very, very different aspect. Corey
It's
said,
also
make that
demeaning for
clear.
the father too. The father can feel the father can end up feeling a certain way, which ends up passing on to the son. Because if he doesn't see himself as anything more than the level he's at, then his family sees the same thing. His wife can still have respect for him. She knows that he's the provider, but then yet the the children are the ones that are looking to him as an example of what to expect for the future. And if they feel that the level that they can reach is only what he can reach to, you know, and if they go and they surpass that, then they still have no respect for their dad, because it's like, oh well, you were only up to this level. Especially a lot of females, they'll do the same thing, like, oh well, you know, I don't listen to my dad, you know, he just protect me, you know, he did what he could, but you know, I'm at this level now, you know, I can't, you know, but even this dude got you through, you know, life, protected you, did all these things for you, and you still shitting on him now, you know, like, again, these are
We're gonna talk about
examples
this.
that
We're
I've
gonna talk
seen.
about this next week. Zeus, Monday.
All right.
See you then.
Take it easy. Have a good one.
Hopefully. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Have a good night, Zeus.
See you guys.
Oh, okay. Okay. Resident, quick, brief, quick.
All right.
Brief, quick, brief. Okay.
Okay. First thing I just want to say is just like, I think that women should just get a reality check on this whole feelings over facts. They need to get rid of that. They also need to understand that when they keep on talking this, you know, independent mindset or whatever, they are not doing it independently. They still have their mothers, their sisters, their aunts and stuff like that. They make it seem like they are doing it independent, but they're not. Okay, and they're still having this mindset where they can still go out and chill. Who's watching your kids when you're going out and chilling? You, a single parent that has no one to depend on, can't do that. Okay, so they need to understand that it does take a village, and you are not this single independent, do it, you can do it all for yourself type of person. You need to understand the reality of that situation. Okay, and really get a reality check that if you had, you know, a father figure in the life of you and your child, whatever, then that opens up a whole avenue of, you know, development for yourself, your child, and the future of your generation to go on to. We just need to understand that each role, you know, it has an importance, no matter what the status of that is. Just like Zeus was saying, like how he looked at his dad or whatever, it doesn't matter. You know, there's still, you know, a position that you guys have in life. Okay, everyone has their place. Okay, and the only way that we can build up is to build a stronger foundation. We have to be able to look at what we have and cherish it and nurture it so it can be stronger for the future. That's the only way that can happen. But most people nowadays, they look at what the top has, they want what the top has, and they excuse, and they basically, you know, just kind of like dispose of what their current situation and the people that they have that fall within their freaking tax bracket, you know,
I
and it's a
completely agree with
shame.
that. And that kind of goes to the title again. What we were talking
Hmm.
about very, 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 4 hours in the live
But
stream of just like, comparison, comparing to the people that look like they got it together and comparing to the Joneses, and like even on Valentine's Day, thinking that your man is supposed to buy you, all this jewelry and stuff like that. And he's not in that space. That he's not in that tax bracket. And you're expecting to have the same thing when in actuality, you guys should be working together to try to like save some money to change your situation, try to, keep the lights on, stuff like that. So I definitely agree with that when it comes to the comparison. Next week, resident.
Yeah.
Next week. I will see you here. We will continue. We have a lot of stuff to talk about. We have a lot of stuff to unpack next week.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. Next week is
I'm
going to
definitely
be.
learning a lot. So
I'm glad. And I'm glad that you're in a space that you feel comfortable enough to share and also to be able to receive
if it can
information.
help
I
other
think that's
people, of
really,
course.
really good. That's really, really good. Next week, resident. Next week, 7 p.m. We'll be right here.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for having me on. Later, guys.
Good night, brother.
Thanks, resident. Appreciate you.
I want to read this comment because UFO Kamikaze has been saying some stuff about what was said. I'm sorry, I'm cold and my nose is running, so excuse me, and I've been sneezing. Try to get it together.
All good.
All right. The father who's willing to do the most demeaning jobs to provide for his family to the best of his ability deserves more respect instead of less. Okay, I want to just say this point. This is 100% true. But I think that what he was trying to say when he was talking about the move and stuff like that is that his father was like his hero. His father was like the man, like where he's from. His father was the one that was like on top, like one of those, like, like a boss, and he comes here. And because of some situation, he was thrown in jail. So he's just saying, like, I would have never thought that I would even see my father go to jail. Like, my father is such an upstanding citizen. My father is such a great example of like what a man is. And as a child seeing that, it's very confusing to you because you're like, did my father do something wrong? Like, what kind of space are we in? Like, what did he change? Did he downgrade? Like, you know what I'm saying? Because as a child, it's not easy to process that, oh, my father's a good man, but he's in jail, especially if maybe that same said father who was such an upstanding citizen and raised you a certain way, maybe looked at other criminals in a certain way, or maybe looked at other people in jail and was like, this is a place that you don't want to go. So I think it can be a tricky place for a child. But however, all the comments that you were saying, you have Kamikaze, this one, the one that you said before, and the one that you said before that, I completely agree with you. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you guys. You guys are always here enjoying these conversations. And I also wanted to give you guys, I know that we're going to have callers and stuff for the open forums, but I was going to try to talk to you guys about it elsewhere, but we're here now, okay? We obviously family because we've been here for 5 years all together. So, but I wanted to give you guys the space to also do that as well. A part of the open forum, if you have an idea or something that you want to talk about in the conversation that you think is missing, or you think an aspect that we definitely need to talk about, let's talk about it. Do you guys have Instagram?
Yes, I do.
I would say I'm probably more old school. I don't really have social media like that.
You have email?
I do have email, yes.
Okay, just in the back chat, just drop your email, and then Edward, are you on my Instagram?
Probably. I
Okay,
so.
just send me a message.
All right, gotcha.
And then we can kind of like dialogue a little bit. Whoever, if you guys want to talk about something, if you guys just want me to just, like I said, title it open forum, and then we just pop up here and we figure that out, we can do that as well. But I want to be able to, I don't think he meant to do that, but I also want to be able to drop you guys the link beforehand instead, so that the caller, you guys can just come up whenever we start. So we're waiting for Kashan. Oh, here he is. Okay, he's back.
Good.
Okay. So, Edward, go ahead. Any lost feelings? We've been here for 5 hours.
Woo! Let's see. Thank you. As you can see, where I'm at, it's light outside. I don't know.
Oh my gosh, where are you?
I'm in Europe now, so it's
okay.
I'm 5 hours behind Zeus. So when I'm here, it'd be like 4 a.m. when we have our. So it's easier for me to stay up and.
I'm like, how come you never get tired?
Yeah, so it's the morning time. So, okay, but what do I want to say? To the topic, because we can talk about the topic in a minute. So there's a lot of things that I wanted to say. But thank you to all the callers. Thank you, Rivah, for doing this because we need it. A few things I wanted to say was
I'll just break it down like bunk beds. Wow, Arthur, hold on. I told you not to, I gotta read that. Shout out to anyone single on Valentine's Day with a big punch. Yeah, a lot of people sounded backed up during, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna hold it. There was a lot of tension here. Like, but number one, I wanted to say I have receipts. I have been I used to have a podcast. Still do, talking about this stuff since 2009. I was on YouTube. I was Melanie King. I was on YouTube a long, long time ago talking about stuff like this. So it's needed. But back to the topic, what I really wanted to say is the topic today, Rivah's beautiful title was, if you don't celebrate me on Valentine's Day, it's over. So I want to tell all the brothers, if you don't stop talking about everything you don't like and getting so worked up about it, it's going to be over for you, because that's all you're going to see. Because we talked about law of attraction before. So you're talking about it's a lot of they, a lot of this, a lot of that, and you're thinking more about. So okay, so the one, you know, I think it was Resident talked about the girl watching Housewives of Orange County or something. Mm-hmm. So maybe you have a good woman, you find a good woman, and she likes that show. You're like, oh no, I can't do that. She just like the other one. So sometimes you have to kind of like look at people with a new slate. And I kind of see what Rivah was saying, where sometimes you have to work with people, you know, even if they might not have it all together. And that's hard to do in a moment. It's hard to do when you worked up. It's hard to do when you have emotions involved, but it's part of being a man. I wanted to say, let me say two more things. Then let's see. All right, so I'm gonna take 3 minutes tops, and I mean it.
Okay. What you gotta do, brother? I don't wait all night. I can wait a little bit longer. It's okay.
Thank you, Kashawn. You the MVP, man. I learned a lot. I was getting a little impatient, you know, and I had to like get in the chat for a little bit. So I talked a little bit about, okay, I used to work in a high school in Miami, and you know, there were sisters there. I used to teach some 9th graders, and they had been through a lot, the girls and the guys. But I'm talking about the girls now. Been through a lot. And I'm talking about, you know, I'm sorry, Rivah, but like talking about their father sleeping with them for years and years and years.
Right.
And like just a whole bunch of stuff. And the presence of just me being there, I saw a big change in a lot of those girls just by my presence. You know what I mean? The twerking videos, you know, I had one girl, she stopped acting and behaving in a certain way just because she didn't want to disappoint me. You know what I mean? So I think there's still that in a lot of our sisters, where if we do come correct, and we do, I think a lot of times we're not the right dude. And the last thing I wanted to say, you talked about the BDE, and I'm gonna just say it, like, us nice dudes, as good dudes, that's not an excuse to not do what you got to do, you know. And of course, Ray Pookie, he gonna have a better D game, but you're not doing all that you can do. You know, you're not doing all that you could do. You're not giving the effort.
And it's knowing. It's just knowing too. Knowing is the biggest part of the battle. It's just knowing what's up and what's not up. Okay, I think that's the biggest thing, and that's a whole different aspect of a conversation that we're definitely gonna have. But I think that's just a whole different space. You know, somebody said that Pookie and Ray Ray so good because they ain't got nothing but time.
There you go.
But I think that might be a piece of it, but I also think it's also because of so much experience.
That too.
Experience
just be out there, you know. But
big facts.
But yeah. But it is an energy, and I'm looking forward to the conversation next week for sure. Lord have mercy with this whole single mother thing, but Mel and Uncle.
Thank you, Rivah.
We're gonna have a lot to talk about. Okay, Kashawn.
Woo! Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
I know.
I've been told I have an abnormal amount of patience. As you all saw, I sat for 4 hours without saying a single word.
Yeah, I think you definitely do.
And now I will interject if I feel like it's necessary, but I didn't interject this time because I was listening to it, and every time somebody chimed in, they was taking the conversation a whole nother direction. Left, right, front, back.
Left,
And
right,
what I
left, right.
wanted to say, it didn't match what everybody else was saying. So I said, let this flow, because I'm gonna mess up the whole thing. It's gonna be somewhere else. Let me. But to the actual topic about Valentine's, and if you don't do this for me, then it's over. Number one, our young ladies, the modern women today, they are. I'm not gonna say programmed, but they're following what they're watching on Instagram and TikTok and Facebook and TV and movies. And we as Black people, Black men and Black women, we are presented as the lower stature, the less educated, the more savage, if you will, for lack of a better word, instead of what we actually are. We've always been kings and queens. We've always been radicals, and we've always been intellectual.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't want us to know that. Because if we know that, we'll find our power in that, and we'll be able to stand up the way we're supposed to.
Correct.
They don't want that though. And then as far as this, now I don't know if you guys noticed, but last two lives we've had, it's been somebody in there talking about their issues of growing up with a single mother.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
And it wasn't just one person tonight. It was a lot of people in there talking about single mothers. So I think something we need to talk about. We need to talk about the whole surrounding aspect of being raised in a single parent home. You know.
I think that's a good one. And I think we need to, I think that maybe, okay, so maybe what I'll do is we'll just have that title, and then we'll just still have an open forum based off of just single mother, but not one aspect.
Absolutely.
Because I think we can have a lot of different conversations that some people really need to hear, some things that people really need to hear, or hear somebody else say, express for them, because I mean, for a small, I mean, not for my whole life, but for like the first 7 years of my life, my mom was a single mother. So I definitely have an aspect that I can add on that, but I think that just going into, can I just say one thing?
Go ahead. We're here now.
I just want to say one thing, okay? One thing that's that we're gonna have to touch on. Okay, maybe I'm not gonna say it. I'm gonna wait till next week. But just everybody's not a mother.
No. Thank you.
Next week we're gonna die. Let me write my note. Okay. What else you want to say, Kajan?
And so, with the aspect of talking about single mothers, one thing I never hear anybody talk about is what a father brings to the child that the child is not given, whether they have a father figure or not. There is something that a father has to give to a child that a father figure cannot give, that a mother cannot give. But I don't ever hear anybody talk about that.
Let's talk about that. Okay, next week. Okay, next week. Let me write that down too. That's true. Because people don't talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
They don't.
And I heard, listening to Mel and Unc talk about the way they were talking about, building schools and Unc was talking about building schools and building your wives, where Mel was saying that doesn't matter and that they're not going to change. The thing is, they're not going to change if it's not talked about. If they don't hear it enough, it's not going to change. All they hear about is the 304 lifestyle, the Pookies and the Ray Rays. We're not talking about the gentleman. We're not talking about the hardworking man. We're not talking about the good woman. That's absent in conversation, and it's not going to go anywhere if we don't have the conversation.
One thing that I pride myself on, like I was saying earlier, is that like I have had, again, I don't want them to hear too loud, but I have a lot of women that's coming over here, and I love that because they feel that it's a safe space. You know, I never wanted to have a because I'm a woman, obviously. Hello, I love being a woman. Genuinely do. I think we're great. I think women are great. I think we're very complex. I think sometimes we act like we don't have no sense. I think we're very dramatic. I think a lot of things about us, but we are so good, you know. And there's an energy that we bring that nobody else can bring. You know, that feminine energy when it's tapped into. My issue is just always when women are trying to be men, because you're saying you think that you're saying that woman is the best thing in the whole world and women are better than men, and you don't need no man, but then you have to tap into a man's energy to get things done. Makes no sense to me. You're the one that's saying that a woman is not good enough when you're doing that. So I just like to have a different perspective, but I also like it to be an open space where people who maybe don't think this way or haven't thought this way or not sure of what to even think or feel are free to come over here and have these conversations and not feel like I'm going to be, you know, arguing with you or telling you like, oh, well, you're not this, or put you down, because I'm not doing that. When I have these conversations, I don't know if anybody pays attention, but when I have these conversations, I'm very much talking about the talking point. I don't know I don't know the people that I'm doing the reactions on. I don't know them personally. I'm talking about the mindset, because we do need our mindsets to change, because we do care about the children like that are going to grow up and live these lifestyles. And so if it's this far now, I can imagine how far it's going to be in about 10, 15, 20 years. You know what I'm saying? So these are extremely necessary conversations. I'm thinking about it, but it's obviously we're gonna have to talk about some stuff next week. Lord have mercy, we're gonna have to talk about some stuff. I have a headache. It's 12:30 where I am. I need to go to bed.
It's late.
Okay.
You're 1 hour ahead of me.
Oh yeah. 12:30. So it's late. We've been on here since I said it. We're gonna be on here real brief. It's not gonna be a long drawn out thing tonight. I'm gonna drop the link soon. We actually went longer than we've ever gone.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, we fell victim to.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah, it was real good. Well, we fell victim to and Mel going at the same time, so that kind of prolonged everything. They're both very long-winded brothers.
I've never seen them do that before. That was really funny. But we are going to do that. And again, I want to say to you guys, thank you so much for staying. I love the fact that you guys come on and you guys are just like down for the conversation, but you also like stay. You know, I really appreciate that. Yeah, so my 5 hours.
We're supportive.
I thought this was going to be like an hour and a half, 2 hours max. Did not expect this at all. And I think that's the beauty of like our conversations, is how organic it is. It just flows, you know. And for you guys who don't know, I do my reaction channel. I do I give you guys my thoughts, my opinions, my feelings, just off rip, right? I don't premeditate anything and say, oh, when I record, I'm going to say this. I just give you guys my natural essence. And so I really, really appreciate my live streams, and I appreciate everybody who joins my live streams, just because it's the same thing. You know, at first, when I first was doing my live streams, I was like, oh, I need to be really like thought out and make sure that I don't miss these points. And I come up here organically and just talk to you guys. And I think it's important that we get to spend that time with each other. You know what I mean? Because when I'm doing my reactions, it's just me talking. It's nice to have people challenge my thoughts or give a different perspective, and especially a man's perspective live in full effect, so we can hear and see what the people are thinking. So thank you guys for joining me. I really, really appreciate it. I really, really do.
Facts. Thank you.
Next Monday. Listen, okay, we was on Wednesday, now we back on Monday, and it went 5 hours. Okay. Next Monday.
If you thought today was wild, wait till
wait till next week.
Okay, Monday we are going to be live in full effect every single Monday, unless otherwise stated. We're going to be here doing our live stream 7 p.m. Make sure you guys tune in. If you haven't hit that like, hit it on the way out. Okay, you're supposed to hit it on the way in. If you didn't hit it on the way out.
And it's Valentine's Day, so
yeah, it's Valentine's Day. Come on, show your
hit
girls.
it on the way in and hit it on the way out.
Why are you saying that now, Edward? Why didn't I say that a long time ago? Why didn't I
We got thrown off the rails, and Valentine's Day got thrown out the window.
Wasn't even thinking about it. Wasn't even thinking about
not
it.
at all.
No, and make sure you guys hit that notification bell so when I do go live, you guys are notified. Also, if you're not following me on Instagram, follow my Instagram because I always post whatever my live streams are on my story on Instagram. So if you don't catch it up here or on my community page, you'll see it on my Instagram story so you don't miss our live streams. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Kashawn, Edward, thank you again. And of course, Edward, I'm gonna drop the link to you next Monday. Yeah, we're gonna talk about it. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I love you guys so very much. Kashawn, Edward, thank you so much. I will see you guys next Monday.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much. Lord, my nose running. Okay. I'm sniffling. I'm cold. I'm tired. Okay. It is 12:34. We've been on here for 5.5 hours. I really can't believe that. I see it. I see the time going, but it doesn't even feel that long. But to know it's that long is insane. I appreciate you guys so much. Genuinely, thank you guys for rocking with me, hanging out with me. I love you guys so very much. I absolutely will see you guys in the next video. Okay? Love you guys so much.
You can step into my world, see the way I see it, no matter near or far. It is a sight worth seeing. Step into my world, see the way I see it. Rivah TV.